Chapter 1756. The monkey-faced old man stabilized his body, touched his bleeding face, and suddenly looked up at the mysterious madam and laughed. "Bitch, you want to die too, right? This old man will fulfill your wish." "Shut your dog mouth. Do you know who she is? Let me tell you, if you dare to humiliate the madam again, even I won't let you go," Yishu shouted. The monkey-faced old man immediately looked down at Yishu and roared, "You traitor, what right do you have to yell at this old man? This old man has said before, this old man has never betrayed the main tower." Yishu said in a deep voice. "You helped her against the people of our main tower, isn't that betrayal?" The monkey-faced old man shouted. "You'll understand in a moment. For now, shut your mouth," Yishu coldly shouted. He glanced at the mysterious madam, then glanced at Mu Tianyang, chief tower master, and the others. Finally, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Haven't you always been curious about the madam's identity? Now I'll tell you, the madam is the previous master of the main tower." "What?" Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. The main tower master, the former deputy tower master, the monkey-faced old man, and the aquiline-nosed old man all looked at the mysterious madam in surprise. "The previous master of the main tower," Mu Tianyang murmured. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked up at the mysterious madam. It was her. No wonder she gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. For a moment, the place fell into a dead silence. The mysterious madam was actually the previous master of the main tower. This was simply explosive news, and it was hard to believe. After a while, Qin Feiyang came back to his senses, looked down at Yishu and said, "I've been to the main tower's land of inheritance, so I know the existence of the previous master of the main tower. It is said that she is the daughter of the second master of the main tower, and also the senior sister of the current one." "That's right." Yishu nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "But the problem is, she is completely different from the statue in the land of inheritance." Yishu looked at the mysterious madam and said, "Madam, let them see it with their own eyes." The mysterious madam sighed and said, "Wait for me." Then she entered the space artifact. "Impossible, everyone is looking forward to it. Only the chief pagoda master is shaking his head and muttering to himself." A short while later, a woman suddenly appeared in the void. Looking at this woman, the chief tower master, the hawk-nosed old man, the former vice pavilion master, and the monkey-faced old man's eyes widened. Qin Feiyang was also dumbfounded by what he saw. The woman was about 1.7 meters tall. She had exquisite facial features and an exquisite figure, just like a young girl. Her beautiful black hair was tied up high with a golden hairpin in the middle. She was wearing a pale golden dress with a true phoenix embroidered on it. As she stood there, she looked graceful and noble, like an empress who had descended to the world. There was a great sense of dignity between her brows. "That's right," Qin Feiyang murmured. The woman in front of him looked exactly the same as the statue in the land of inheritance. I truly never would have thought that the person who's been targeting my Mu family time and time again would be you. After so many years, you haven't changed at all." Mu Tianyang shook his head and sighed. Qin Feiyang said, "You know her too?" Mu Tianyang looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "We entered the divine site together back then, so of course we know each other. And I know much more about her than you do. It's not until today that I understand why she's taking care of you so much." The mysterious woman raised her eyebrows and looked down at Mu Tianyang, saying, "Don't say what you shouldn't say." "Why can't I say it?" Mu Tianyang asked. The mysterious woman said angrily, "I'll say it myself. You don't have to say it." Mu Tianyang shrugged and said, all right. You can tell Qin Feiyang later." "Tell me what?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Mu Tianyang smiled and said, "Don't worry. You'll know the relationship between you and her later." Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Tianyang and then at the mysterious woman. Relationship? What kind of relationship did he have with the previous chief pagoda master? Impossible. Suddenly, a furious roar was heard. Everyone looked at the chief pagoda master and saw him shaking his head frantically, his face full of doubt. Yishu sneered, "She's right in front of you. What's impossible?" "Shut up. Senior sister is clearly dead. She can't be senior sister." The chief pagoda master roared at Yishu, then stared at the mysterious woman and shouted, "Who the hell are you? What's your purpose for pretending to be senior sister? Of course you want me dead. Unfortunately, I'm lucky to have lived until today. My good junior brother, are you very scared now? Afraid that I'll tell you what happened back then?" The mysterious woman looked at the chief pagoda master with a sneer and said, "What happened back then? Qin Feiyang murmured. He remembered that the chief pagoda master had told him that the mysterious woman had died because of an accident. At that time he was puzzled. Who would be so bold as to attack the chief pagoda master of the Pill Pagoda? However, he did not ask too much at that time. Now that he heard the mysterious woman's tone, could it be related to the chief pagoda master? When the chief pagoda master heard the mysterious woman's words, a hint of panic flashed across his face and he shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. Since you say you're my senior sister, please take out the evidence." "Does this count as evidence?" The mysterious woman waved her hand and a jade pendant appeared. The jade pendant was emerald green and flickered with crystal light. An extremely exquisite flame pattern was engraved on it. "This is the second chief pagoda master's jade pendant," the hook-nosed old man exclaimed. Yishu looked at the hook-nosed old man and sneered, "You still remember?" The hook-nosed old man nodded and said, "Of course I remember. I was trained by him. When he was in charge of the Pill Pagoda, I was the first pagoda master. This old man will never forget his great kindness. I also remember that he personally gave this jade pendant to his daughter." The monkey-faced old man also looked at the jade pendant in a daze and muttered, "It really is his daughter." Yishu looked at the monkey-faced old man and snorted coldly, "It seems that your memory is not bad." The monkey-faced old man's gaze trembled and he smiled bitterly, "I was also trained by the old man. In my heart he is like a father to me." "Wasn't I also trained by the old man? That's why I've always been by Madam's side." "No, I should call you eldest miss now. I used to call you Madam because I wanted to hide my identity as the eldest Mississippi. Now tell me again, am I a traitor?" Yishu shouted. "Greetings, eldest Mississippi." The hook-nosed old man and monkey-faced old man looked at each other and immediately knelt down respectfully. "Get up." Mysterious Madam smiled. The hook-nosed old man got up and asked suspiciously, "Eldest miss, since you're still alive, why didn't you tell us? Why didn't you return to the main tower? Why did you use the identity of Mysterious Madam to deal with our main tower?" Yishu pointed at the main tower master and said, "Of course it's because of him." The hook-nosed old man, monkey-faced old man, and the former deputy tower master immediately looked at the main tower master. The main tower master's expression became more and more panicked. Yishu looked at the main tower master and said coldly, "Do you want to say it yourself or do you want us to say it for you?" The main tower master's body trembled. He glanced at the group of people and gradually collapsed powerlessly. "Do you know fear now? Why didn't I see you afraid when you plotted against the eldest miss? You're an ungrateful white-eyed wolf." Yishu was furious. He took a step forward and directly slapped the main tower master's face. With a bang, the main tower master immediately fell to the ground, his face full of fear. "Plotted?" The monkey-faced old man and the others trembled and said in shock and anger, "Yishu, what's going on?" Back then, he took advantage of the eldest miss's unpreparedness and used the calamity spirit pill to plot against her. If the eldest miss had not pretended to be dead and deceived him, she would have died in his hands. Even so, the eldest miss's cultivation was completely crippled. It was not until she entered the divine ruin that she recovered to the false god realm. All these years, the eldest miss has been hiding in the 9 regions to recuperate. Because the eldest miss was worried that the news would leak and the main tower master would know that she was not dead, she only contacted me over the years. Yishu said, "Bastard. You're the junior brother of the eldest Mississippi. Back then the old man even treated you like his own son. Why did you do this?" The hook-nosed old man and monkey-faced old man were furious. They glared at the main tower master and shouted, "Wiles, it's because of the position of the main tower master." Back then the old man passed the position of the main tower master to the eldest Mississippi. He was dissatisfied, so he plotted against the eldest Mississippi, Yishu said in disgust. "For the position of the main tower master, you did such a heartless thing. Do you even deserve to be human? Is power really that important?" The 2 old men glared at the main tower master. They were both furious. Hee. However, the main tower master laughed mockingly. Yishu said again, "At that time he had an accomplice." "An accomplice? Who?" The 2 old men looked at Yishu with murderous intent in their eyes. "The Mu family." Yishu pointed at Mu Tianyang and said word by word. "What? The Mu family?" The 2 old men's eyes trembled. "That's right. Back then our main tower master was worried that the operation would fail alone, so he joined forces with Mu Changfeng and Mu Changyun. In exchange, he agreed to let the Mu family hide in the Fire Phoenix mountain range and recuperate." Yishu said. "So that's what happened. Qin Feiyang muttered. Everything was finally clear. The main tower master was greedy for power and colluded with the Mu family to kill the mysterious madam. The mysterious madam had been dealing with the Mu family and the main tower all these years to take revenge. So, I never thought that I, the main tower master, the person with the highest authority in the Forgotten Continent, would be such a despicable and cunning person. Once this spreads out, who knows how many people will laugh at us behind our backs. What a disgrace to the Forgotten Continent. The former Vice Pavilion Master shook his head and sighed. He was extremely disappointed in the main tower master. Genius memorized this address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1757. I'm despicable? I'm treacherous? I'm a disgrace to the Forgotten Continent? Haha, the Chief Tower Master laughed maniacally. Is that not the case? The former Vice Tower Master looked at him and asked, do you really think that old man treats me well? If he treats me well, why would he pass the position of Chief Tower Master to his daughter? If he treats me well, why didn't he marry his daughter to me, knowing that I like her so much? In the end, he's just a selfish person. The Chief Tower Master said angrily. Qin Feiyang looked at the mysterious madam in shock. He did not expect that this woman was the Chief Tower Master's sweetheart. You like me? What a joke. Do you think we're all blind? Back then, everyone knew that you liked me because of my identity. You wanted to obtain the power that you've been longing for from me? The mysterious madam yelled. The Chief Tower Master yelled, ask yourself honestly, is that true? If it wasn't for Qin Badian, you... Shut up. The mysterious madam yelled. Qin Feiyang was stunned. How was this related to his ancestor again? Could it be that this woman really had some sort of relationship with his ancestor? What? You dare to do it, but you don't dare to let others talk about it? The Chief Tower Master looked at the mysterious madam mockingly. The mysterious madam's expression darkened. Yishu said, Madam, there's nothing shameful about this. Just let him talk about it. Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them and said impatiently, Hey, what are you trying to say? Mu Tianyang laughed and said, Qin Feiyang, you don't understand. This is a secret that very few people know. Secret? Qin Feiyang frowned. That's right. Mu Tianyang nodded and said with a smile, this mysterious madam who has been taking care of you is called Tan Tai Li. She's your ancestor's woman. What? Qin Feiyang was tongue-tied and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Mu Tianyang looked at the mysterious madam and said with a smile, Tan Tai Li, it seems like you can't say it. Let me say it for you. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, do you know the divine beasts of the Endless Sea? I know. Qin Feiyang said. Gongsun Bei had told him about this before. Back then, when that mythical beast caused havoc and harmed the Forgotten Continent, it was our ancestors who led their subordinates to heavily injure and seal it. The meeting between Tan Tai Li and your ancestor started from that time. Back then, Tan Tai Li was already the Pill Tower's head tower master. However, at that time her cultivation wasn't very high. Facing the divine beast, she didn't have the power to resist at all. She could only watch as the divine beast did evil. Afterwards, your ancestor appeared in the Forgotten Continent. You also know that your ancestor was a warm-hearted person. When he heard about this, he immediately rushed to the Endless Sea and fought a great battle with that mythical beast. Finally, he suppressed it. It was also at that time that Tan Tai Li met your ancestor. Women prefer heroes like your ancestor. Thus, the two gradually developed feelings for each other. The last time the Divine Ruin opened, your ancestor took a great risk for her and wanted to force his way into the first level from the second level. In the end, he was almost killed by the power of laws. Mu Tianyang said. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. The mysterious madam had also said this when they entered the Divine Ruin. However, at that time she didn't mention their relationship. Qin Feiyang looked at the mysterious madam and sighed. I really didn't expect that there was such a relationship between us. That's right. When I first met you in White Fox City, because I didn't know your identity, I wanted to use you and even almost killed you. You don't hate me, do you? The mysterious madam said apologetically. I hated you in the past, but now I can't hate you even if I want to. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. The mysterious madam sighed deeply and said, to be honest, it's fortunate that I didn't kill you in the beginning. Otherwise, I would have felt guilty for the rest of my life. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, so later, when you found out about my identity, you gave me battle arts and resources to train me? Yes. That's only one aspect. On the other hand, I used all kinds of methods such as massacring the creatures of various regions to frame you and force you into a desperate situation. It was also to train you. The mysterious madam said. Qin Feiyang said, you really put a lot of thought into it, but the price is too high. You should know that those creatures who died were innocent. You don't understand. I just want you to learn how to be ruthless. Your ancestor ended up in a situation where his life and death are unknown because he was too kind. I don't want you to end up like him. The mysterious madam said faintly. Qin Feiyang fell silent. No matter what, the mysterious madam was doing it for his own good. He couldn't blame her. Tantai Li, although I know what happened between you and Qin Badian in the beginning, I don't understand what happened after that. Why didn't you go with him? Mu Tianyang looked at the mysterious madam and asked in confusion. The mysterious madam pondered for a long time and said, back then after we left the divine site, the battle between you and him completely erupted. Do you still remember that? Of course. Because of the matter of my second brother being sealed, I was very angry. As soon as we left the divine site and returned to the Tianyang Empire, I gave the order to kill him. That battle is still vivid in my mind. It was also at that time that he destroyed the Tianyang Empire and sealed me. Mu Tianyang said. Yes. After destroying the Tianyang Empire and establishing the Great Qin Empire, he led his subordinates to the Forgotten Continent and found me, saying that he wanted to enter the divine site again, the mysterious madam said. Mu Tianyang asked, the divine site was closed. How did he enter? I don't know. At that time I also wanted to go with him. Because at that time I was already pregnant with his child. The mysterious madam said. Child? Mu Tianyang was stunned. Child? Qin Feiyang murmured and looked at the mysterious madam in surprise. Could it be her? Yes. Haven't you always wanted to know Rushuang's surname? She's the same as you, surname Qin. She's the biological daughter of your ancestor. The mysterious madam said. The biological daughter of my ancestor? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The biological daughter of his ancestor was someone of the same generation as Emperor Hong. This generation was a little high. No wonder Qin Rushuang often scolded him when he joked with her back then. The mysterious madam also often said something about disrespecting elders and being struck by lightning. So this was what she meant. After Mu Tianyang came back to his senses, he smiled bitterly and said, I really didn't expect that bastard to have a biological daughter. After saying that, he looked at Tantai Li and asked, what happened after that? I wanted to go with him but he refused. He told me that even he didn't know what he would face in the future. He didn't allow me to take risks with him. I know his temper so I didn't force him. After spending a few days alone with him, he left with his subordinates. The mysterious madam sighed. Mu Tianyang frowned and said, why did he still go to the divine site? I don't know. The mysterious madam shook her head. Qin Feiyang asked, did my ancestor know that you were pregnant with his child at that time? No. If he knew about this, he would definitely stay because of the child. But your ancestor was a person with great ambitions. I didn't want to be a burden to him, nor did I want to force him to stay by my side because of the child. So, I didn't tell him from beginning to end. The mysterious madam said. It's been hard on you. Qin Feiyang sighed. It's nothing. Not long after your ancestor left, this junior brother of mine learned about the matter between your ancestor and me. So, he was jealous and joined forces with the Mu family to plot against me. Later, when Rushuang grew up, I asked Yishu to take her to the Central Divine Kingdom. With Yishu's help, I built the famous Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. All these years, I was able to clearly know every move of the main tower. It was all thanks to Yishu and Rushuang. The mysterious madam said. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang hesitated and asked, then you and Emperor Hong? I have nothing to do with Emperor Hong. He was born of your ancestor's first wife. When I met your ancestor, Emperor Hong's birth mother had already passed away. The mysterious madam said. That's good. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, it's not a shameful thing for two people to love each other. Why did you look so embarrassed before? Because Emperor Qin didn't give you any status. It's not legitimate. Yishu said. What era is it now? It's still not legitimate? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Yishu was stunned and said with joy, so, you recognize Mrs. Identity? She contributed so much to the ancestor and gave birth to a daughter. Of course I recognize her. She is Qin Feiyang's relative. Qin Feiyang said. Yishu was overjoyed when he heard that. He looked at Tantai Li and said with a smile, Miss, did you see that? I told you that your worries were unnecessary. Tantai Li's face was also filled with a joyful smile. But, Qin Feiyang changed the topic and said again, frowning. But what? Seeing this, Tantai Li became nervous again. According to seniority, I should call you great-grandmother. I'm still not used to it. Qin Feiyang rubbed his head and smiled. Tantai Li immediately rolled her eyes. She thought Qin Feiyang had changed his mind. It turned out that it was because of this that she was nervous for half a day. Yishu shook his head and smiled. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Boy, you can't mess up the seniority, especially you and Rushuang. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, Elder, what do you mean? You know what I mean. Yishu snorted. Qin Feiyang looked puzzled. Suddenly, he looked at Yishu strangely and said, You don't think I'm interested in Qin Rushuang, do you? Yishu didn't answer. But his meaning was already obvious. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and said disdainfully, Elder, you're already so old. Why are your thoughts still so impure? It's not hard to imagine. How could I be tempted by someone who's like a great-grandmother? Yishu looked embarrassed when he heard this. Chapter 1758. Wrong. It's not like that at all. But at this moment, the Chief Tower Master suddenly roared. Yishu sneered, Then tell me what's the matter? She was the one who seduced Qin Badian on her own accord. Qin Badian doesn't have a good impression of her at all. The Chief Tower Master laughed sinisterly. Mu Tianyang sighed, How jealous are you of Qin Badian? I'm jealous of him? The Chief Tower Master sneered. Although Qin Badian is my opponent, I won't make things up. He and Tantai Li are in love with each other. Mu Tianyang said. Shut up. What do you know? If it weren't for her, what right does Qin Baishan's statue have to enter my Chief Tower's land of inheritance? She's a selfish woman. The Chief Tower Master roared. Selfish? If it weren't for the Qin Emperor suppressing that divine beast, my forgotten continent would have been plunged into misery and suffering. Do you think he has the right? Here the one who has the least right to speak is you. Yishu said angrily. No, it's all a lie. The Chief Tower Master looked at the hook-nosed old man and the monkey-faced old man and said, You too, you must believe me, don't be fooled by them. Still want to quibble? Yishu was unable to restrain his anger, and he stepped forward and slapped the Chief Tower Master's head with a murderous aura. No, the Chief Tower Master cried out in despair. Old Yi, please have mercy. But suddenly, an old voice sounded. Following closely, an old man appeared in the void not far away. It was Wang Su. He quickly flew over and landed beside the Chief Tower Master. Looking at the mysterious lady, he cupped his hands and said, Old Wang Su greets young Mississippi, you're still willing to come out? The mysterious lady coldly snorted. Wang Su's gaze trembled and he said respectfully, This old man heard what young Miss said before. The Chief Tower Master is indeed guilty, but all these years the Chief Tower Master has managed the forgotten continent conscientiously. Even if there's no merit, there's still hard work. Young Miss, please forgive him. No. Yishu shouted before the mysterious madam could say anything. Elder Yi. I know that young Miss has suffered a lot over the years, but these things have already happened. Even if we kill the Chief Tower Master now, what use is it? Why don't we give him a way out and let him make up for his mistakes? Wang Mo said. Yishu raised his eyebrows and said, There are so many people here, and you're the only one who's pleading for him. Could it be that the two of you, Old Man Yi, you can't speak carelessly? I, Wang Su, swear that I am absolutely not in cahoots with him. I only found out about him plotting against the eldest miss just now. Wang Su said in a deep voice. Yishu looked up at the mysterious lady. Fine. Let's not kill him yet. We'll make a decision after we return to the main tower. The mysterious lady said. Great-grandmother, you said that my ancestors and I are benevolent. Aren't you the same? If such a person is left alive, there will be endless trouble in the future. Killing intent surged in Qin Feiyang's eyes as he landed in front of the Chief Tower Master and slammed his palm towards him. Qin Feiyang, this is my Chief Tower's matter. You have no right to interfere. Wang Su angrily said as he threw a punch at Qin Feiyang. If I want to kill someone, do you think you can stop me? Qin Feiyang coldly snorted as his hand turned in the air and slammed towards Wang Su's fist. The fist and the palm collided in an instant. Boom. Wang Su was sent flying, blood gushing out of his mouth. Qin Feiyang ignored him and continued to attack the Chief Tower Master. In short, this person must not be left alive. But just as he was about to succeed, the Chief Tower Master suddenly disappeared in front of him. Chem? Everyone present was extremely bewildered. Boom. Qin Feiyang released his divine sense and spread it in all directions. At this moment, he caught two divine space objects in the void in front of him. One of the divine space objects was right next to Mu Tianyang and did not move. The other divine space object was fleeing into the distance. Obviously, the divine space object floating next to Mu Tianyang was Mu Qing and the others. Before, there were a total of 3 divine space objects here. The owners of the 3 divine space objects were Wang Su, Mu Tianyang, and the mysterious man. Now, Wang Su appeared. Mu Tianyang's divine space object also did not move. Then, the divine space object that escaped must be the mysterious man who saved the Imperial Preceptor and Emperor Hong. I'd like to see who you are. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he revived the divine phoenix saber. Swish. But without waiting for the divine phoenix saber to attack, Emperor Hong and the Imperial Preceptor both appeared in the void in front of him. The Tu's Qi had been repaired. And Emperor Hong still had a person in his hands. This person's lower abdomen was dripping with blood, and he looked quite miserable. It was Zhao Tailai. Emperor Hong glanced at the mysterious lady, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "You'd better not move, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless." "Young master, don't worry about me," Zhao Tailai cried out. "Shut up." A cold light flashed in Emperor Hong's eyes as he grabbed Zhao Tailai's neck and squeezed hard. Zhao Tailai's throat suddenly emitted a crisp cracking sound. "Really stupid, how could I not care about you?" Qin Feiyang looked at Zhao Tailai and sighed. He looked at Emperor Hong and said, "Let him go, I'll give you a way out." Emperor Hong sneered, "It's not up to you now. If you want me to let him go, I can, but as a condition, bring me that stone coffin." Emperor Hong, as the son of the Qin Emperor, why are you colluding with the Imperial Preceptor? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? The mysterious lady said angrily. Do you still think of yourself as a member of my Qin clan? Let me tell you, although Qin Feiyang recognizes you, I don't. As long as this old man is here, don't even think about entering my Qin clan's door. Your daughter, don't even think about returning to her ancestry. Emperor Hong shouted. The mysterious lady's face was gloomy. Qin Feiyang looked at the mysterious lady and said to Emperor Hong, "I'm afraid you can't make the decision on this matter." What a joke, I'm the son of the Qin Emperor, and the person with the highest seniority in the Qin clan. If even I can't make the decision, then who can? Emperor Hong said. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists. What an old bastard taking advantage of his seniority. Emperor Hong shouted, "Less nonsense, give me the stone coffin." Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at Tan Tai Li and smiled, "Great-grandmother, let Li Jian out." The mysterious lady waved her hand and Li Jian appeared. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Jian and said, "Give me the Chengkuan pouch." Yes. Li Jian took out the Chengkuan pouch, walked in front of Qin Feiyang and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Looking at the Chengkuan pouch, Mu Tianyang and the state preceptor's eyes suddenly flashed. Qin Feiyang grabbed the Chengkuan pouch, waved his hand and 2 stone coffins appeared. But he was not in a hurry to open the coffins. He turned to look at Mu Tianyang and said lightly, "You caught Tang Hai for the stone coffins. Let's not drag it out, let's solve it once and for all." Sure enough, it's straightforward. Mu Tianyang smiled and said, "Mu Qing, let Tang Hai out." Swish. Before his voice faded, Mu Changfeng and Mu Changyun appeared with Tang Hai. Tang Hai didn't dare to look at Qin Feiyang and said guiltily, "Young master, I'm sorry. Don't say that, it's not your fault. If you want to blame someone, blame the small beast and the ice dragon. Originally, victory was in our grasp, but it was all because they came out to mess things up that we ended up in this situation." Qin Feiyang laughed. Tang Hai smiled apologetically. Since the young master didn't blame him, he naturally didn't need to continue blaming himself. Qin Feiyang raised his hands, grabbed the lids of the 2 stone coffins and forcefully lifted them. However, it actually didn't open. The coffin lid and the stone coffin seemed to be one, and didn't even move. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Mu Tianyang and the state preceptor also frowned. Emperor Hong suddenly thought of something and said, "Try it with your purple gold dragon blood." Purple gold dragon blood. Qin Feiyang muttered, cut his fingertip, and 2 drops of purple gold dragon blood dripped onto the 2 stone coffins. Buzz. The stone coffin suddenly emitted strands of purple gold divine light. Following closely. As if it had triggered some mechanism, with a clang, the coffin lid opened a little. Just as the coffin lid opened, 2 terrifying auras roared out from the coffin. These 2 auras were completely different. The aura that rushed out from the right coffin carried a domineering aura. The aura of the left coffin was filled with an evil aura. Feeling these two auras, Mu Tianyang and the state preceptor immediately knew which coffin they wanted. Right. Mu Tianyang said. Left. The state preceptor followed. Qin Feiyang said, I can give you the stone coffin, but you have to let them go first. Mu Tianyang laughed. We'll let them go first. What if you change your mind and don't give it to us? Qin Feiyang said, You still don't trust my Qin Feiyang's character? If it was any other time I would definitely trust you unconditionally, but the situation is different now. I have to be on guard. Mu Tianyang said. I'm not Mu Tianyang, I've never trusted you, you have to give me the stone coffin first. And Lord Emperor Hong's heavenly great sword. The state preceptor looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Zhao Talai hurriedly said, Young master, the axe you gave me was also snatched away by the state preceptor. Tang Hai added, and my dagger, it's also in Mu Changfeng's hands. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, looked at Mu Tianyang and the state preceptor, and said with a smile, The two of you, the situation seems to have become a little complicated. Mu Tianyang shouted, Chang Feng, who allowed you to do this, quickly returned the dagger to Tang Hai. Father? Mu Changfeng hurriedly said. Mu Tianyang said, I don't want to say it a second time. Mu Changfeng glanced, took out the black dagger and threw it to Tang Hai. Tang Hai caught the dagger and sneered, Haven't you forgotten one thing? Mu Changfeng coldly snorted, and with a thought, he erased the blood contract in the dagger. The moment he snatched the dagger, he erased the blood contract with Tang Hai and dripped blood to bind it. Originally, he planned to snatch the dagger again after the transaction was completed. But he didn't expect Tang Hai to remember this. Qin Feiyang looked at the state preceptor and said with a smile, What about you? The state preceptor reluctantly took out the axe and coldly snorted, It's just a rusty axe, this preceptor doesn't care about it. After saying that, he threw it to Zhao Tailai. Zhao Tailai caught it in his hand, a hint of ridicule flashed in his eyes. You don't care about it and you still want to snatch it? I've never seen such a hypocritical old fart. Chapter 1759. Emperor Hong said, Heavenly Great Sword. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the heavenly great sword appeared. Let's trade. Mu Tianyang said. What's the hurry? Don't you want to know what's inside this sarcophagus? Qin Feiyang pointed to the sarcophagus on the left and smiled. Mu Tianyang looked at the sarcophagus, his eyes shining. The Grand Master's expression changed slightly and he shouted, Don't open it, trade immediately. So guilty? Qin Feiyang smiled and waved his hand. The false god power rushed towards the sarcophagus and the lid flew up. A skeleton immediately appeared in Qin Feiyang's line of sight. The skeleton was grayish-white. That strong evil aura enveloped all directions. Why is it a skeleton? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The most important thing was that it was also grayish-white. Mu Tianyang said in a deep voice, That's right, this is the divine body of the demon ancestor. How do you know? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Back then when we fought with him, we saw the color of his divine bones. It was grayish-white. Moreover, the length and size of this divine bone is about the same as the demon ancestor's body. The most important thing is that this evil aura is exactly the same as the demon ancestors. Qin Badian, that old thing is really crazy. Such a possible demon, but he didn't destroy it completely. Mu Tianyang said angrily. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he waved his hand again, opening the lid of Mu Tianjuan's coffin. There was also only a set of divine bones inside, and the flesh had already decayed. But the difference was that the surface of the divine bones was suffused with a hazy golden light. The mysterious madam walked to Qin Feiyang's side and scanned the two godly skeletons. She transmitted her voice, Feiyang, no matter if it's the demon ancestor or Mu Tianjun, they are both extremely terrifying existences. Are you really going to return them to them? Tang Hai and old Zhao are in their hands, so I can only return them. Qin Feiyang thought. He was also extremely annoyed. It was all that small beast's fault. According to his original plan, not only would he be able to make the Imperial Preceptor and Mu Tianyang suffer heavy losses, he would also be able to destroy the divine bodies of Mu Tianjun and the devil ancestor. However, with the small beast's interference, all of his plans fell apart. Even though Mu Tianyang's side had lost a lot of pseudo-gods, including a divine god of battle, they were nothing compared to Mu Tianyang. Mu Tianyang said, Hurry up and trade. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and turned to the mysterious lady and Yishu, saying, Gentlemen, I'll have to trouble you to help me make the trade. The two of them nodded. Each of them carried a stone coffin and the heavenly great sword, respectively heading towards Emperor Hong and Mu Changfeng. During the transaction, none of the three parties played any tricks. The transaction was successfully completed. The mysterious lady brought Zhao Tailai back to Qin Feiyang's side. Zhao Tailai looked at Qin Feiyang guiltily and said, "Young master, I'm sorry I've implicated you. I've already said that it's not your fault. Don't say sorry again." Qin Feiyang glared at Zhao Tailai and looked down at their bellies. He frowned and said, "That's not right. Didn't I ask Cedar to help you repair your qi? Why hasn't it been repaired yet?" "According to Cedar's repairability, my qi should have been repaired long ago. However, Emperor Hong and the Imperial Preceptor are not fools. When my qi was about to be repaired, they destroyed it again." Zhao Tailai said angrily. "My situation is the same. Originally, I wanted to wait until my qi was repaired before capturing Mu Tianyang and the others, but as soon as Mu Tianyang woke up, he discovered this." Tang Hai smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang nodded. At the same time, the Imperial Preceptor and Mu Tianyang also put away the stone coffin. The mysterious lady glanced at the people on both sides and said, "Feiyang, do you want to make a move now?" "No need. If we make a move now, Mu Tianyang and the Imperial Preceptor will most likely join forces. Coupled with Mu Tianyang's heaven-defying divine artifact, the situation will be very unfavorable for us." Qin Feiyang thought. "That's true." The mysterious lady nodded. Although they have several war gods on their side, Tang Hai and Zhao Tailai's qi has not been repaired. The aquiline-nosed old man's qi is also destroyed. At present, only the monkey-faced old man, the mysterious lady, Qin Feiyang, and Yi Shu have the strength to fight. If they really fight, they will definitely be at a disadvantage. Mu Tianyang looked at Wang Su and said, "Let's start our transaction." "Okay." Wang Su nodded and waved his old hand. Wang Yuanshan and Marquis Wushenhao appeared. Mu Tianyang didn't say anything and directly released Wang Yuanshan's control. Wang Su also released Marquis Wushenhao. "Okay. The transaction is complete. But Qin Feiyang, the grudge between us has not been resolved." Mu Tianyang looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile. Qin Feiyang said, "Although the ancient castle is sealed and Chang Shui has been taken away by the small beast, I'm afraid that your current strength is not enough to kill me." "Of course I know. After all, you still have the Black Tortoise realm. I don't plan to fight here. What I want to say is that our battle will erupt soon. You have to be prepared." Mu Tianyang chuckled and said with full confidence. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I'll return those words to you without missing a word." "Ha!" As expected of Qin Feiyang. "Then let's wait and see." Mu Tianyang laughed heartily. Swish. The next moment, Mu Tianyang, Mu Zhangfeng, Mu Zhangyun and Marquis Wushenhao all disappeared. Emperor Hong and the Imperial Tutor also entered the spatial divine object and left without looking back. Wang Su looked at everyone and asked, "What about the Chief Pagoda Master?" But no one answered him. The mysterious lady's divine sense had been searching the void. A moment later, she retracted her divine sense and looked at Qin Feiyang saying, "Feiyang, that mysterious spatial divine object and the Imperial Tutor's spatial divine object went in the same direction. Should we chase after them?" Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at Zhao Tailai and asked, "Old Zhao, did you see anyone in that spatial divine object just now? Now that you mention it, it's really strange. At that time, in that spatial divine object, other than Emperor Hong and the Imperial Tutor, I didn't see anyone else." Zhao Tailai said. "You mean, in that spatial divine object only the Imperial Tutor and Emperor Hong were in it?" Qin Feiyang said. "Yes." Zhao Tailai nodded. "It seems that this person's spatial divine object is the same as Mu Tianyang's spatial divine object. There is more than one space inside. When you were captured, he should have been hiding somewhere else. But this person, who is he? What is his relationship with the Imperial Tutor and Emperor Hong?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Wang Su said angrily, "I'm asking you, what about the Chief Pagoda Master? Why didn't you save the Chief Pagoda Master from their hands when we made the deal? Don't you understand? Even if we want to save him, he won't come back. Because he knows that even if we don't kill him, there will be no place for him in the Forgotten Continent in the future. He will be like a rat crossing the street. No matter where he goes, he will be despised." Qin Feiyang said. "Miss, back then we joined hands with Qin Feiyang and slaughtered all the combat emperors of the Mu family. The Mu family will definitely not let it go, so now is the time to use people. Although the Chief Pagoda Master is wrong, but his strength, everyone can see it. If he can turn over a new leaf, it may not be a bad thing for our forgotten continent. Wang Su looked at the mysterious lady and said, "You don't understand him. He has been blinded by power and desire, and will never be able to turn over a new leaf." The mysterious lady said. Wang Su said, "Then now our pill pagoda has no leader? Who said we have no leader? Hasn't the miss returned?" Yi Shu said angrily. "That's right. The miss was originally our pill pagoda's chief pagoda master, and now that she has broken through to the war god realm, it is the most suitable for the miss to regain power." The hook-nosed old man nodded. "This old man also agrees." The monkey-faced old man said, "I also have no objections." The former deputy pavilion master also expressed his opinion. Sigh. Wang Su glanced at them, sighed deeply and didn't force it. The mysterious lady said, "About regaining power, let's talk about it when we return to the forgotten continent." "Feiyang, how is Rushuang?" Qin Feiyang said, "She is comprehending the mysteries of becoming a god." The mysterious lady smiled happily and said, "Then don't disturb her." Qin Feiyang said, "Great-grandmother, I remember there is an uncle? Why don't I see him?" This so-called uncle was the middle-aged man who had helped him with the mysterious lady many times. He lived on an island in the endless ocean. He had the cultivation of a false god. The mysterious lady smiled and said, "I guess you will never be able to guess this uncle's true identity." "True identity?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The mysterious lady said, "He is the divine beast that your ancestor suppressed back then." "What? It's him?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. If the mysterious lady didn't say it, he really wouldn't be able to guess. The mysterious lady said, "But you don't have to worry. A long time ago, he had already turned over a new leaf, otherwise I wouldn't have opened his seal." "It was you who opened his seal?" Qin Feiyang said. "That's right. Back then your ancestor used my blood to seal him. Thus, my blood is able to undo his seal. As early as 3,000 years ago, I had already helped him open the seal. However, I have no way to open the seal in his body." The mysterious lady said. "There is still a seal in his body?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Yes. This seal is specially used to seal his cultivation. As long as this seal exists, he will not be able to return to the cultivation of a war god. And this seal can only be opened by your ancestor in this world. This time he entered the miracle specifically to find your ancestor." The mysterious lady said. "So that's how it is." Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Zhao Tailai was surprised. "Wait, didn't the Qin emperor enter the third floor? How is he going to find him?" "Therefore he has already gone to the third floor. I'm afraid we won't see him again." The mysterious lady sighed. "He went to the third floor," Qin Feiyang murmured. He raised his head and looked at the entrance of the third floor with a hint of desire in his eyes. "Young master, there are still many things waiting for you to deal with outside. Don't think about entering the third floor for the time being," Zhao Tailai said. Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked at the mysterious lady and asked, "Great-grandmother, do you know about the ancient world?" "Ancient world?" The mysterious lady was startled. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, her eyes trembled slightly and said, "I seem to have heard your ancestor mention this place." Genius memorized the address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. M. Chapter 1760. "You heard it from the ancestor?" Qin Feiyang stared blankly and hurriedly asked, "What did the ancestor say?" The mysterious madam thought for a moment and shook her head. "He only mentioned it casually. He didn't go into detail." "Just casually mentioned it?" Qin Feiyang's face was filled with disappointment. The mysterious madam asked suspiciously, "Why are you suddenly asking about the ancient realm?" "To tell you the truth, I went to the ancient realm some time ago. I found someone there who knew the ancestor. And what's even stranger is," when Qin Feiyang said this, his expression became incomparably strange. "Know him?" The mysterious lady was stunned. Her breathing quickened as she asked, "Who knows him?" Qin Feiyang said, "Two people with the surname Gua." "What do they look like?" the mysterious madam asked. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Pseudo-god power appeared and condensed into the figures of Guizixiong and Guoda. The mysterious madam looked at them for a moment and shook her head. "I don't know them at all." Yi Shu said suspiciously, "Kid, you said there's something even stranger. What is it?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai looked at each other and could not help but snicker. Qin Feiyang glared at the two of them. He looked at the mysterious madam and Yi Shu and said, "The ancestor arranged a marriage for me in the ancient realm." "What's that? A marriage?" The two of them looked at each other. "Yes. Qin Feiyang's face was full of helplessness. That can't be right. When your ancestor left, your father wasn't even born yet. Even if he went to the ancient realm, he couldn't have arranged a marriage for you. Is there a trap here? The mysterious madam asked. The marriage is not just for me. It's for the descendants of the Qin clan. In other words, as long as it's a descendant of the Qin clan, no matter who it is, they have to complete the marriage after entering the ancient realm. Qin Feiyang briefly told her about the marriage contract. I see. The mysterious madam suddenly understood and asked, where's the entrance to the ancient realm? Her eyes were full of desire. This. Qin Feiyang was a little hesitant. Even he did not understand the situation in the ancient realm. Should he tell his great-grandmother about it? Eldest miss, the Qin emperor did not take you with him because he was afraid that you would be hurt. Why do you have to ask about this now? Yishu said. Obviously, he could see that Qin Feiyang was in a difficult position. The mysterious madam took a deep look at Yishu, then turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, pretend I didn't ask. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, actually, even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to enter because the entrance to the ancient realm is on the first level. The entrance the first. The mysterious madam was dumbfounded. Then a bitter smile appeared on her face. Indeed. Even if she know the entrance. Because she couldn't enter the ancient realm. The monkey-faced old man walked in front of Qin Feiyang and cupped his hands. Brother Qin, I'm really sorry about before. Yes. Because of our moment of confusion, we almost caused a disaster. I hope Brother Qin can forgive us. The former deputy pavilion master and the hook-nosed old man were also apologetic. Wang Su's expression was extremely complicated. Seniors, you're too polite. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. He was not an unreasonable person. These people were all kept in the dark and used by the chief tower master. Now that the truth was out and the misunderstanding was cleared, how could he bear a grudge? However, there was one person that he must not let go. He looked at Wang Yuanshan. At the same time, Cui Li also looked at Wang Yuanshan, his eyes flashing with shocking murderous intent. Wang Yuanshan saw that the situation was not good and immediately hid behind Wang Su, his face full of fear. What's wrong, Feiyang? The mysterious madam looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. The monkey-faced old man and the others also noticed that the atmosphere was not right. Wang Su frowned. Qin Feiyang is my biological father and you, Er's great-grandfather. You? But before Wang Su could finish, Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. I know all this. Seeing Qin Feiyang's gaze becoming more and more terrifying, Wang Su's heart skipped a beat. He turned to Wang Yuanshan and asked anxiously, Father, did you do something to him? Wang Yuanshan stammered. You don't dare to say it? All right, I'll say it for you. Cui Li gritted his teeth and looked at everyone. Wang Yuanshan and I are old friends. I even risked my life to save him and Wang Yu in the Black Tortoise world. But what about him? He betrayed me and caused the deaths of everyone in Seven Fiend City, including my brothers. Betrayed? The mysterious madam and Yishu were bewildered. Wang Su said in a low voice, Father, what's going on? This is not my fault. Even if it was the giant python and the fire dragon, I didn't want this to happen. Wang Yuanshan shook his head. You didn't want this to happen either? What a joke. If you had done as I said, you and Wang Yu would definitely have been able to escape Seven Fiend City and the people in Seven Fiend City would have been fine. But what did you do? Not only did you not know how to be grateful, you even sent us to our deaths. Wang Yuanshan, you are really ruthless. Millions of people in Seven Fiend City died because of your selfishness and ambition. Cui Li roared. No. Wang Yuanshan shook his head. No. You think I don't know the reason why you betrayed me? Isn't it because you want to curry favor with the giant python and the fire dragon and make them your backing? Cui Li said angrily. Wang Su looked at Wang Yuanshan in disappointment and asked, Father, is what he said true? Su, I. Wang Yuanshan's face was filled with panic. What Cui Li said is true. And that's not all. Qin Feiyang said. What else? Mysterious madam and the rest were bewildered. Zhao Tailai said, and Wang Yu. If not for young master's help, Wang Yu would have been killed by him. Wang Su roared, Father, what are you thinking? You have really disappointed me. Wang Yuanshan was extremely terrified and knelt on the ground. He looked at Cui Li and said, Brother Cui, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. If I forgive you now, will I still be able to face those souls who died unjustly? Will I still be able to face my brothers who died tragically? Chui Li said angrily, his face filled with sorrow. Wang Yuanshan's gaze trembled as he looked at Wang Su for help. Wang Su sighed and turned to look at Chui Li. He bowed and said, "Brother Chui, I'm willing to bear the sins of father." Chui Li said, "I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it." Wang Su went silent. So many people had died tragically. Such a monstrous sin was indeed something he could not bear. But, as long as he could save his father, no matter what he had to do, he would not complain. He looked at Chui Li, looked at Qin Feiyang, and finally looked at Wang Yuanshan. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth, took out a calamity spirit pill, and threw it into his mouth without hesitation. Supa. Wang Su. The monkey-faced old man and the others changed color. The mysterious lady immediately stepped forward and slapped Wang Su's back. Off. Immediately. The calamity spirit pill was accompanied by a mouthful of old blood. Wang Su roared, "Young miss, don't stop me. I want to atone for father's sins." "Shut up." The mysterious lady snorted and said, "This is Wang Yuanshan's sin. Although you are his son, you should not bear it." Wang Su said, "Young miss, it wasn't easy for me to reunite with father. How can I just watch him die in front of me? A son must pay his father's debts. I am willing to pay his debts." The mysterious lady raised her eyebrows and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. "I can turn a blind eye to other things but not this. Chui Li is not only my subordinate, but also my family. His grudge is also my grudge." Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. "Feiyang Su and the others don't know the situation in the Black Tortoise world, but you do. The giant python is the guardian of the miracle, and the fire dragon is a terrifying divine beast. It is pardonable for me to curry favor with them and curry favor with them. I admit that doing so is indeed selfish, but it is also to protect you." Wang Yuanshan looked at Qin Feiyang and exclaimed. Qin Feiyang said, "Chui Li is also protecting you." "I know. But in that situation, no one would believe that Chui Li could help us escape," Wang Yuanshan said. "Sigh. Even now you are still twisting words and forcing logic. It is really hard not to kill you." Qin Feiyang sighed. Using the walk-word technique, he instantly appeared behind Wang Yuanshan. Wang Su roared, "Qin Feiyang, you dare." Qin Feiyang snorted. He raised his hand and slapped the top of Wang Yuanshan's head. Crack. Wang Yuanshan's head exploded like a watermelon, and his soul was immediately annihilated. "Father, Qin Feiyang, I will not rest until you are dead." Wang Su roared in grief, his hair stood on end as he madly pounced at Qin Feiyang. The mysterious lady grabbed Wang Su's arm and shouted, "Wang Su, enough is enough." "Young miss, let go of me," Wang Su roared. The mysterious lady frowned. She raised her hand and slammed it on the back of Wang Su's head. With a bang, Wang Su fainted. Wang Yuanshan's body also fell to the ground. "Brothers of Seven Demons City, young master has avenged you. You can rest in peace now." Chui Li looked at Wang Yuanshan's body and muttered to himself. 2 drops of tears flowed from the corner of his eyes. He then walked to Qin Feiyang and bowed. "Young master, thank you." He knew that Qin Feiyang did not care about Wang Su and killed Wang Yuanshan in front of everyone because of him. He also knew. Once he killed Wang Yuanshan, the grudge between Qin Feiyang and Wang Su would never be resolved. In fact, he had already decided to give up on revenge. It was not that he was magnanimous and forgave Wang Yuanshan. It was because he did not want to make things difficult for Qin Feiyang. After all, Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuer's relationship was not ordinary. And Wang Yuanshan was Wang Yuer's great-grandfather. These layers of relationships would make it difficult for Qin Feiyang to get along with Wang Yuer's family in the future. But Qin Feiyang did not hesitate and killed Wang Yuanshan on the spot. How could he not be moved? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. "You are my subordinate. It is only right for me to avenge you. Alright, now that you have avenged, go and cultivate. Junior Leopard has already broken through to the War God realm. You have to speed up and not let me down." "Yes." Chui Li nodded. Chapter 1761. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feiyang sent Chui Li to the castle. With enough soul stones, Chui Li believed that it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the War God realm. Next, Qin Feiyang also sent the 6 elders, Li Jian and Yu Huang, to the castle, leaving only the Golden Leopard and Tang Hai outside. The mysterious lady looked at the monkey-faced old man and the others. "You guys should also go to the spatial artifact to heal your wounds. Also, bring Wang Yuanshan's body with you. After all, he is a person of our forgotten continent, we should let him return to his roots." "Yes." The few of them nodded respectfully. The monkey-faced old man walked forward, carrying the unconscious Wang Su in one hand and Wang Yuanshan's body in the other. The mysterious lady waved her hand and the group disappeared. Yi Shu glanced at Qin Feiyang and said in an annoyed tone, "Brat, you've killed him, you should be able to vent your anger now." Qin Feiyang said, "If it weren't for you, pleading for him, I would have killed him back in the Black Tortoise world. To tell you the truth, which one of us doesn't have blood on our hands? This time it's you. If it were anyone else, I definitely wouldn't have allowed them to harm my tower's people." The mysterious lady said, "Great-grandmother, don't compare me to you. Although I've killed many people, most of them deserve to die." Qin Feiyang chuckled. The mysterious lady raised her eyebrows and said angrily, "Why do you sound like I'm the same type of person as Wang Yuanshan? Although not the same type, it's not that far off." Qin Feiyang snickered. "Are you looking for a beating?" The mysterious lady's face darkened and she raised her hand to knock Qin Feiyang's head. Qin Feiyang quickly dodged. The mysterious lady shook her head with a smile. "Jokes aside, there are some things you should think about first." "Think about what?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Wang Su, Wang Yuer's parents, you killed Wang Yuanshan, they definitely won't forgive you easily. And young Master Hao. Although that child is older than you, he hasn't experienced as much as you have. I'm afraid that the matter of the head pagoda master will be quite a blow to him. To be honest, I don't even know how to tell him." The mysterious lady sighed. Qin Feiyang said, "Young Master Hao is the pagoda master's son. Leaving him alive will only lead to endless troubles in the future. We might as well just kill him." The mysterious lady was stunned. She looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile and asked, "Are you speaking from your heart?" Qin Feiyang said, "Isn't that what you think?" According to his great-grandmother's personality, she definitely wouldn't leave a disaster like young Master Hao alive. The mysterious madam rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang and sighed, "I have indeed thought of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. However, his father is my junior martial brother after all. He can also be considered as my nephew. Moreover, his father only has one son. I can't bear to kill him." "Ayaya, when did great-grandmother become so kind?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. A row of black lines appeared on the mysterious lady's forehead. She said angrily, "Boy, are you really itching for a beating? Great-grandmother, please spare me." Qin Feiyang hurriedly retreated. Seeing Qin Feiyang and the mysterious lady quarreling without any estrangement, Yi Shu felt happy for the mysterious lady from the bottom of her heart. "Stop fooling around. You go and tell young Master Hao about this." The mysterious lady looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Meh." Qin Feiyang frowned. "Yes. If he can accept it and swears to cut off all ties with the head pagoda master, I will treat him as family." The mysterious lady said. "What if he can't accept it?" Qin Feiyang asked. "You should know what to do." The mysterious lady said. Qin Feiyang sighed. "You're asking me to be the bad guy. Why? You're not willing to do such a small thing?" The mysterious lady said angrily. "How can I not be willing? You're my great-grandmother. What if you beat me up? I can't fight back." Qin Feiyang chuckled. The mysterious lady shook her head and laughed. "What's next? Do we continue to train on the second floor or go back?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and shook his head. "We've been training for so long. Let's go back." Yi Shu said, "I think we should train for a while longer." "What?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "You should know that once we leave the divine site, we won't only have to face Mu Tianyang, but also the Demon Lord and Mu Tianjun. Those three people were all people who could stand shoulder to shoulder with your ancestor. The Demon Lord is a heaven-defying existence. Back then your ancestor, Mu Tianyang, and Mu Tianjun worked together to deal with him. If the three of them work together, we'll be in a very bad situation. That's why I suggest we wait until you become a war god before we leave," Yi Shu said in a deep voice. The mysterious lady said, "Yi Shu's consideration is not without reason." Qin Feiyang nodded. "If the Demon Lord and Mu Tianyang fought separately, it wouldn't be a problem. But if the two sides work together, it would indeed be a problem." The mysterious madam said, "Only you can break this balance because you have a heaven-defying deity technique, and the godly dragon technique that has just transformed into a perfect deity technique. When you break through to war god, you should be able to fight the demon ancestor." "A perfect divine technique?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He waved his hand and a stone door appeared. Following that, a divine statue, a divine dragon, and a divine seal also appeared one after another. Ever since the dragon god technique evolved, he hadn't carefully looked at it. His eyes were filled with curiosity. "These are the forms of the dragon god technique's 4 forms. Only a perfect divine technique can condense a form, the mysterious lady said. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. When everyone was discussing these things, Qin Feiyang was still in an ethereal state, so he didn't hear it. Yi Shu said, "Kid, have your other divine techniques condensed a form?" "No. If we calculate according to the Dragon God techniques level, the evolved Fire Phoenix technique should be a high-tier divine technique. Eclipse Moon and the twice-evolved Return to Ruin technique are both mid-tier divine techniques. As for the newly evolved Guiyuan Sword technique, there's no doubt that it's a low-tier divine technique," Qin Feiyang said. "What about the 3,000 incarnations?" Yi Shu asked. Qin Feiyang said, "I can't describe the 3,000 incarnations, but it should be a divine technique. The 3,000 incarnations are indeed different from other divine techniques. According to my observation, it should be a supportive divine technique," the mysterious lady said. Qin Feiyang nodded. "What about your 6-word divine technique?" Yi Shu asked again. "I've only mastered 4 of the 6-word divine techniques, and they haven't condensed a form yet. But they're undoubtedly divine techniques," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The mysterious lady said, "Actually, according to your ancestor, there's a higher level above the perfect divine technique." "Higher?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Yes. But he only mentioned it in passing and didn't go into detail," the mysterious lady said. "Higher? There's a higher level divine technique? There's a higher level of cultivation. Then what's the level above War God?" Qin Feiyang murmured. "And where exactly was the end point of cultivation? Or was it that there was no end to the path of cultivation?" There were too many questions that he couldn't figure out. Whoosh! Suddenly, a terrifying divine might descended from the sky. "Who's there?" The mysterious lady and Yi Shu's expressions changed. They quickly looked up and saw a 10-meter-long fire python floating in the sky. Its aura was oppressive. "Don't be nervous." Qin Feiyang quickly comforted the two. "You know each other?" The mysterious lady and Yi Shu were stunned and asked. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the fire python with a smile. "Brother Fire, let me introduce you. This is my great-grandmother." "Great-grandmother, she's the current guardian of the divine ruins." "Guardian?" The mysterious lady and Yi Shu looked at each other in disbelief. How could this kid be brothers with the guardian? When they came back to their senses, the two quickly cupped their hands and said, "Greetings, Lord Guardian." "No need to be so polite." The fire python smiled and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Brother Qin, come up and talk." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and turned to the mysterious lady and Tang Hai, saying, "Wait for me here." They nodded. Qin Feiyang flew up and landed in front of the fire python. He whispered, "Brother Fire, how's my cousin?" The fire python replied, "I didn't see him. I heard from the beast god that he was taken away by the ice dragon." "Taken away?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked anxiously, "Where?" "I'm not sure. But according to the beast god, the ice dragon seems to have taken a liking to his talent and wants to take him as a disciple," the fire python said. "This?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "The ice dragon wants to take his cousin as a disciple? If that was the case, wouldn't it be a great fortune? If the ice dragon really has such intentions, it's indeed a great fortune for your cousin." The fire python smiled. Qin Feiyang sighed, "Even so, you and I don't know if that's the case." "That's what I'm thinking too. But it's useless to think about it," the fire python said. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, "Then do you know the relationship between the ice dragon and the small beast?" "Friends. But the beast god is much stronger than the ice dragon," the fire python said. "What? Stronger than the ice dragon?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. "Yes. The beast god himself said that the ice dragon is just a little worm in its eyes, and it can destroy it with a wave of its claws," the fire python said. Qin Feiyang sucked in a breath of cold air. The ice dragon is an existence that can even suppress a heaven-defying artifact, but it can destroy it with just a wave of its claws. How terrifying is the small beast's strength? The fire python said, "I'll help you inquire about your cousin's situation if there's a chance. Now let's talk about the fire dragon first." "Then I'll thank you in advance." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and thanked, then asked suspiciously, "What happened to the fire dragon?" The fire python said gloomily, "I haven't found the whereabouts of the fire dragon, and I'm not satisfied." Qin Feiyang frowned. "Why didn't the small beast tell you?" "How would I know? These days I've been thinking, is the beast god deliberately shielding it? Otherwise, why didn't it give the fire dragon to me?" The fire python said angrily. Qin Feiyang sighed, Even if it's shielding the fire dragon, you don't dare to do anything. Yes. It's the master of the miracle. My life and death are in its hands. What can I do? So Brother Qin, I want to ask you. The fire python said. Chapter 1762. Qin Feiyang said, please tell me, Brother Fire. As long as it's within my power, I'll do my best. The fire python regarded him as a friend and confidant. Of course he wouldn't let the fire python down. I know that after you leave the divine ruin you'll definitely come back. When you enter the 3rd level you must find the fire dragon and help me get rid of it. The fire python said with a murderous aura. At that time, if I can come out of the 3rd floor alive, I promise to bring its head to you. Qin Feiyang said. Thank you. The fire python smiled gratefully. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, but the problem now is that when we leave, the divine ruin will close. How will I come in? You don't have to worry about this. I already know how to come in. The fire python said. Really? Qin Feiyang was delighted. Yes. When I first became a guardian, there were many things that I didn't understand. But after this period of research and listening to Lord Beast God's explanation, I basically know the divine ruin like the back of my hand. One of them is the way to enter the divine ruin. According to what I know, in a place called the Sea of Reincarnation, there is an altar that allows one to enter the divine ruins. And this altar doesn't need the 10 types of alchemy fire. It can be opened at any time. The fire python said. The reincarnation sea? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said in surprise, are you sure it's the reincarnation sea? You know about the reincarnation sea? The fire python looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. If the reincarnation sea you're talking about is the same as the reincarnation sea I know, then this reincarnation sea is in my territory. Qin Feiyang said. The fire python said happily, then you must be very familiar with the reincarnation sea. To tell you the truth, I've only been there once and I didn't go deep. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. In that case, the fire python pondered for a moment and shook its head, then we can only wait for you to go out and slowly look for it. The reincarnation sea is boundless. If you don't have clear coordinates or some landmark, finding an altar is more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Qin Feiyang sighed. The fire python said, I don't know the location of this altar, but I heard Lord Beast God say that it's somewhere in the deep sea. See? Somewhere. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Qin Feiyang. The fire python said, I also want to help you, but this is all I know. You can only rely on yourself to find the rest. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, have you been to the ancient realm? After I brought you to the 2nd level, I made a trip to the ancient realm. According to my emperor, the reincarnation earthed it. Furthermore, I also discovered that the living creatures living in the ancient realm seem to have something similar to the demon imprint on their bodies. The fire python said. Demon mark? Qin Feiyang was shocked. It's not the demon mark, it's just similar. And this kind of mark is not like the demon mark on the skin of the chest, but on the soul of the living. The fire python said. Imprint on the soul. Qin Feiyang was shocked and said, doesn't this mean that this mark can no longer be erased? I'm not sure about that. But the nature of this mark is extremely similar to the demon mark. With this mark, the living beings inside are unable to leave the ancient realm. If they forcefully leave, they will immediately suffer the backlash of the mark and be destroyed. The fire python said. Immediately suffer the backlash? This is even more terrifying than the demon mark. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Although those who were entangled by the demon mark were unable to break free from the shackles of the Black Tortoise realm, they could still stay outside for 3 months. In other words, after 3 months they would suffer the backlash of the demon mark. That's right. In this aspect, it's indeed more terrifying than the demon mark. Originally, I also wanted to understand more, but I was suddenly pulled out by Lord Beast God's great power. The fire python shook its head regretfully. You were pulled out? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. It gives me the feeling that Lord Beast God doesn't want me to interfere with the matters of the ancient realm. The fire python said with a trace of suspicion between its brows. Qin Feiyang said, then it seems that the ancient realm must be hiding some secrets. The fire python nodded. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and asked, Brother Fire, can you send me to the ancient realm again? Go to the ancient realm now. The fire python was stunned and asked suspiciously, you're not going back? Qin Feiyang said, of course I'm going back, but before I go back, I want to go to the ancient realm to get some soul stones. Are you talking about this kind of crystal? The fire python took out a gray crystal. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up and he nodded, yes, that's it. This thing has the ability to condense divine sense, and its effect is better than the spirit congealing pill. I know that. But according to my observation, this kind of crystal is very rare even in the ancient realm. The fire python said. I know. But now my matter is basically settled, I can slowly look for it. Qin Feiyang said. One soul stone could condense 100 strands of divine sense. In other words, as long as he gathered 1,000 soul stones, he could step into the war god realm in a very short time. At that time he would have nothing to fear when fighting against the demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang. The fire python pondered for a moment, gritted its teeth and nodded, all right, I'll send you again, but you only have 3 days. How can 3 days be enough? Qin Feiyang frowned. Only 3 days. Before I came to find you, the beast god left the miracle and said that he would return in 3 days. So, you must find enough soul stones within these 3 days and leave the ancient realm. Otherwise, when it returns and finds out that you've entered the ancient realm again, it will definitely think that I'm secretly helping you again. At that time, the beast god will be angry, and I'm afraid that I won't be able to keep my position as the guardian. The fire python said. Qin Feiyang was surprised. The small beast left the miracle? Yes. The beast god doesn't always stay in the miracle. The fire python said. Then where did he go? Qin Feiyang asked curiously. How would I know? The fire python couldn't help but roll its eyes at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and nodded, all right, 3 days it is. The fire python helped him so much, if he implicated the fire python he would feel uneasy. The fire python said, then there's no time to lose, quickly go and make the arrangements. Qin Feiyang looked down at the mysterious madam, and then in a flash, he landed beside the golden divine leopard. Zhao Tailai asked curiously, young master, what were you talking about up there? Nothing. Qin Feiyang shook his head and turned to the mysterious madam and Yishu, smiling, I have something to do at the last minute, and I have to deal with it with the fire python. Why don't you go to the vacuum zone between the second and first level and wait for me? The mysterious madam asked with concern, what is it? Do you need help? It's nothing. Qin Feiyang smiled and turned his head to look at Tang Hai and Zhao Tailai. He warned them, you two follow great-grandmother. You must protect her well. Take Shuesong with you as well just in case. Yes. The two replied respectfully. Qin Feiyang said again, Junior Leopard, you follow me. Roger. The golden divine leopard shouted. Be careful. Qin Feiyang reminded Tang Hai and Zhao Tailai again, and then led the golden divine leopard into the air. But suddenly, he stopped again. What's wrong? The golden divine leopard looked at him suspiciously. I seem to have forgotten something? Qin Feiyang muttered. What is it? The golden divine leopard was surprised. I can't remember at the moment. Qin Feiyang took a step forward. He lowered his head and pondered while walking towards the fire python. Suddenly, his gaze trembled. Yan Wei. That's right. It's Yan Wei. Ever since the battle broke out, he had not seen Yan Wei. He glanced around and then looked at Tang Hai and the other man. He whispered, have you seen Yan Wei? Yan Wei? The two were stunned. After thinking carefully for a moment, Zhao Tailai whispered, I think I saw him being sent into the space divine item by Zhuge Mingyang when the battle broke out. Yes. There's also Zhuge Mingyang's space divine item. Qin Feiyang's body trembled. Yan Wei and Zhuge Mingyang's space divine items were what he had overlooked. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, Junior Leopard, quickly search with your divine thoughts and see if Zhuge Mingyang's space divine item is still there. The golden divine leopard immediately released his divine thoughts. Yi Shu and the mysterious lady also released their divine thoughts and started a carpet search. No. A moment later, the golden divine leopard shook his head. Yi Shu said, could it be that Zhuge Mingyang's space divine item has been shattered together with Zhuge Mingyang? No. Zhuge Mingyang's space divine item can't even be shattered by the power of rules of the miracle, let alone Big Cousin. The space divine item must still be there. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then why can't we find his space divine item? Everyone was suspicious. Qin Feiyang's brows were tightly knitted. First of all, he could be sure that Yan Wei's life was not in danger, because Lu Jiejin's strength was unable to break through the defense of the space divine item. But the problem was, why did Zhuge Mingyang's space divine item disappear? Wait a minute. Suddenly, he thought of the space divine item that saved the state preceptor and Emperor Hong and kidnapped Zhao Tailai. Could it be that that was Zhuge Mingyang's space divine item? But that wasn't right either. Zhuge Mingyang was dead and no one could control that space divine item. Could it be Zhuge Mingyang was actually not dead? Boom. Thinking of this, it was as if Qin Feiyang was suddenly enlightened and came to a realization. That's right. Zhuge Mingyang was definitely not dead. At that time, the person who saved the state preceptor and Emperor Hong and kidnapped Zhao Tailai was definitely him. But Zhuge Mingyang's death was obvious to everyone. Now that they suddenly found out that he was not dead, it was really hard to accept. What the hell is going on? Brother Qin, are you still going or not? At this time, the fire python's urging voice sounded. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and nodded. I'm going. The fire python said, then hurry up, time is of the essence. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Zhao Tailai and the other three. Zhuge Mingyang is most likely not dead yet, you must be careful on your way back. What? Not dead? How is that possible? The four of them were tongue-tied. I also hope that he is dead, but some things are hard to predict. In short, you guys should be careful. Qin Feiyang warned, and then rushed to the front of the fire python with the golden leopard. The fire python immediately brought them away and disappeared without a trace. Genius remembered the address of this site in a second. Mobile version of reading website. M. Chapter 1763. Zhuge Mingyang isn't dead, that shouldn't be. He was burned to ashes by Lu Jijin's fire phoenix power. We saw it with our own eyes. Yishu looked at the mysterious lady and Tang Hai and frowned. The mysterious lady also frowned. This matter was indeed unacceptable. However, this was said by Qin Feiyang, so it shouldn't be false. It seems that we have to be careful. The mysterious lady murmured, looked at Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai and said, you should know what Qin Feiyang and the fire python are doing. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai looked at each other and shook their heads. To be honest, we don't know what the young master is doing this time. Really? The mysterious lady looked doubtful. Absolutely. Zhao Tailai smiled helplessly. The first floor of the divine site. In the sky above a desolate mountain range, Qin Feiyang, the fire python, and the golden divine leopard appeared out of thin air. The golden divine leopard glanced below and smiled. You came to the first floor just like that. It's great to follow the guardian. The fire python was taken aback and said in amusement, are you flattering this emperor? Yes, we'll be family in the future. Please take care of me, guardian. The golden divine leopard smiled flatteringly. The fire python's mouth twitched, and divine power surged out toward the mountain range below. Boom. The originally empty void suddenly trembled, and an ancient stone door appeared. The fire python looked at the stone door, then turned to Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, Brother Qin, remember you only have 3 days. Also, the last time I went in, I found an old man lurking at the entrance of the ancient world. This person's purpose is unknown, and his cultivation is not ordinary. You have to be careful of him. The fire python warned again. Old man? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, what does he look like? White-haired, wearing black linen clothes, holding a walking stick in his hand, and his cultivation is higher than mine. He's a war god of small success. The fire python said. White-haired, linen clothes, walking stick, low success stage war god, Qin Feiyang murmured. Suddenly, he looked at the golden divine leopard and exclaimed, it can't be him, right? The golden divine leopard thought for a moment and said, according to the Lord Guardian's description, it should be him. Oh, the fire python asked. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. It's a long story. I'll tell you about it when I have time. All right. The fire python nodded. Qin Feiyang jumped up and landed on the back of the golden leopard. Then the golden leopard carried Qin Feiyang and entered the stone door without looking back. Very soon, a man and a beast appeared in the ancient realm once again. It was exactly the same as the last time he was here. The dilapidated square, the dilapidated stone gate, the ground riddled with holes, the murky sky, and the decaying aura that permeated the air made people feel extremely depressed. At the same time, several hundred li away, there was a low bare hill. At the top of the mountain, a white-haired old man in black clothes was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. This aura? It seems to be Qin Feiyang. As soon as Qin Feiyang appeared, the old man's eyebrows immediately crept up with a hint of surprise. He then opened his eyes and looked towards the entrance. When he saw Qin Feiyang and the golden divine leopard standing in the square, the old man's eyes suddenly had a trace of joy. It was really him. The old man immediately got up and flew towards Qin Feiyang and the golden divine leopard. The golden divine leopard raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Young master, there's a human aura approaching us." When Qin Feiyang heard this, he immediately became vigilant and scanned his surroundings. It's really him. When he saw the old man, Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and smiled. That's right. That old man was Guizhixiong's second uncle, Guoda. What is he doing here? Is he waiting for us? But that's not right. He didn't know that we would come in now. How could he be waiting for us? The golden divine leopard was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, perhaps he and Guizhixiong guessed that we would come to the ancient world again sooner or later. That's why they have been waiting here. The golden divine leopard was stunned and laughed slyly. It seems like Guizhixiong is quite concerned about your son-in-law. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Feiyang glared at it fiercely and snorted coldly. Concerned? I think he's a little too concerned. Too concerned? What do you mean? The golden divine leopard looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Even though the Guo family and our ancestor had a marriage agreement, so many years have passed. No matter how good their relationship was, it would have gradually faded. Furthermore, we don't know if our ancestor is dead or alive now. The Guo family is much more powerful than us. Do you think that they would still care about a marriage agreement? If you were in their shoes, would you care? Qin Feiyang said. The golden divine leopard was shocked. You mean that the Guo family shouldn't have any ulterior motives? I don't know if they have any ulterior motives. But I'm sure that it's not that simple. Qin Feiyang said. The golden divine leopard said, could it be that you're too suspicious and Guizhixiong is actually a very loyal person? If that's the case, that's naturally for the best. But before we figure out Guizhixiong's character, we can't let our guard down. Qin Feiyang said. That's true. The golden divine leopard nodded. Guoda was a lower success god of war. Guizhixiong was a Deshang god of war. One could imagine how terrifying the Guo clan's strength was. If the Guo family really had ulterior motives and they were not careful, the consequences would be unimaginable. Swoosh. Guoda teleported over and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. He chuckled and said, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. He cupped his hands and said, Junior Qin Feiyang greets Elder Guo. Guoda chuckled and said, we'll be a family soon. There's no need to be so polite. A family? Qin Feiyang was speechless. They weren't even together yet. But on the surface he smiled and asked, Elder Guo, where's Uncle Guizhixiong? Guoda smiled and said, he's busy with the family affairs. When you left the ancient world, your Uncle Guo had already returned. But before he left, he told me to pick you up and escort you safely to the family. Escort me to the family? Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Guoda said, there's no time to lose. Let's go back now. This? Qin Feiyang looked a little troubled. What's wrong? Guoda looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang jumped down from the back of the golden leopard and said, Elder Guo, to be honest, I didn't come to the ancient world to visit the Guo family. Then what? Guoda was startled and asked in confusion. Soul stones. This junior has come here to look for soul stones. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered slightly as he said calmly. Since the Guo family cared so much about him, why didn't he take the opportunity to ask for more soul stones? He believed that with the Guo family's strength, it wouldn't be difficult to find 1,000 soul stones. Similarly, he could also test the Guo family at the same time. Look for soul stones? Guoda was startled and said with a frown, didn't I already give you a lot last time? Elder, you don't know, but the situation outside is very unfavorable for me. Strong enemies from all sides are ready to strike. I must reach the divine battle realm as soon as possible to survive this tribulation. Qin Feiyang sighed and said worriedly. I see. Guoda came to a sudden realization. He pondered for a moment and said, although the soul stone can allow you to become a war god in a short period of time, I told you last time that the soul stone is extremely precious even in our Gu realm. I know. But now this is the only way. Even if it's not easy to find, you have to try your best. Qin Feiyang said. Guoda frowned and lowered his head in silence. The golden leopard said, we've already said it so clearly, but he still doesn't understand what we mean. His eyesight is too bad. How can someone of his age and cultivation not understand what we mean? Maybe the Guo family doesn't have many soul stones left. Qin Feiyang thought. After a while, Guoda looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked, how many more soul stones do you need? 1,000. Qin Feiyang said. What? 1,000? Guoda was petrified. Looking at his reaction, 1,000 soul stones seems to be beyond the scope of what the Guo family can bear. The golden leopard said. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded without leaving a trace. You're asking for too much. I'm afraid that even if you search a few million miles, you won't be able to gather that many. Guo came back to his senses and shook his head. Really? The golden leopard asked. Really? Guo nodded. Then what should we do? The golden leopard was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing around anxiously. Guo's eyes flashed and said, I have a suggestion, but I don't know if you want to hear it. What suggestion? Qin Feiyang asked. Guo said, From now on, you can stay in the ancient world and don't bother about the outside world. This. Qin Feiyang and the golden leopard looked at each other. Man walks to the top, water flows to the bottom. The resources and environment in the ancient world are better than outside. I can guarantee that you'll have a better future if you stay here. Guo said. Environment? The golden divine leopard looked around and frowned. Let's not talk about the resources for now, but this environment seems to be much worse than the outside world. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's because you haven't understood the ancient world. What you see now is just the tip of the iceberg. Guo smiled. What? Just the tip of the iceberg? Qin Feiyang and the golden leopard were in disbelief. Guo looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Just do as I say. Stay in the ancient world, marry Xiaoqi, carry on the family line and love each other for the rest of your life. How blissful, how perfect. Xiaoqi? Qin Feiyang was doubtful. Guo said, Xiaoqi is my grandniece and also your fiancée. Her full name is Guo. She has been smart since she was young and her talent is far beyond ordinary people. She can be said to be a perfect match for you. Perfect match? Qin Feiyang's face twitched. He hadn't even met Guo yet and he didn't even know what she looked like. It was too exaggerated to say that they were a perfect match. Please remember the domain name of this book. Literature Library Mobile Version Website. Chapter 1764. Let's go. Guo pulled Qin Feiyang and soared into the air. Old senior, wait a moment. Qin Feiyang hurriedly broke free. Guo frowned and said, It's just some mundane matters. Why are you thinking so much? There was a hint of anger and impatience in the depths of his old eyes. Young master, what should we do now? This old man is clearly trying to force you to stay here. The golden divine leopard thought to himself. Don't worry, I have a way. Qin Feiyang sent a voice transmission and looked at Guo with a sigh. I'm indeed very tempted by what you've said, old senior. Then what are you hesitating for? Guo was puzzled. Let me finish first. I don't know whether my mother is dead or alive. My father's attitude towards me is also like that of a stranger. Furthermore, the Great Qin Empire is currently in an abyss of suffering. The Great Qin Empire is the empire left behind by my ancestor and is his life's work. As a descendant of the Qin clan and the only successor of my ancestor, how can I not care? Qin Feiyang said. This. Guo raised his brows. Of course, I want to live a peaceful life. However, as a man, I have to shoulder these responsibilities. I'm sure you don't want Xiaoqi to marry a cowardly and incompetent person, right? Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Guo remained silent and his eyes flickered. The golden divine leopard sent a voice transmission. What's the point of saying all this? Don't worry, I haven't used my ultimate move yet. Qin Feiyang chuckled in his heart. What ultimate move? The golden divine leopard was curious. You'll know soon. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he looked at Guo and said, Furthermore, I've only been here for 3 days. 3 days? Guo was stunned and asked suspiciously, What do you mean? When I entered the ancient world, I accidentally bumped into the guardian of the divine ruins. Junior has tried every possible way to persuade it. That's the answer. Give Junior 3 days. If we don't return within 3 days, it will personally enter the ancient realm and obliterate us. Qin Feiyang said. As expected, it's an ultimate move. The golden leopard laughed sinisterly. Guardian of the miracle. Guo frowned. Something's not right. Suddenly, Guo's eyes flashed as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Little guy, you're lying. How could this be? Qin Feiyang said hurriedly. However, he was extremely shocked. How did this old man know that he was lying? This old man remembers that the ancient world is on the first level of the divine site. On the other hand, there's a restriction on the first level of the divine ruins. Those above the semi-divinity realm aren't allowed to enter. You and this leopard, one is a false god and the other is an early-stage war god. But you were able to enter the first level and find the entrance to the ancient realm. There is only one explanation for this. The guardians of the divine remnants helped you enter the ancient realm. Wuxia said. The golden leopard secretly said, damn, he actually knows so much about the divine remnants? What's the use of knowing? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Don't panic. Qin Feiyang sneered inwardly as he looked at Wuxia. Old senior's words are correct. However, Junior was fortunate enough to obtain a small world called the Black Tortoise World on the first floor. This small world is capable of blocking the power of the miracles. Black Tortoise Realm. Wuxia's eyes trembled. Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted as he asked, Old Senior also knows about the Black Tortoise Realm? I've heard of it. Wuxia lowered his head, a ray of light flashing in the depths of his eyes. After a long time, he raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, Is the Black Tortoise Realm really on you? Qin Feiyang nodded. Wuxia said, Can you bring this old man to take a look? Qin Feiyang was a little hesitant. Wuxia said unhappily, We're about to become a family, are you still worried about this old man? There's no such thing. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and smiled, If old senior wants to go, then go, it's nothing. Finished? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought Wuxia and the golden leopard to the sky above the undead mountain range. Wuxia immediately looked around, his eyes filled with surprise. Then, he released his spirit sense again, covering the sky and earth in all directions. Everything entered his eyes. He was extremely shocked. It was actually so big. And there were so many living beings. After a long time, Wuxia retracted his spirit sense and looked at Qin Feiyang. Is this really an independent small world? Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the rule force appeared out of thin air, surging from all directions. Feeling the terrifying pressure brought about by the rule force, Wuxia clenched his fists and greed filled the depths of his eyes. But soon, that greed faded away. Wuxia nodded his head and laughed. Not bad, not bad, this is indeed an independent small world. Qin Feiyang laughed, and then brought Wuxia and the golden leopard away from the Black Tortoise Realm. He cupped his hands and said, Senior, time is of the essence, I won't chat with you any longer. With that, he jumped onto the back of the golden leopard and said, Hurry up and find the soul stone. All right. The golden leopard shouted, and then brought Qin Feiyang with it as fast as lightning. Wuxia turned around and looked at the backs of Qin Feiyang and the golden leopard, and laughed sinisterly. I really didn't expect that this kid would actually obtain an independent small world. The heavens are truly helping my Guo family. Then, he soared into the sky, and while chasing after Qin Feiyang, he shouted, Feiyang, wait a moment. Qin Feiyang was startled. He stopped the golden leopard and turned to look at Wuxia suspiciously. Wuxia flew in front of Qin Feiyang and shook his head. Feiyang, don't blame this old man for pouring cold water on you. Not to mention 3 days, even if it's 3 years, 30 years, you won't be able to find 1,000 soul stones. Then what should we do? Qin Feiyang asked in a panic. Don't worry. There must be a way. How about this, you go back with this old man now and discuss it with your Uncle Guo. Wuxia said. The golden leopard sent a sound transmission. Young master, if we go with him, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave. Qin Feiyang thought, I have the same feeling. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's just make a trip there. If they really have evil intentions, once we get enough soul stones, we'll enter the Black Tortoise Realm and leave immediately. The golden leopard sent a sound transmission. All right. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and was about to speak. Boom. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared at the stone door. Qin Feiyang, the golden leopard. Wuxia was shocked and quickly looked up, only to see a half-meter-long snake appear in front of the stone door. That's it? Wuxia was stunned. Qin Feiyang and the golden leopard looked at each other, but there was a trace of suspicion in their eyes. This small snake was none other than the fire python. What was the fire python doing here? Whoosh. Qin Feiyang quickly flew over and said respectfully, Greetings, Lord Guardian. Lord Guardian? Wuxia was stunned and turned to the golden leopard asking, It's the guardian of the divine ruins? Yes. The golden leopard nodded and said, You've seen it before? Yes. Last time after you left, it came here. At that time this old man was still puzzled. Why would a fire python enter the ancient world and a war god at that? So it's the guardian. Wuxia whispered. At the same time, the fire python also looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Lord Guardian? Qin Feiyang didn't usually call it that. It glanced at the golden leopard and when it saw Wuxia, it immediately understood. Qin Feiyang had run into trouble and was secretly asking for help from it. The fire python's eyes flashed and it looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Come with me immediately." "Lord, didn't you say you would give me 3 days? Why do we have to go out now?" Qin Feiyang said anxiously. The fire python said angrily, "Do what I tell you to do. Why are you asking so many questions?" This, Qin Feiyang frowned. What should we do now? The golden divine leopard was also at a loss of what to do. What else can we do? Although this guardian's strength is not much, we can't afford to offend him. You can only go with him. Guoda said angrily. The golden leopard said anxiously, "But we haven't found the soul stone yet. Our enemy this time is very powerful. If the young master can't break through to the war god realm, he will definitely die." "Die?" Guoda murmured. "No. I must not let Qin Feiyang die outside. Don't worry, this old man will think of a way." Guoda pondered for a moment, flew to Qin Feiyang's side, and cupped his hands to the fire python. "Guoda greets Lord." "What's the matter?" The fire python looked at him coldly. Guoda begged, "Lord, can you give us some time?" "For what?" The fire python raised its eyebrows. "I have something to give to Qin Feiyang, but I don't have it with me now, so I have to go back and get it." "But don't worry, Lord, it won't take too long, at most a day and a half," Guoda said. This, the fire python pretended to think, but secretly, it was asking Qin Feiyang. "Let him go." Qin Feiyang thought to himself. The fire python said impatiently, "All right, go quickly and come back quickly." "Thank you, Lord." Guoda cupped his hands and thanked him, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "You must wait for this old man here." "Okay." Qin Feiyang replied secretly. Whoosh. Then Guoda teleported and flew away like lightning. After Guoda disappeared, the golden leopard smiled and landed beside Qin Feiyang and the fire python, saying, "This old man must have gone back to get the soul stone." Qin Feiyang was also full of smiles. He gratefully looked at the fire python and said, "Brother Hua, you're truly a timely rain. You've helped me once again." "Yes. Although we are not afraid of them, if we really go to the Guo family with him, we will definitely be in some trouble," the golden leopard said. "I was worried that something would happen to you here, so I specially came to take a look. I didn't expect to run into them by accident." "But what is going on?" The fire python looked at them suspiciously. Qin Feiyang swept his gaze around. Since he had time right now, he began to explain the situation and the matter of the marriage contract in detail. "Qin Badian has been here?" The fire python was surprised to hear that. Qin Feiyang nodded. "Marriage contract? Qin Badian?" The fire python pondered for a while and said, "The Guo family sent someone to wait for you here, and they were too enthusiastic, so you suspect that the Guo family might have some ulterior motives towards you." "That's right," Qin Feiyang said. "Based on what you said, it is indeed a little unusual. It is not wrong to be careful." The fire python smiled. "Yes. You may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. Who knows what they are thinking? But this time, it is all thanks to Brother Fire that we were able to get a large number of soul stones without any effort. I'm really grateful," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "You don't have to be so polite with me." The fire python shook its head and said, "By the way, there is another situation that I forgot to tell you before. Please remember the domain name of this book. The mobile version of the literature website. Chapter 1765. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at the fire python in confusion and asked, "What's going on?" The fire python said, "It's about the altar in the reincarnation ocean." Qin Feiyang immediately became serious when he heard that it was about the altar. Although the altar can be activated anytime and anywhere without the 10 clusters of alchemy fire, it's not that easy to activate it. We need 10 war gods who are at least at the beginner stage to work together to barely revive the altar. The fire python said. "What?" Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. The golden leopard was also so shocked that it couldn't close its mouth. It needed 10 gods of war? And it had to be activated in front of them. That was too exaggerated. The fire python smiled and said, "After all, it's the passage to the divine sight. How can it be activated so easily?" "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded. "If anyone could activate the altar, wouldn't everyone be able to enter the divine sight?" The fire python added, "In addition, I have to remind you that you can't tell anyone about the altar except for the people you trust the most." "Don't worry, I know even without you," Qin Feiyang said. Time passed bit by bit. Unknowingly the sky darkened. The entire land gradually fell into deep darkness. Whoosh! Finally. Accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, Guoda streaked across the night sky and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. He took out a cosmos bag and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Protect yourself. Don't forget that Xiaoqi is still waiting for you here. Thank you, Senior. After dealing with the matters outside, if I'm still alive, I'll definitely come back to give Uncle Gua and Xiaoqi an explanation. Qin Feiyang said. I'm relieved to hear that. Guoda nodded and smiled. Then I'll take my leave. Qin Feiyang cupped his fists and said. Go. Guoda waved and smiled. Qin Feiyang turned to the fire python and said respectfully, Lord Guardian, let's go. Whoosh. Immediately. The fire python, Qin Feiyang, and the golden divine leopard entered the stone door one after another and quickly disappeared from Guoda's sight. After they left, Guoda's eyes suddenly turned cold. Whoosh. In the meantime, a figure broke through the air and landed beside Guoda. Looking at the stone door, a cold light flashed in his eyes. This person was none other than Guizixiong. Guoda said angrily, it's all because of this damned guardian. Of all times he appeared at the most crucial moment. Otherwise Qin Feiyang would already be in our clan. What's the use of being angry? It is the guardian of the divine trace. Although it cannot control our ancient realm, the great figures behind it are not people we can offend. Guizixiong said with a rather grim expression. Then tell me, is it worth it? Last time we gave him over 500 soul stones. Now we're giving him another 1,000. We've given him almost all of our savings over the years. Guoda said. It's worth it. As long as he comes to the ancient world again, as long as he marries Xiaoqi, everything will be worth it. Moreover, he has an independent small world. The value of this small world is not something the soul stones can compare to. Guizixiong smiled sinisterly. Guoda said, that's what I'm worried about. What if he doesn't come to the ancient world in the future? With Qin Badian as a clue, do you think he won't come? Guizixiong smiled coldly and said, Second uncle, you're already so old. Why don't you come back with me and send someone else to continue guarding here? No need. Moreover, I'm worried about the others. Guoda said. All right then. Thank you for your hard work. Guizixiong smiled and turned to leave. Guoda looked at Guizixiong's back and said, Zixiong, the soul stones are the lifeline of the Gua clan. Whether it's robbing or buying, we have to get some as soon as possible. Who would be willing to sell something as precious as a soul stone? We can only rob. Guizixiong's eyes flashed and he left without looking back. The first floor of the divine site. The golden divine leopard looked at Qin Feiyang anxiously and said, Young master, look, is it a soul stone? Is there a need to think? It must be. Qin Feiyang opened his Chengquan bag and took out a soul stone. He played with it in his hand with a smile on his face. When the fire python saw the soul stone, its eyes also lit up and asked, How many are there? Let me count. Qin Feiyang counted. A moment later, the smile on his face became brighter and brighter and he said, There are a total of 1,100. So many? They even gave me an extra 100. They're really generous. The golden divine leopard was dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, It can be seen that they value me very much, but it's not the other way around. Could it be that you're really thinking too much? The golden divine leopard frowned. I hope so. Qin Feiyang sighed and took out the extra 100 soul stones. He handed them to the fire python and said with a smile, Brother Hua, you've helped me so much. I should have given you more, but... The fire python smiled and said, All right, why are you saying this when we're brothers? Besides, I know about your situation, so there's no need to explain. After saying that, the fire python did not stand on ceremony and kept the 100 soul stones. Not only could the false god refine the soul stone, the war god could also refine it. For the fire python it was also quite tempting. Qin Feiyang smiled. The words brother had an extraordinary meaning, because this meant that the fire python's attitude towards him had already exceeded the boundary of a friend. The fire python asked, What about now? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, I'm still a little worried about Tang Hai and the others. The fire python immediately closed its eyes and searched for the location of Tang Hai and the others. Swish. After a while, the fire python opened its eyes and an invisible force emerged. The next moment, the fire python took Qin Feiyang and the golden leopard and appeared in the sky above a mountain range on the second floor. Below, the mysterious lady Yishu, Tang Hai, and Zhao Tailai were hurrying on their way. We're back. The golden leopard shouted and the four immediately stopped and looked up at Qin Feiyang. So fast. Zhao Tailai was stunned. The fire python looked at the four of them and said to Qin Feiyang, Brother Qin, I've told you everything. Let's part ways here. Brother Hua, take care. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, Take care. After saying that, the fire python flickered and disappeared without a trace. Qin Feiyang looked at the place where the fire python disappeared and couldn't calm down for a long time. You can't bear to part with it, right? The golden leopard smiled. Yes. At first, I thought that we would become mortal enemies, but I didn't expect that we would become like brothers now. Qin Feiyang sighed. Actually, us ferocious beasts are more reasonable than you humans. We are more sensible and value friendship. Cruel by nature, cold-blooded and heartless, these are all misconceptions you humans have about us. The golden leopard pursed his lips and added, Of course, we can't rule out that some beasts are really cold-blooded and cruel. There are also good and bad people among humans. It's all the same. Qin Feiyang smiled and took a step forward, landing beside Tang Hai and the other three. Zhao Tailai asked curiously, Young master, where did you go? Qin Feiyang took out a soul stone and said with a smile, Do you understand now? Seeing the soul stone, Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai suddenly understood. However, the mysterious lady and Yi Shu looked at the soul stone in Qin Feiyang's hand suspiciously. Zhao Tailai said, How was the harvest? The golden leopard chuckled and said, Is there a need to ask? You'll know when you see the smile on his face. Zhao Tailai glanced at Qin Feiyang's expression and asked sneakily, Young master, do Tang Hai and I have a share? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Zhao Tailai strangely and said, Old Zhao, you've changed. I've changed? Zhao Tailai was stunned and asked suspiciously, How have I changed? You've become like the white-eyed wolf in Fatso. Your eyes light up when you see a treasure. Qin Feiyang said. Zhao Tailai smiled awkwardly and said, You can't blame me. Who doesn't want a treasure like a soul stone? It's useless even if you want it. Because the soul stones here are just enough for me. I gave Brother Hua 100. Why don't you go and get them back? Qin Feiyang joked. This. Zhao Tailai's body stiffened and his face turned green. No matter how bold he was, he wouldn't dare to ask the fire python for soul stones. Hearing the conversation between Qin Feiyang and Zhao Tailai, the mysterious lady couldn't help but ask curiously, Kid, what's a soul stone? What's it used for? This, great-grandmother, it's better if you don't know. Qin Feiyang said. What? The mysterious lady was suspicious. I'm afraid you'll bite off more than you can chew. Because there are some things you can't touch. Qin Feiyang laughed mischievously. You're afraid I'll bite off more than I can chew? The mysterious lady was stunned. The veins on her forehead bulged and she said angrily, Brat, you haven't even broken through to the war god realm and you still have the nerve to say that to me? You're getting more and more presumptuous. I'll beat you up today. Come on, come on. Qin Feiyang made a face at the mysterious madam and immediately used the walk character formula to escape into the sky. Brat, you're pissing me off. Stop right there. The mysterious madam was so angry that she glared at him. She even used teleportation. Seeing this, Yi Shu and Zhao Tailai both smiled faintly. The golden leopard shook his head and said, I didn't realize that the young master has such a naive and cute side. Yi Shu smiled and said, He's still a child after all. Yeah. When I was his age, I was still eating, drinking, and playing. I even acted like a spoiled child in my parents' arms. Zhao Tailai shook his head. Tang Hai said, The ancients said that when the heavens are about to give a man a great responsibility, it will first torment his mind, tire his muscles and bones, starve his body and empty his body. Stop, stop, stop. Zhao Tailai hurriedly waved his hand and said angrily, Can you stop talking about all these great principles? It's as if you're the only one who knows. Tang Hai looked at him coldly and said, The young master is definitely not an ordinary person. Do you think we're blind? Do we need you to tell us that? Zhao Tailai rolled his eyes. Don't you know that it's rude to interrupt others? You've been living like a dog for so many years, Tang Hai said coldly. Tang Hai said coldly. Then he used teleportation and chased after Qin Feiyang and his companion. What did you say? Tang Hai, I dare you to say it again. Zhao Tailai roared and chased after him aggressively. Yi Shu looked at the two in a daze and muttered, Junior Leopard, are these people all so interesting? You call this interesting? It's obviously childish. You can actually interpret childish behavior as interesting. Looks like your IQ isn't that high. The golden leopard looked at Yi Shu with disdain, then shook his head and left. My IQ isn't high? Yi Shu was stunned. Then he fumed with rage and chased after the golden leopard. Please remember the domain name of this book. Literature Museum Mobile Version Website. Chapter 1766. The full moon hung in the sky and the night was hazy. The earth seemed to be covered with a layer of silver. And in a certain valley, a mysterious force suddenly emerged. This force was invisible and colorless like a ghost. It quietly drilled into the bodies of the nearby beasts and plundered their chi and blood. The strangest thing was, these beasts didn't even notice that their chi and blood were being plundered. But not long after, as the beasts continued to fall and turned into dried corpses, it immediately caused an unprecedented panic. Countless beasts fled for their lives. The beast emperors in the nearby major regions heard the news and rushed over to check it out. But in the end, the beast emperors also fled in embarrassment. According to them, they couldn't get close to the valley at all. Because the closer they got to the valley, the more terrifying the mysterious force was, and it was pervasive. Even the war god couldn't stop it. As time passed bit by bit, the area covered by the mysterious force was getting larger and larger. At first it was only near the valley. But now it had covered tens of thousands of miles and was still expanding. No one knew when it would end. In short, the beasts in this area were all fleeing for their lives. In the blink of an eye, the sky gradually turned white. The sun slowly rose. Qin Feiyang and the others were fooling around, talking and laughing as they entered the sky above a vast lake. Suddenly, in the distant void, there was a deafening roar of beasts. Rumble. Following closely, both the earth and the void began to tremble at this moment, as if an unprecedented earthquake was approaching. What's going on? The group looked in the direction of the sound, their faces full of surprise. Rumble. The sound became more and more deafening. An extremely spectacular scene appeared in front of their eyes. The sky and the earth were all filled with beasts. There were war sage and war emperor level beasts. There were pseudo-god level beasts. There were even war god level beast emperors. Some were as big as mountains and some were as small as rocks. They were densely packed and boundless as they crazily surged towards this side. Their expressions were suffused with an unresolvable fear. Why is there a beast tide? Qin Feiyang and the others were surprised. Groups of beasts rushed over. Qin Feiyang and the others and the golden divine leopard kept dodging. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang saw a beast emperor among the beasts. It was a black eagle. Its body was as huge as a mountain, and it had the cultivation of the small completion stage. Don't block this emperor's path, scram. As it flew, it roared at the group of beasts in front of it. Whoosh. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and stood in front of the black eagle. You're courting death. Seeing that a human had suddenly run out to block its path, the black eagle immediately became ferocious. But when it saw Qin Feiyang's face, its pupils suddenly shrank. It quickly restrained its ferocious aura and said with a smile, "So it's Brother Qin. Please forgive me for offending you." "I'm fine." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and asked suspiciously, "Brother, what are you doing?" "Alas, you don't know. Just last night, a strange power suddenly emerged from a valley. As soon as this force appeared, it frantically plundered everyone's chi and blood. Furthermore, even this emperor was unable to stop the corrosion of that power. That was why we had no choice but to flee." Black Eagle sighed. Such a thing happened? Hearing this, the mysterious lady and Yi Shu's faces were full of shock. At the same time, Qin Feiyang, Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, and the golden leopard looked at each other. A cold light flashed in their eyes at the same time. Strange power. It could plunder chi and blood. It was all-pervasive. Wasn't this the scene when Zhuge Mingyang was reincarnated? Qin Feiyang looked at the black eagle and asked, "Where's the valley?" "Follow the direction we escaped from and search for it. It'll take about half a day." "That's not right. You're still only a pseudo-god. It'll probably take 2 or 3 days to arrive," the black eagle said. The mysterious lady asked, "Feiyang, do you know something?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the black eagle. "Brother, can you help us and bring us there?" The black eagle's eyes widened as it said angrily, "Aren't you sending this emperor to his death?" Qin Feiyang said, "Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you." "This." The black eagle was hesitant. Qin Feiyang said, "Trust me." The black eagle raised its eyebrows, gritted its teeth and shouted, "Come on this emperor's back." "Thank you, brother." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and thanked him. Then he jumped up and landed on the black eagle's back. The mysterious lady, Yi Shu, Tang Hai, Zhao Tailai, and the golden leopard also jumped onto the black eagle's back. Chirp. Following closely, the black eagle let out a high-pitched cry, spread its wings and flew away like lightning. Wherever it went, the beasts would make way. "Old Black, where are you going?" "Soon." A few more beast emperors came over and looked at the Black Eagle suspiciously. The Black Eagle said, Qin Feiyang wants to go to the valley to take a look. I'll send them there. Qin Feiyang? The beast emperors were stunned and looked at the Black Eagle's back. When they saw Qin Feiyang, they immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Hello, Brother Qin. Hello, brothers. Qin Feiyang smiled. Brother Qin, that mysterious force is not a child's play. We advise you not to go. That's right. Look, even we are running for our lives, let alone you. Brother Qin, please don't misunderstand. We don't mean to look down on you. The beast emperors were chattering. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I know. Brothers, you are all concerned about me. That's good. The beast emperors heaved a sigh of relief. The Black Eagle glanced at the beast emperors, rolled his eyes and suddenly said, Why don't you come with us? No. Brother Qin will part ways here. Take care. When the beast emperors heard the Black Eagle's words, they did not continue to persuade Qin Feiyang and immediately turned to leave. What a bunch of cowards. The Black Eagle despised them and continued to fly forward with Qin Feiyang and the others. The mysterious lady frowned and said, Feiyang, what's going on? Zhuge Mingyang. Qin Feiyang said word by word. Zhuge Mingyang? He's really not dead? The mysterious lady and Yi Shu looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. Zhao Tailai said, Young master, something's wrong. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang asked. Zhuge Mingyang said before that he can only be reborn if he dies in your hands. But this time he died in the hands of your big cousin. Zhao Tailai said. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, This is also what I can't figure out. Could he be lying to us? In fact, no matter who kills him, he can be resurrected. Tang Hai suddenly said. Qin Feiyang said, At present, this is the only reasonable explanation. There's one more thing. Based on the previous situations, he should be resurrected at the place where he died. This time, Lu Jijin killed him in the place where Mu Tianjun and the fiend ancestor were sealed. But now, he is resurrected in another place. Although we haven't reached the valley yet, from the direction, we know that the two places are thousands of miles apart. What's going on? Zhao Tailai said. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Zhao Tailai asked, Did you think of something? Qin Feiyang said, The fiend ancestor's consciousness. The fiend ancestor's consciousness? Zhao Tailai was suspicious. Yes. I originally thought that the fiend ancestor's consciousness had been obliterated by my big cousin. But now, it seems that may not be the case. Qin Feiyang said. Then what is it? Zhao Tailai said. I think it should be the fiend ancestor's consciousness. Before Zhuge Mingyang died, he took away something that could allow Zhuge Mingyang to be reborn. And at that time, the person who drove the space divine object to save the state preceptor and Emperor Hong, as well as the person who kidnapped you, should be the fiend ancestor. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhao Tailai and said. Hearing this, Zhao Tailai pondered for a moment and nodded. It seems that this is the only explanation that makes sense. Why are the young people nowadays so difficult to deal with? Young master is like this and so is Zhuge Mingyang. Are they all the reincarnations of cockroaches? Tang Hai said. Do you know how to speak human language? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Just mention Zhuge Mingyang, why did he have to bring him into this? Reincarnation of cockroaches? Didn't he know that this was an insult? It's the truth. Tang Hai said indifferently. I'll endure it. Qin Feiyang glared fiercely at Tang Hai and took a deep breath. Time passed in the blink of an eye. A few hours later, Qin Feiyang suddenly noticed that the vitality in his body was also flowing away. Noticing this, Qin Feiyang's heart sank. He said, Quick, check your qi and blood. Is it leaking? The few of them and the golden leopard immediately closed their eyes to check the situation in their bodies. It's flowing away. Zhao Tailai was the first to open his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. Me too. Me too. The mysterious lady Yi Shu, the golden leopard, and Tang Hai also opened their eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. Black Hawk said, Brother Qin, do you have a way to stop the erosion of this power? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. No. Black Hawk's gaze trembled as he said anxiously, Then if this continues, won't we all be finished? Actually, there is a way. Enter the castle or the Black Tortoise world. But, if we enter the castle or the Black Tortoise world, our speed will slow down. By the time we reach the valley, Zhuge Mingyang might have already been reborn. Qin Feiyang said. Because after entering the castle and the Black Tortoise world, he was the one who led everyone. With his current cultivation, his speed was far inferior to Black Hawk's. Then give us the castle. Although our cultivation is not as good as Black Hawk's, we are all stronger than you. The speed of driving the castle will also be faster than you. Zhao Tailai said. No. The castle is now sealed. We can only enter and leave. We can't give it to others. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then what should we do? Back then Zhuge Mingyang said that if he was reborn again, he would be able to step into the war god realm. So we must find a way to completely kill him before he is reborn. Zhao Tailai said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he looked at Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, the mysterious lady, and Yi Shu and said respectfully, "Everyone please lend me a hand." What do you mean? The four of them were puzzled. If you want to help, then help. It's not like you're an outsider. Why are you being so polite? Please remember the domain name of this book. Literature Museum Mobile Version Website. Chapter 1767. Whoosh. As soon as Qin Feiyang finished speaking, streams of light shot out from their bodies. It was the hundreds of thousands of cedar trees. Ah. Zhao Tailai and the others were stunned. It turned out that Qin Feiyang was not talking to them. Hundreds of thousands of cedar trees, like a meteor shower, drilled into Qin Feiyang's body through his pores and merged into his flesh and blood. Immediately, a majestic life force filled every cell in his body. Thank you. Qin Feiyang expressed his gratitude in his heart, then looked at Zhao Tailai and the others and said, "Go to the Black Tortoise world and wait for my news." Okay. Yi Shu and I haven't been to the Black Tortoise world yet. I'd like to see how magical that place is. The mysterious lady smiled. Qin Feiyang smiled and waved his hand, sending the four and the golden leopard to the Black Tortoise world. The Black Eagle carried him and continued on their journey. With the hundreds of thousands of cedar trees, the fire of life, and the purple gold dragon blood, Qin Feiyang's body was equivalent to a spring of life. Even the Black Eagle could not help but be surprised by the majestic life force, and asked suspiciously, "Brother Qin, how did you do it?" Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. TSK. The Black Eagle was speechless and said, "I really envy you." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Don't force yourself. If you can't hold on, tell me." The Black Eagle said, "Don't worry, I won't play with you with my life." After all, it had the cultivation of an initial success stage god of war, and the vitality in its body was unimaginable. Zhuge Mingyang, on the other hand, had only broken through to the initial stage god of war, so he could not pose a threat to the Black Eagle for a while. Another 6 hours passed. The mysterious power that robbed the vitality became stronger and stronger. Even with the help of the cedar trees, Qin Feiyang's body was showing signs of drying up. The Black Eagle was the same. It had long lost its initial vitality as if it was sick. Along the way they did not encounter any living ferocious beasts. All of them had turned into dried corpses. As far as the eye could see, corpses were strewn all over the place. It was like a scene straight out of hell. It was a ghastly sight. Killing so many living beings, how abominable. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. The number of dead ferocious beasts could no longer be calculated with numbers. Who is this Zhuge Mingyang? Does it sound scary? Black Hawk asked suspiciously. It's an old rival of mine. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent as he asked, "Can you still hold on?" "I can still hold on a little longer." "You, on the other hand, although you have Shuesong helping you, your situation seems to be worse than mine." Black Eagle said worriedly. "I'm fine," Qin Feiyang said. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. Qin Feiyang's body was almost reduced to skin and bones. The hundreds of thousands of cedars that had taken root in his body also seemed dim and lifeless. "No. I've reached my limit," Qin Feiyang said. "I'm almost there too," Black Hawk said. Originally, his body was very strong, and he could feel the surging blood qi from afar. But now he also looked old and dispirited. "How far is it?" Qin Feiyang asked. "According to this emperor's speed, it will take at most another 4 hours. But if it's you?" When Black Eagle said this, he did not continue because his meaning was very clear. If it was Qin Feiyang, it would take even longer. Qin Feiyang sighed. "There's no other way. We can only go to the Black Tortoise world and hope that he won't revive so quickly." Black Hawk nodded. However, just as they were about to enter the Black Tortoise world, the mysterious force suddenly retreated like the tide. The blood qi in his body also stopped flowing. What's going on? Black Hawk was bewildered. Could it be? Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked in the direction of the valley. An uneasy premonition surged in his heart. The mysterious force disappeared. Could it be that Zhuge Mingyang had been reborn? But why didn't the lightning tribulation appear? One had to know that Zhuge Mingyang was the same as him. He had not comprehended the profound meaning of becoming a god. Old Black quickly. Qin Feiyang urged. Black Hawk nodded, spread his wings and like lightning cut through the sky. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also released his divine sense, covering all directions. More than 2 hours passed. Suddenly, a space divine object in front entered Qin Feiyang's divine sense. Boom. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly, and the pseudo-god force emerged, separating heaven and earth. Boom. That space divine object collided with the pseudo-god force, and the pseudo-god force disintegrated on the spot. Qin Feiyang also immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah! Immediately after, a loud laugh rang out. A young man dressed in black appeared in the sky. If it wasn't Zhuge Mingyang, who else could it be? That long gray hair and gray eyes were filled with the aura of death. His body was also surrounded by gray flames. He stood in the sky with his hands behind his back, and his long hair fluttered in the wind, like a god of death descending, making people unable to help but feel a chill in their hearts. And his aura had already reached the initial stage of the god of war. You are indeed lying to me, Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Lying to you? Zhuge Mingyang was stunned and said suspiciously, when have I lied to you? Back then you said that you would only be reborn if you died in my hands, then what is going on now? Qin Feiyang said. So it's this. Zhuge Mingyang suddenly understood and said with a smile, this starts from the immortal demon technique that I cultivate. Go ahead. Qin Feiyang said. Although the immortal demon technique can resurrect the dead, it also has a previous condition. The previous condition is that I have to die in the hands of the person I hate the most. In other words, if the person I hate the most kills me, I can be reborn. In the past, the person I hated the most was you, because you took everything away from me and killed my family. But when I was fighting with Lu Jiejin, his strength, his talent, and the humiliation he gave me made me transfer my hatred to him. Therefore, I was reborn and broke through to the god of war as I wished. Zhuge Mingyang said with a smile. There is actually such a magical technique in the world? Hearing this, Black Eagle's heart was filled with disbelief. So it's like this. Qin Feiyang also completely understood that this immortal demon technique was indeed a bit ridiculous. Wait a minute. Only by dying in the hands of the person you hate the most can you be reborn. Does that mean that if he kills Zhuge Mingyang now, Zhuge Mingyang won't be able to be reborn? I know what you are thinking. But do you have the confidence to kill me now? Zhuge Mingyang laughed proudly. Qin Feiyang was silent. To be honest, before he breaks through to the god of war, he doesn't have the confidence to kill Zhuge Mingyang. Moreover, even if you have the confidence before I die, I can transfer my hatred to you again. At that time, I will be reborn and my strength will become stronger and stronger. Zhuge Mingyang laughed. Damn it. Qin Feiyang cursed in his heart. The current Zhuge Mingyang is equivalent to an immortal body. Black Eagle suddenly said, then if we don't kill you, will your strength forever remain at the initial stage of the god of war? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He didn't think about this question before. Zhuge Mingyang's current method of breaking through was to place himself in a death trap and fight for survival. And the undying demon attack is so cruel, it must have a flaw, which is the so-called side effect. Is there such a possibility? Zhuge Mingyang can't cultivate by himself now, and can only rely on being killed to break through? At the same time, Zhuge Mingyang glanced at Black Eagle, his eyes flashing with a terrifying light, and shouted, who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? Black Eagle raised his eyebrows and rushed into the sky with Qin Feiyang laughing, kid, do you think you are awesome after breaking through to the god of war? Zhuge Mingyang said, I don't know if I am awesome or not, but killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Is that so? How dare you be so arrogant in the divine sight? Do you know that as long as I shout, you will become the public enemy of all the beast emperors on the second floor in half a day? Black Eagle sneered. Zhuge Mingyang's pupils shrank and he said in a deep voice, you are a beast on the second floor? That's right. Not only am I a beast emperor on the second floor, but I am also a god of war on the lower completion stage. Arrogant ha. Wait until I tell this to the guardian. Even if you have heaven-defying means, don't even think about leaving the second floor. No, don't even think about leaving the divine sight. If you are trapped in the divine sight, what do you think will happen to you in the end? Black Eagle joked. Zhuge Mingyang's face changed slightly, and he glanced at Qin Feiyang, his eyes full of jealousy. What kind of charm does this bastard have? Why is there a beast helping him no matter where he goes? Qin Feiyang looked at Zhuge Mingyang deeply and comforted, "Old Black, don't be impatient." At the same time he was pondering. Why did Zhuge Mingyang have such a big reaction after hearing Black Eagle's words? Could it be, as he guessed before, that Zhuge Mingyang was no longer able to cultivate? Therefore, when Black Eagle accidentally exposed his weakness, he became angry out of embarrassment. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to let Yen Wei investigate this matter. His eyes flashed and he looked up at Zhuge Mingyang and asked, "You are the one who saved Emperor Hong and the state preceptor? With your brain, do you still need to ask me?" Zhuge Mingyang snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang said, "I thought of something, but it's just my personal thought, so I want to confirm it." "Then what do you think?" Zhuge Mingyang asked. Qin Feiyang said, "I guess it's the demon ancestor's consciousness. Before you died, he took away something that could allow you to be reborn." "That's right. Under the immortal demon technique, as long as there is a drop of blood left, a strand of hair, I can be reborn. At that time, when Lu Jijin was trying to kill me, Master took a drop of my blood and entered the spatial divine object. He did this because he expected that you would definitely interfere, so he thought of taking me to a safe place to let me be reborn. As for the person who rescued the ancestor and Emperor Hong, as well as the person who kidnapped Zhao Tailai, it was also Master," Zhuge Mingyang said. "Sure enough," Qin Feiyang muttered. It was almost the same as what he had guessed. "Enough. Now that you have the beast on the second floor to support you, I can't afford to offend you. The grudge between us will be settled when we return to the Great Qin Empire." Zhuge Mingyang smiled coldly, then entered the spatial divine object and left without looking back. Please remember the domain name of this book. Literature Museum Mobile Edition website. Chapter 1768. He's finally gone. Black Eagle let out a long sigh. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He looked at Black Eagle suspiciously and said, "Weren't you quite fierce just now?" "That's all an act. Although I haven't fought with this Zhuge Mingyang and don't know how strong he is, the death aura he exudes makes me very nervous," Black Eagle said. "You're wise not to fight with him just now. His divine ability can deprive you of 4 small realms. Tell me, how are you going to fight with him then?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "What? Deprive me of 4 small realms?" Black Eagle's eyes widened in anger. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "I'll do the math. Early stage, false god, peak 9-star combat emperor, 9-star combat emperor. Damn it, I'll be deprived of 9-star combat emperor. What's there to play with?" Black Eagle pouted. "You can't do it like that. Your cultivation is stronger than his, so the power of your divine ability should be weaker. However, his strength is unquestionable. Don't provoke him unless you have no other choice," Qin Feiyang warned. "Got it." Black Eagle nodded and said gratefully, "Thank you for your reminder, Brother Qin." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Then let's part here. We'll meet again in the future." "Okay." Black Eagle nodded. When Qin Feiyang entered the Black Tortoise world, he discovered that only Tang Hai and Zhao Tailai were here. The mysterious lady Yi Shu, the golden leopard, and the 9 beast gods who were ordered to guard the medicine field were not here. "Young master." Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, Zhao Tailai hurried to greet him. "Where are great-grandmother and Yi Shu?" Qin Feiyang asked. Zhao Tailai said, "Junior Leopard and the 9 beast emperors took them to visit the Black Tortoise world." "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded. "How's the situation outside?" Zhao Tailai asked. "Just as we thought. Zhuge Mingyang has also broken through to War God." Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation of the undying demon art. After Zhao Tailai heard this, he sighed and said, "This is going to be even more difficult." "Yeah. However, if Zhuge Mingyang is really unable to cultivate now, it can be considered a good thing for us." Qin Feiyang smiled. Zhao Tailai said, "This is undeniable, but before it's confirmed, it's best not to have too much hope." Qin Feiyang nodded. Tang Hai suddenly asked, "When did you make this medicinal field?" "Last time, when you collected a large number of spiritual infant trees." "How was it?" "It's all right," Qin Feiyang said. "Yes." Tang Hai nodded. Qin Feiyang looked around and finally looked at the center of the herb field. That place turned out to be a plaza, which was also the entrance to the Black Tortoise realm. And now, the plaza had disappeared, and in its place was a courtyard. Finally, it was a small building with a total of 2 floors. It looked very ordinary, but it was understandable. After all, the 9 beast emperors were all ferocious beasts. They could not have built such a beautiful and unique courtyard. However, the surroundings of the courtyard were very beautiful. More than a dozen lush green trees stood around the fence. There were also a few flower beds around the small building, competing for beauty and fragrance. A winding path started from the gate of the courtyard and wound around the entire courtyard. On the east side of the courtyard, next to the small building, there was a pavilion with a stone table and 4 stone benches. Qin Feiyang stepped into the courtyard and looked around. He smiled and nodded. Not bad. As he spoke, he walked into the pavilion and waved at Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai. It's rare that I have time to relax. Come over and let's have a few drinks. A few drinks? The two looked at each other, entered the pavilion, and sat at the stone table. Zhao Tailai asked suspiciously, the imperial advisor and Mu Tianyang haven't been dealt with yet, right? Qin Feiyang took out his Chengkuan bag and searched for a long time before he found a jar of wine. He smiled. I don't like to drink, so I didn't specially prepare it. Just make do with it. Young lord, wait a moment. Zhao Tailai took the wine jar and said, there will be plenty of opportunities to drink in the future. The most important thing now is to rush to the vacuum between the first and second floor. Where are we going? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Of course, to leave the divine site. Are you confused? If we let Zhuge Mingyang and the others go back first, they will definitely stir up trouble in the Great Qin Empire. Zhao Tailai said. Qin Feiyang smiled. Without me they won't be able to go back. Won't be able to go back. Zhao Tailai was stunned. What do you mean? To open the passage to the outside, we need the 10 clusters of alchemy fire, and 2 of them are with me now. Without me, do you think they can leave? Qin Feiyang laughed. It turned out that he had 3 clusters of alchemy fire, but before entering the divine site, he gave 1 cluster to Emperor Hong, so there were only 2 left. So that's how it is. Zhao Tailai suddenly realized and shook his head with a wry smile. It turns out that young lord has a card up his sleeve. It seems this subordinate was overthinking. No, actually, I quite like people like you who say whatever comes to mind. Unlike some people who usually don't say a word and treat their words like gold, but when they suddenly spout out a sentence, they can anger people to death. Qin Feiyang coldly snorted. Zhao Tailai immediately glanced at Tang Hai and couldn't help but want to laugh. Tang Hai raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhao Tailai. Why are you looking at me? What does it have to do with me? No. Zhao Tailai quickly waved his hand. Nonsense. Even a fool knew that Qin Feiyang was talking about Tang Hai. And this guy was still so calm as if it had nothing to do with him. Qin Feiyang poured a glass of wine, lowered his head and took a sip. Actually, I have another purpose for staying here. What is it? Zhao Tailai was suspicious. Tang Hai also looked at him in confusion. I need time to refine the soul stone and break through to the war god realm, and Mu Tianyang, Mu Tianjun, and demon ancestor also need time to fuse with the divine body. So whether it's me or them after leaving the divine site, we will all hide for a while. In other words, the battle will not break out immediately. Qin Feiyang said. Zhao Tailai nodded and said, we all know this, and then? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, but what if I refine the soul stone in the divine site? Refine the soul stone in the divine site? The two lowered their heads and pondered. Suddenly, Zhao Tailai's eyes lit up. He looked up at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, I understand. Tell me about it. Qin Feiyang said with a smile as he drank. Young Master's plan is to refine the soul stone in the divine site and break through to the war god realm. In this way we can seize the opportunity. Because if young Master breaks through to the war god realm here, after leaving the divine site, he doesn't need to hide anymore. Mu Tianyang and the others are different, they still need time to fuse with the divine body. And during the time they are fusing with the divine body, they won't be able to exert their peak strength, and this is our opportunity. Zhao Tailai said. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. Tang Hai said, what if they also start to fuse with the divine body in the divine site? Qin Feiyang said, have you seen Mu Tianyang's divine body, Mu Tianjun and demon ancestor's divine soul? No. Tang Hai shook his head. That's right. The battle at the sealed land a few days ago was so fierce, but I didn't see Mu Tianyang's divine body, nor did I see the divine soul of Mu Tianjun and demon ancestor. What does this mean? This means that their divine bodies and divine souls have not entered the divine site. If they haven't entered the divine site, how can they fuse? Demon ancestor did send a wisp of divine consciousness in, but it's impossible to fuse with just a wisp of divine consciousness. Qin Feiyang laughed. Tang Hai said, if that's the case, we can indeed seize the opportunity. So let them wait in the vacuum area. After I break through to the war god realm, I'll slowly go and find them. Qin Feiyang said. You're such a thief. Tang Hai despised. Thief? Do you know how to talk? This is called strategy, understand? Qin Feiyang said angrily. Tang Hai said coldly, if you're not a thief, why would you think of such a strategy? I have a bad temper. Qin Feiyang suddenly became angry and said angrily, do you have to go against me? Young lord, calm down, calm down. Don't you know old Tang? He's just talking. Why bother with him? Come, come, let's drink. Zhao Tailai hurriedly stood up to smooth things over. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. In a word, he didn't have any prestige. If he was like the state preceptor in Mu Tianyang, would Tang Hai be so presumptuous? But there were gains and losses. Although he didn't have any prestige, he gained everyone's sincerity. This was also what he really wanted. Regardless of whether they were subordinates or friends, life would only be interesting if everyone stayed together happily. That evening, the Golden Leopard and the 9 Beast Emperors came back with the mysterious lady and Yishu. You're still in the mood to drink? When the mysterious lady saw Qin Feiyang and the other 2 sitting in the pavilion, drinking and chatting leisurely, the anger in her heart immediately surged. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Great-grandmother, aren't you also quite free? How about it? Is the Black Tortoise realm to your liking? How can I be the same as you? The mysterious lady glared at him and asked, How is Zhuge Mingyang doing? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, You don't have to worry about this. Just enjoy your retirement here. The mysterious lady was furious. She turned to look at Yishu and asked, Am I old? This? Yishu complained in his heart. You two can bicker, but why do you have to make things difficult for me? All right, great-grandmother, don't be angry. I already have a plan. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, What plan? The mysterious lady was suspicious. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, When the time comes, you'll naturally know. So mysterious. The mysterious lady rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang, but she was relieved. After all, she had watched Qin Feiyang grow up and knew Qin Feiyang inside out. Since Qin Feiyang said that he had a plan, then she had nothing to worry about. Chapter 1769. In the pavilion in the courtyard. Everyone was chatting happily. Late at night, Qin Feiyang finally got up and went into seclusion in the castle. Although the mysterious lady Yishu, Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, and the Golden Leopard had all entered the castle to stabilize their cultivation. Just like that, the days passed. On the 10th day after Qin Feiyang went into seclusion, Mu Tianyang and Zhuge Mingyang entered the vacuum zone one after another. Seeing that Zhuge Mingyang was still alive, Mu Tianyang was also very surprised. However, the 2 sides had a tacit understanding and didn't make a move. On the 20th day after Qin Feiyang went into seclusion, Mu Tianyang finally couldn't hold back his anger and said, What is Qin Feiyang doing? Why isn't he here yet? Zhuge Mingyang stood to the side and heard Mu Tianyang's words. He said coldly, I saw him before coming here. You saw him? Mu Tianyang frowned. Yes. But I thought he would come here immediately, so I didn't pay attention to his whereabouts. Zhuge Mingyang said in a low voice. Mu Tianyang said, Is he still on the 2nd floor? Impossible. He has already broken through to the semi-divinity realm, so there's no point in going there. I think he's up to something again. Zhuge Mingyang snorted coldly. This bastard really doesn't let me feel at ease for even a moment. Mu Tianyang cursed angrily. Zhuge Mingyang glanced at the stone door in the middle and suggested, Why don't we work together and see if we can open the stone door without using alchemy fire? Naive. Qin Badian and I tried it the last time the miracle opened. We couldn't even open the stone door with our cultivation at the time, let alone you and me. Mu Tianyang snorted coldly. Zhuge Mingyang suddenly understood and said, So you were all war gods at the small completion stage back then. Mu Tianyang said, Are you trying to trick me? Only now do I see it. Looks like you, the previous emperor, aren't that smart after all. Zhuge Mingyang sneered. Mu Tianyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. Zhuge Mingyang said with disdain, You're just a war god at the initial success stage. You better not be arrogant in front of me or else. You still want to take advantage of me? Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows and sneered, Otherwise what? In the past I was indeed very afraid of you. But now, even if you've fused with the divine body, I don't care. Do you feel particularly aggrieved? Thinking back 10,000 years ago, you were a peerless figure who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Qin Emperor. But today, after 10,000 years, not only has his strength not improved, he is even weaker than before. Even juniors like me and Qin Feiyang dare to ride on your head and behave atrociously? The ridicule on Zhuge Mingyang's face was undisguised. Aggrieved, Mu Tianyang muttered. Indeed, he was very unwilling in his heart. Even 10,000 years ago, in the face of a peerless figure like Qin Badian, he was not the slightest bit afraid. But now, just two juniors had humiliated him time and time again. For the previous emperor, the dignified war god, it was simply a great humiliation. This was the so-called tiger that fell to the plains was bullied by dogs. He had secretly vowed in his heart more than once that once he fused with the divine body and recovered his peak cultivation, he would definitely make these people pay the price. He had to let them know that offending him, Mu Tianyang, was equivalent to offending the heavens. Suddenly, Zhuge Mingyang said, Mu Tianyang, I have a good suggestion. I don't know if you want to hear it? Let's hear it? Mu Tianyang's eyes flashed and said, let's work together to get rid of Qin Feiyang and Tan Tai Li. At that time the great Qin Empire will belong to me, the forgotten continent will belong to you, and we will rule the world together. Zhuge Mingyang said. You're quite ambitious. Mu Tianyang sneered. Zhuge Mingyang said proudly, as a man, how can I not have some ambition? What do you think of my suggestion? Mu Tianyang said, is this your idea or your master demon ancestors? My master doesn't care about this at all. What he wants is Qin Feiyang's life, because he wants Qin Badian to regret it. Zhuge Mingyang said. Don't tell me he doesn't want my life? You must know that back then, it was me and Qin Badian who worked together to get rid of him. Mu Tianyang sneered. Isn't this forced by the situation? Master did want to get rid of you in the past, but now the situation is different. If we fight on our own, I'm afraid that in the end, no one will be able to gain an advantage. Zhuge Mingyang said. Mu Tianyang's eyes flashed, and a moment later he smiled. I will consider this proposal carefully. Then I'll wait for the good news. Zhuge Mingyang laughed. Time flew and half a year passed. In other words, Mu Tianyang and Zhuge Mingyang had already waited here for half a year. This hateful guy, what exactly is he doing? Now not only Mu Tianyang, but even Zhuge Mingyang couldn't help but be angry. Whoosh! Suddenly, a young man in black rushed out of the stone door on the first floor and entered the vacuum zone. Mu Tianyang and Zhuge Mingyang turned their heads to look, and a trace of surprise crept up between their brows. You actually came to the divine site too? Zhuge Mingyang said. Is it strange that I came to the divine site? Why did you and Qin Feiyang have the same reaction when you saw me? The young man in black frowned. That's right. This person was Dong Xingyang, and his cultivation had already stepped into the false god realm. Zhuge Mingyang was stunned and said in a deep voice, when did you see Qin Feiyang? A long time ago. After Dong Xingyang finished speaking, he glanced at Mu Tianyang, and a trace of light flashed in the depths of his eyes and said, should I call you Lu Xingqian? Or should I call you the emperor of the previous dynasty? It's just a name, you can call me whatever you want. Mu Tianyang smiled faintly and said, but I'm curious, why did you come up from the first floor? What's so strange about that? Dong Xingyang was puzzled. As everyone knows, no matter who it is, once anyone breaks through to the false god realm on the first floor, they will immediately be sent to the second floor. So logically speaking, you should be sent to the second floor first, and then enter this place through the passage of the second floor. But just now you came up directly from the first floor. This means that the divine sight didn't send you to the second floor. Isn't that strange? Mu Tianyang said. Zhuge Mingyang raised his eyebrows. At first he didn't understand what Mu Tianyang meant. But after hearing Mu Tianyang's explanation, he immediately understood. Dong Xingyang did seem to have come up from the first floor. About this matter, Dong Xingyang frowned and said, to be honest, I don't know what's going on either. Now I'm also wondering. This happened to you, how can you not know? Zhuge Mingyang raised his eyebrows, and the look in his eyes became extremely unfriendly. Dong Xingyang said angrily, nonsense, do I look like I know? Zhuge Mingyang looked at Dong Xingyang's expression and did not seem to be lying. Mu Tianyang was also looking at Dong Xingyang. Suddenly, a murderous intent surged and he pounced on Dong Xingyang, shouting, what's your relationship with Qin Feiyang? Qin Feiyang? Dong Xingyang was suspicious. Mu Tianyang said, Qin Feiyang has an extraordinary relationship with the current guardian. If not him, who else would help you? Zhuge Mingyang's eyes also surged with a strong murderous intent. Dong Xingyang glanced at the two, his eyes full of vigilance, and said, I really don't know what you are talking about. Boom. Zhuge Mingyang's power erupted, and he pounced on Dong Xingyang. This aura? You've actually broken through to the war god, level. Dong Xingyang's face turned pale with fright. It's good that you know. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me, have you already joined Qin Feiyang? Zhuge Mingyang shouted. Dong Xingyang said in a low voice, I, Dong Xingyang, am upright and righteous. If I say no, I mean no. Zhuge Mingyang said, how can I believe a one-sided story? Why are you talking so much nonsense? I'd rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. Mu Tianyang said murderously. No. If he's really related to Qin Feiyang, then he still has value. Zhuge Mingyang smiled coldly. He pointed his index finger in the air, and a burst of divine power surged out, instantly entering Dong Xingyang's energy reserve. Boom. Dong Xingyang's energy reserve was destroyed on the spot, and blood poured out of his mouth. He glared at the two and shouted, Qin Feiyang killed my family. I want to drink his blood and eat his flesh. How can I have anything to do with him? Zhuge Mingyang sneered, that's even better. Follow me, work for me, and I'll avenge you. Why would a hot-blooded man work for you? Dong Xingyang snorted coldly. That's not up to you. Zhuge Mingyang's hands formed a seal, and a blood-red mark appeared, and entered Dong Xingyang's head like lightning. Blood Soul Technique. Mu Tianyang looked at this scene and frowned, but he didn't do anything to stop it. However, just as the Blood Soul Technique was about to take control of Dong Xingyang, a shocking murderous aura emerged from Dong Xingyang's mind with a boom. The blood-red mark was instantly destroyed. Then, that murderous aura rushed out from Dong Xingyang's forehead and rushed towards Zhuge Mingyang. What's that? Zhuge Mingyang's expression changed. Mu Tianyang was also very surprised. Boom. That murderous aura arrived in an instant, tearing the flesh on Zhuge Mingyang's lower abdomen, and was about to enter Zhuge Mingyang's energy reserve. In the nick of time, Zhuge Mingyang came back to his senses, raised his arm like lightning, and slapped at the murderous aura. Boom. The murderous aura shattered. But Zhuge Mingyang's arm also shattered, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Mu Tianyang was petrified on the spot. A wisp of murderous aura could actually seriously injure Zhuge Mingyang? How terrifying was the owner of this murderous aura? Zhuge Mingyang himself also looked at his shattered arm, dumbfounded. Swish. All of a sudden. He raised his head and stared at Dong Xingyang and said coldly, who on earth is helping you? Hee. Dong Xingyang laughed, slowly swallowed a spirit sea pill, and looked at Zhuge Mingyang indifferently and said, you have the demon ancestor behind you, and I also have a big shot behind me, even stronger than the demon ancestor, so you'd better not do anything. What? Stronger than master? Zhuge Mingyang was shocked. Mu Tianyang was also dumbfounded. Why didn't he know that there was someone more terrifying than the demon ancestor in this world? Could it be, Mu Tianyang said, the person behind you can't be Qin Yuan, right? Qin Yuan? You're talking about Qin Feiyang's uncle, aren't you? Unfortunately, it's not him. Dong Xingyang laughed. Genius remembered this site's address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. M. Chapter 1770. It's not Qin Yuan either, Mu Tianyang frowned. I don't care who the person behind you is. As long as it's someone who dares to hurt me, Zhuge Mingyang, I won't let a single one of them go. Demonic Hand. Zhuge Mingyang's ferocious nature erupted as his divine power surged out and transformed into a giant palm. Like a huge mountain, he charged towards Dong Xingyang. Mu Tianyang's eyes flashed as he silently retreated to the side. Dong Xingyang raised his head and looked at the demonic hand. Looking at Zhuge Mingyang, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, do you really want to make a move? Nonsense. Zhuge Mingyang shouted. All right. Dong Xingyang nodded. Immediately, a monstrous killing intent suddenly erupted from between his eyebrows. This time, it was no longer a wisp of killing intent, but a vast expanse. That killing intent was like a wave of blood as it roared out from between his eyebrows and blasted towards the demonic hand. Accompanied by a deafening loud sound, the demonic hand immediately disintegrated. Zhuge Mingyang retreated continuously, blood flowing out of his mouth. His face was filled with shock. He had actually defeated his deity art so effortlessly? Dong Xingyang said, you are not my match, call your master's demon ancestor out. Arrogant. Why would my master need to personally deal with an ant like you? Zhuge Mingyang was seething with anger. In the past, he knew that there was a person called Dong Xingyang, but he had never taken him seriously. Because no matter how one looked at it, Dong Xingyang was just an insignificant character. But he never thought that the result would be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Strange. Even the demon ancestor knows so much about it. Who exactly is the owner of this killing intent? Mu Tianyang sized up Dong Xingyang, his heart full of suspicion. With Dong Xingyang's ability, it was definitely impossible for him to know about the existence of the demon ancestor. The only explanation was the mysterious figure hiding behind Dong Xingyang. The atmosphere at the scene became more and more tense. This small space was filled with surging killing intent at this moment. "You piece of trash, can you hurry up?" But at this moment, suddenly, an angry roar came from the stone door on the first floor. "Bastard, you're the trash. No, you're not even trash." Following closely, another different curse was heard. Mu Tianyang, Zhuge Mingyang, and Dong Xingyang were stunned and turned to look at the stone door. Whoosh! Immediately, two figures flew out from the stone door and appeared in their line of sight. It was a young man and a huge ferocious beast. The young man was tall and slender and he had a hooked nose. His eyes were like those of an eagle and they shone with a sharp light. As for the ferocious beast, its fur was dark red, and it looked like a large dog. It had 7 heads on its shoulders, and it emitted a ferocious aura. Furthermore, the man and the beast both exuded an extremely powerful aura, indicating that they were false divinities. Tan Wu. Hellhound? Dong Xingyang was stunned. That's right. They were Tan Wu and the Hellhound. When the man and beast entered the void zone, they felt that the atmosphere was not right and immediately became vigilant. Hearing Dong Xingyang's voice, Tan Wu was also slightly stunned and said in surprise, "Dong Xingyang?" He then looked at Zhuge Mingyang and Mu Tianyang. When he saw Zhuge Mingyang covered in injuries, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Although Zhuge Mingyang was injured, his aura made him feel despair. He quickly poked the Hellhound's head and looked at Dong Xingyang and the other two with a smile. "Sorry, we went to the wrong place, you guys continue." Yes, we'll leave right away. Don't worry about us, just pretend that we've never been here." The Hellhound also nodded and smiled. One man and one beast immediately turned around and prepared to enter the stone door. Wait. Tan Wu's expression suddenly froze. He grabbed the Hellhound and said in a low voice, "I heard that after breaking through to the false god realm, you can no longer go to the first floor. Otherwise you will be killed by the rule force?" "There's such a thing." The Hellhound nodded. "Then what should we do?" Tan Wu asked. The Hellhound said angrily, "Are you an idiot? If we can't go to the first floor, then of course we can only go to the second floor now." Yes. Look at my head, I'm so scared that I'm confused." Tan Wu slapped his forehead, turned his head to look at the stone door and said in a daze, "Why are there so many doors?" Tan Wu looked at Dong Xingyang and the other two and said, "Do any of you know which door leads to the second floor?" Mu Tianyang looked at the man and beast in a daze and instinctively replied, "The stone door on the right." "Thank you." The man and the beast said gratefully, then ran towards the stone door on the right. Why should I tell them? Just as Tan Wu and the Hellhound were about to enter the stone door, Mu Tianyang was stunned and hurriedly said, Wait. "What's the matter?" Tan Wu asked. Trash, I said you're stupid and you still don't admit it? Why did you answer him? Hurry up and run." The Hellhound said angrily. "That's right. Why did I answer him?" Tan Wu was stunned for a moment, then immediately entered the stone door with the Hellhound. Boom. However, right at this moment, Mu Tianyang took a step forward and landed in front of the stone door. He grabbed Tan Wu and the Hellhound and forcefully pulled them out. Then Mu Tianyang threw Tan Wu and the Hellhound to the other side of the void and directly blocked the stone door of the second floor. "It's over." Tan Wu stabilized his body and looked at Mu Tianyang as he muttered. The Hellhound said angrily, "Isn't it all because of you? If you didn't answer him, would he have been able to stop us?" Tan Wu said aggrievedly, "Isn't this instinct?" "Instinct your sister. I knew that you were stupid and unreliable. I was really blind to actually walk with you." The Hellhound snorted coldly. Tan Wu's face darkened as he roared, "Let me tell you, damn dog, if you speak rudely again, don't blame me for being impolite to you." "Were you calling a damn dog? Try calling me that again?" The Hellhound shouted. Mu Tianyang and the other two looked at each other in dismay. Was this man and beast's brain short-circuited? They didn't know the current situation and still had the mood to quarrel there? Mu Tianyang said angrily, "Both of you shut up." Tan Wu and the Hellhound's bodies trembled as they hurriedly looked at Mu Tianyang, their faces full of fawning smiles. "My head is all dizzy because of you guys." Mu Tianyang glared fiercely at Tan Wu and the Hellhound. Yes, it's our fault." The Hellhound nodded and asked humbly, "May I ask which great immortal you are?" "Which great immortal?" Mu Tianyang's veins bulged as he shouted, Don't pester me endlessly, I am Mu Tianyang. You guys actually don't know? Aren't you a little too ignorant? So you are the imperial emperor of the previous dynasty. Excuse me. But I heard that you have already been destroyed by the Qin emperor? Why did you appear in the miracle site now? The hellhound looked at Mu Tianyang suspiciously. Damn dog, although he is the ruler of a fallen country, he is still an imperial emperor. How can you be so rude? Tan Wu frowned and scolded, looking at Mu Tianyang, and said with a smile, I'm sorry, this junior didn't discipline him well. I hope imperial emperor will forgive me. Ruler of a fallen country? Mu Tianyang was instantly enraged. Although Tan Wu was polite, it undoubtedly made him even angrier. Don't pretend to be crazy with us here. Speak, why are you guys the same as Dong Xingyang, not sent to the second floor of the miracle site by the power of rules? Mu Tianyang shouted. How would we know this? Maybe it's because our character is good, the hellhound said. When Mu Tianyang heard this, the anger in his heart suddenly rose and he roared, What does this have to do with character? How can it have nothing to do with it? No matter where, no matter who, they will definitely take care of people with good character. The hellhound said aggrievedly. Bastard. Mu Tianyang couldn't hold it in any longer. 2 strands of divine sense broke through the air and rushed towards Tan Wu in the hellhound's forehead. You're being unreasonable. We haven't offended you, why are you attacking us? The hellhound said angrily. That's right. Tan Wu nodded. While they were talking, one man and one beast displayed a mysterious footwork, narrowly avoiding the bombardment of divine sense. You can actually dodge it? Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows. Luck. Don't make things difficult for us. After all, you are also an imperial emperor. What is the meaning of making things difficult for us 2 juniors? Moreover, my mouth is not tight and I can't control the wind. If I accidentally say it out, then wouldn't you be laughed at? Aren't you dealing with Dong Xingyang? Just pretend that we don't exist, okay? The hellhound smiled embarrassedly and looked at Mu Tianyang pleadingly. My mouth is not tight? Mu Tianyang was so angry that he laughed. He actually dared to threaten him? That's enough, damn dog, stop talking. Tan Wu glared at the hellhound, glanced at the 3 of them and said indifferently, Mu Tianyang, Zhuge Mingyang and Dong Xingyang, no matter what grudges you have, don't involve us. Of course, we won't interfere in your affairs. Dong Xingyang smiled and said, I don't care, but these 2 people, I'm afraid they won't do as you wish. Tan Wu shook his head helplessly and sighed, then this makes things difficult for me. Mu Tianyang and Zhuge Mingyang looked at Tan Wu with a fearless look. Could it be that this person also had something to rely on? Mu Tianyang said, This monarch only wants to know the reason why you guys weren't sent to the second level by the power of rules? I don't know. Actually, I'm also wondering. Tan Wu shook his head. Dong Xingyang doesn't know, Tan Wu doesn't know either. What exactly is going on? Mu Tianyang muttered. Zhuge Mingyang grinned sinisterly and said, No matter what the reason is, kill them all. Tan Wu smiled and said, I advise you it's best not to make a move. Are you threatening me? Zhuge Mingyang suddenly looked at Tan Wu, his killing intent not concealed. Tan Wu crossed his arms and said with a confident smile, If you really think so, you can also take it that I'm threatening you. Since this trash has already said so, then this monarch will also be a little more unyielding lest I embarrass him. The Hell Divine Hound sighed softly and stood up like a human. The cheeky smile from before was gone, and its entire body was filled with a murderous aura. Dong Xingyang glanced at Tan Wu and the Hell Divine Hound, then looked at Zhuge Mingyang and said with a chuckle, It's really getting more and more interesting. He was also very curious, what reliance did it have to make Tan Wu so confident? Could it be that there was also a big shot hiding behind this Tan Wu? Genius 1 second, remember this website address. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1771. Zhuge Mingyang stared at Tan Wu and the Hell God Hound, his eyes flickering. Time passed breath by breath. Everyone was silent, and the atmosphere was incomparably oppressive. A moment passed. The Hell God Hound couldn't bear the atmosphere any longer, and secretly sent a sound transmission to Tan Wu. Trash, if you have any trump cards, just take them out. It's so tiring to be in a stalemate with them like this. Tan Wu secretly said, You've been with me all this time, if I really have any trump cards, how could you not know? What the hell? The Hell God Hound panicked and secretly said angrily, Don't tell me that you're just putting on an act. Then what do you think I'm doing? It's not like you don't know. Before we left, old Master Qin gave us a few divine pills. As for the rest, he told us to do as we see fit. Tan Wu said snappily. The Hell Godhound secretly said angrily, "You bastard, I'm really going to die because of you. Don't talk nonsense. Straighten your back. If we don't scare them today, both of us will be finished." Tan Wu coldly snorted. "Unreliable bastard, I'll settle the score with you later." The Hell Godhound secretly cursed, its back straightened, and its eyes became more and more arrogant, as if it really had something to rely on. Boom. Suddenly, Zhuge Mingyang took a step forward, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. Crap. Tan Wu's eyelids twitched. But then, Zhuge Mingyang raised his eyebrows, retracted his steps, and glanced at Mu Tianyang. "What's going on?" The Hell Godhound secretly said. Tan Wu sent a sound transmission. He should be worried about Mu Tianyang. If both of us suffer, it will naturally be Mu Tianyang who reaps the benefits. Looks like we really scared him. Otherwise he wouldn't have considered so much. The Hell Godhound secretly laughed. "We can't let our guard down yet," Tan Wu secretly said. Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, "Zhuge Mingyang, you're not even afraid of Qin Feiyang, why are you afraid of them?" "You can't wait for me to make a move," Zhuge Mingyang sneered. "How could this be?" Mu Tianyang shook his head and smiled. "I was just considering joining hands with you." "Really? How about this? Let's split up. I'll deal with Dong Xingyang and you deal with Tan Wu and the Hell God Dog," Zhuge Mingyang said. "Aren't you making things difficult for me? Right now I'm only a divine sense body. Not to mention that Tan Wu and the Hell Godhound have hidden trump cards. Even if they didn't, I'm still not their match," Mu Tianyang said. Keep pretending, keep pretending. Who doesn't know that you have a heaven-defying divine artifact?" Zhuge Mingyang sneered. Mu Tianyang said, "Then what if Tan Wu is also hiding a heaven-defying divine artifact?" When Zhuge Mingyang heard this, he was immediately annoyed and said angrily, "Do you think that a heaven-defying divine artifact is a radish or a cabbage that can be found everywhere on the street?" This time he didn't dare to make a move. Even such a far-fetched excuse Mu Tianyang could find it. He definitely had ulterior motives. Mu Tianyang said helplessly, "Saying so much, isn't it because you don't believe me? Aren't you the same?" Zhuge Mingyang snorted coldly and decisively stopped. He took out a healing pill and threw it into his mouth. Then he walked to the side and quietly recuperated. "What a pity," Mu Tianyang muttered secretly. Seeing this, the Hell God Dog secretly heaved a sigh of relief and sent a sound transmission. "Fortunately, these two people have ulterior motives. Otherwise we would really have to go see the King of Hell this time." "Yeah," Tan Wu replied, glancing at Mu Tianyang and Zhuge Mingyang. There was a sneer in the depths of his eyes. Originally, these two people, any one of them could easily kill him and the Hell God Dog. But because of the distrust between the two sides, they missed a good opportunity. However, this was also within his expectations. The grudge between the two sides had basically reached the point of no return. Even if they had reached a true alliance, they would not believe each other at all. Even if there was a chance, they would not hesitate at all and directly give the other party a fatal blow from behind. In other words, Zhuge Mingyang's approach was a very wise choice. Actually, Tan Wu and the Hell God Dog didn't know that even if Mu Tianyang and Zhuge Mingyang really attacked them, they would be fine. Because in the dark there was a person watching them. This person was Qin Feiyang. It's a pity that they didn't fight. In the void next to Tan Wu, Qin Feiyang stood above the Black Tortoise Realm's medicine field, looking at Zhuge Mingyang and Mu Tianyang in the image, his face full of regret. Tang Hai, Zhao Tailai, and Chui Li stood side by side behind Qin Feiyang. Chui Li's aura had already reached the level of a war god. That's right. After half a year of seclusion, whether it was Chui Li or Qin Feiyang, they had already stepped into the war god realm. After all, half a year outside was close to 5 years inside the ancient castle. Think about it, with Qin Feiyang here, how could anything happen to Tan Wu? Moreover, not only Qin Feiyang and Chui Li, but the Lady of the Dragon Phoenix House, Ling Yunfei, Luo Qingzhu, Gong Sun Bei, Lu Zheng, the Golden Wolf King, and the Scorpion King had also stepped into the false god realm in this half a year. The White-Eyed Wolf had also broken through to the peak of the 9-star Combat Emperor realm, and was now in Ling Yunfei's spatial divine item, comprehending the profound meaning of becoming a true god. Fatso, Lu Hong, Viper, Winged Snow Eagle, and the other beasts had also improved their cultivation by a lot, ranging from 9-star Combat Emperor to 8-star Combat Emperor. The Spirit Queen, Wang Zicheng, and Barbarian Bull had also improved by leaps and bounds since entering the ancient castle. In short, their small team now had a total of 5 war gods, namely Qin Feiyang, Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, Chui Li, and the Golden Leopard. Of course. The 6 elders, Willow Tree, Li Jian, Yu Huang, and the other false gods were also working hard, crazily trying to break through to the war god realm. As for Qin Feiyang, when did he enter the vacuum zone? In fact, he had arrived a few days earlier than Dong Xingyang and Tan Wu. After breaking through to the war god realm, he drove the Black Tortoise realm and rushed here. He had been hiding in the Black Tortoise realm and did not appear, because he wanted to see if he could find an opportunity to get rid of one or two. For example, the State Preceptor and Mu Changfeng. Unfortunately, after waiting for a few days, these people did not appear. However, the appearance of Dong Xingyang and Tan Wu was somewhat out of his expectations. What surprised him even more was that Dong Xingyang actually hid so deeply. He had suspected more than once that Dong Xingyang might also be someone that Uncle Yuan helped him cultivate. But after observing, it did not feel like it. And after this incident, he could finally confirm that Dong Xingyang and Uncle Yuan had nothing to do with each other. Because that killing intent did not belong to Uncle Yuan. As for Tan Wu and the Hell God Hound, the breakthrough of these two fellows also surprised him. He remembered that the last time they met, Tan Wu and the Hell God Hound had just taken the divine pill and stepped into the peak of the 9-star war god realm, and how long had it been? Both of them had actually broken through to the false god realm. This speed was even more terrifying than Ling Yunfei and the others. Could it also be related to the divine pill? But if there was really a divine pill that could speed up a person's comprehension of the profound meaning of becoming a god and break through to the false god realm, then why didn't Ling Yunfei and the others? One had to know. Whether it was Tan Wu or Ling Yunfei and the others, they were all nurtured by Uncle Yuan. As for Uncle Yuan's character, he naturally knew it best, and would definitely not favor one and discriminate against the other. Zhao Tailai glanced at Zhuge Mingyang and Mu Tianyang and frowned. Young master, we can't just wait here for a few days and not do anything, right? What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Since Mu Changfeng and the imperial tutor are not coming out, then we'll make a move on Mu Tianyang and Zhuge Mingyang. Zhao Tailai said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, these two people both have spatial divine objects, and they are also very cautious people. If we want to attack them, the success rate is too low. Zhao Tailai could not help but frown. Tang Hai said, now that you have also stepped into the war god realm, we might as well kill them here. Good idea. Zhao Tailai's eyes lit up and said, if we go out to fight, we will definitely not be able to avoid the destruction of lives. But here, no matter how we fight, we will not implicate an innocent life. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. It's not that I haven't thought about this, but do you think that they will fight us head-on now? Definitely not. After all, they don't have the confidence. Cui Li said. That's right. If we have to fight, Zhuge Mingyang and Mu Tianyang can definitely enter the spatial divine object to avoid the battle. Qin Feiyang said. Zhao Tailai said angrily, this won't do, that won't do. Could it be that we have to wait until we leave the divine site to fight? Only after leaving the divine site can we break them one by one. Because at that time Zhuge Mingyang, the imperial tutor, and Emperor Hong will return to the Great Qin Empire, or go to the Sea of Reincarnation to find the demon ancestor. As for Mu Tianyang and the Mu family, if nothing unexpected happens, they will probably enter the Forgotten Continent's internal sea. Because the internal sea is unable to open the portal, it is convenient for them to hide. In other words, our battle with them is very likely to take place in the Sea of Reincarnation and the Endless Ocean, so we won't implicate too many innocent people. Qin Feiyang said. If that's the case, then we don't have to be too insistent on fighting with them now. Zhao Tailai said with a smile. Old Zhao, you have really changed. I remember that back in the Black Tortoise world, you didn't care about the lives of others. Qin Feiyang said. Young master, aren't you the one who influenced me? Zhao Tailai said with a smile, rubbing his head. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, and the topic suddenly changed. However, we can also try to attack Mu Tianyang and Zhuge Mingyang now. With a thought, the mysterious lady and Yi Shu immediately appeared from the ancient castle. Qin Feiyang was about to speak, but the mysterious lady waved her hand. Yi Shu and I heard it, you don't have to explain any more. After saying that, the mysterious lady waved her hand, and the hook-nosed old man and the monkey-faced old man both appeared. Qin Feiyang glanced at everyone and said, it would be best if we succeed in attacking the two of them, but if we don't, we won't force it. However, Cui Li and I have to stay put for now. What? Zhao Tailai was puzzled. They still don't know that Cui Li and I have become martial gods. If we all go out and the attack fails, won't Cui Li and my strength be exposed? I still want to give them a surprise. Taking a step back, if even you war gods failed, then there's not much point in having Cui Li and I on our side. Qin Feiyang said. That's true. Everyone nodded. Cui Li said with a smile, I'm afraid their little hearts won't be able to bear this surprise. Yeah. How long has it been since you broke through to the martial god realm? Such a ridiculous speed will probably make them collapse. The divine leopard said jokingly. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Get ready. The 6 people and the golden leopard looked at each other, and their auras erupted as they began to accumulate power. Chapter 1772. Cui Li glanced at Tang Hai's group and the golden leopard before looking at Qin Feiyang. Young master, I have a question that I've been wanting to ask you ever since you came out of seclusion. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback as he asked suspiciously, What is it? Cui Li looked at Zhuge Mingyang on the screen and asked, If Zhuge Mingyang didn't avoid the battle and fought with you head-on, do you have the confidence to defeat him now? Confidence? Qin Feiyang murmured as his face was brimming with confidence. He smiled and said, 100%. Cui Li also smiled. Mu Tianyang and Zhuge Mingyang didn't know that their young master had already stepped into the war god realm. They also didn't know that their young master's battle soul and the 6-word divine formula had undergone earth-shattering changes. This was really exciting. When Mu Tianyang and the others saw their young master's current strength and changes, how interesting would their expressions be? Rumble. The auras of the mysterious lady and the golden leopard were getting stronger and stronger. Heaven and earth trembled. Below. The 9 beast emperors guarding the herb field were all terrified. With so many war gods, what if they suddenly attacked them? Just thinking about it made their hair stand on end. At the same time, there was a trace of envy in their eyes towards the golden leopard. Thinking back to the past, the golden leopard was the same as them. They were both beast emperors of the demonic land and weren't much stronger than them. However, after following Qin Feiyang, it stepped into the war god realm not long after. The difference between a war god and a false god was like heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. Why didn't Zhao Tailai take a fancy to us back then? One of the beast emperors sighed. If Zhao Tailai had taken a fancy to them when he was looking for a mount, then the one standing with Qin Feiyang and the others wouldn't have been the golden leopard. This was fate. The golden leopard could only blame its good luck. It was destined to soar. Just as the 9 beast emperors were sighing, the auras of the mysterious woman and the golden leopard were about to reach their peak. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He controlled the black tortoise realm and silently flew towards Mu Tianyang and Zhuge Mingyang. Outside, Zhuge Mingyang quietly repaired his arm. However, his gaze was always on Mu Tianyang, Dong Xingyang, the Cerberus and Tan Wu. Mu Tianyang also stood to the side, silent. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. Tan Wu and the Hell God Hound retreated far away without batting an eyelid, maintaining a distance from Mu Tianyang and the other 2. As for Dong Xingyang, he was also silently repairing his energy reserve. That terrifying killing intent had also returned to his glabella. Anyway, at this moment, no one spoke. The entire vacuum zone fell into a deathly silence. Boom. But suddenly, several streaks of divine might emerged, breaking the silence. And Tan Wu, the Hell God Hound, and Dong Xingyang were shocked. They hurriedly looked up and saw a few figures appear out of thin air above Zhuge Mingyang and Mu Tianyang. It's them? Mysterious Madam? Elder Qin. The 2 men and 1 beast were shocked. What shocked them even more was that these people had actually broken through to the war god realm. However, Mu Tianyang and Zhuge Mingyang did not panic at the sudden appearance of the mysterious madam and the others, as well as the golden leopard. It was as if they had already expected it. Swish. The next moment, the 2 of them instantly disappeared without a trace. Damn it. The mysterious madam was extremely angry. Although she had already mentally prepared herself in advance that the attack might not succeed, she still couldn't help but be annoyed at this moment. Zhao Tailai's divine sense emerged, locking onto the 2 spatial divine objects, and said in a deep voice, Tang Hai, quickly revive the divine artifact and see if you can force them out. After saying that, Zhao Tailai was the first to take out the rusty axe, rushed to Mu Tianyang's spatial divine object, and immediately hacked at it. Although this axe could not be revived, its sharpness was enough to tear the heavens and split the earth. At the same time, Tang Hai also took out his dagger, his divine power surging into it, bringing along a world-destroying divine might. He slashed towards Zhuge Mingyang's spatial divine object. You guys really don't give up. Suddenly, Mu Tianyang appeared in the air. Along with him were Mu Changyun and Mu Changfeng as well as the blood blade. The divine power of the 2 as well as Mu Tianyang's divine sense, poured into the blood blade, and the power of the heaven-defying divine artifact erupted. Zhao Tailai's expression changed and he retreated without hesitation. Clang. At the same time, Tang Hai's blade slashed onto Zhuge Mingyang's spatial divine object, and a dazzling light immediately shot out from the void. However, the spatial divine object did not shatter, but Tang Hai's arm was numb from the shock. Boom. In the next moment, Zhuge Mingyang appeared, and the Bone Dragon Battle Soul roared in the sky, its innate ability covering all directions. Tang Hai's cultivation immediately began to plummet. If it's as young master expected, it's harder than ascending to the heavens to attack them. Tang Hai murmured and retreated like lightning. Fortunately, Zhuge Mingyang's innate ability did not have the ability to bind, otherwise he would have suffered again. Zhuge Mingyang glanced at Tang Hai, then looked at Zhao Tailai and the others as well as the golden divine leopard, and then looked at the void and sneered, "Qin Feiyang, you're too naive to think of sneak attacking us." "It's not naive, it's stupid. Everyone knows about the Black Tortoise Realm, how could we not be prepared?" Mu Tianyang snorted coldly. "Qin Feiyang is also here?" Dong Xingyang, Tan Wu, and the Hell God Hound immediately released their divine sense to search for Qin Feiyang's whereabouts. But under their divine sense they found nothing. What was going on? Even their divine sense could not find him? Zhuge Mingyang said, "Come out, what's the point of hiding?" Swoosh. Before he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang appeared beside the mysterious lady and the others. But he did not come out with them. His cultivation was also suppressed to the false god realm. "He's really here?" Dong Xingyang was surprised. But why couldn't their divine sense find him? One should know that divine sense was everywhere. Even if Qin Feiyang was hiding in the ancient castle, he could not escape the divine sense's search. Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Tianyang and Tan Wu and said, "I'm not a demon, do you have to be so wary of me?" "Of course we have to be wary of you. Just like this time, if we weren't prepared, we would have been dead by now," Mu Tianyang said. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. "Cut the crap." Zhuge Mingyang coldly shouted, staring at Qin Feiyang and said, "Do you still remember what you used to say the most?" "What?" Qin Feiyang was curious. "If you do something wrong you have to pay the price. Now that you've ambushed us, don't you have to pay the price?" Zhuge Mingyang laughed. "Is that so? It seems that after becoming a war god, your strength should have improved a lot, otherwise you wouldn't be so arrogant," Qin Feiyang said. Zhuge Mingyang said, "I don't know how much I've improved, but it's more than enough to kill a false god like you." "More than enough," Qin Feiyang muttered. Suddenly, he took a step forward and entered the domain formed by Zhuge Mingyang's innate ability. "What?" Zhuge Mingyang was petrified on the spot. Mu Tianyang and the Mu brothers were also shocked. They had thought of 10,000 possibilities, but they never thought that Qin Feiyang would take the initiative to step into the domain. As soon as he entered the domain, Qin Feiyang's cultivation rapidly plummeted. 9-star War God peak. 9-star War God. 8-star War God. 7-star War God. However, although his cultivation had fallen to 7-star War God, Qin Feiyang's expression did not change as he looked at Zhuge Mingyang calmly. "What's going on? Why is he so calm?" Zhuge Mingyang muttered. Mu Tianyang also looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. The two of them looked at Zhao Tailai and the others. They realized, whether it was Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, or the mysterious madam and the others, there was no trace of worry on their faces. Moreover, they had no intention of saving Qin Feiyang and stood there motionlessly. "What's going on? These people are too calm," the two of them murmured. Could it be? The two of them had the same thought in their minds at the same time. Could it be that Qin Feiyang had obtained some heaven-defying fortune or divine artifact on the second level of the divine ruins in the past 6 months? If it were someone else, they would have more or less suspected that they were pretending to be calm. But facing Qin Feiyang, they really did not have the guts to guess, because there were too many possibilities on Qin Feiyang. Although they had thought of many possibilities, they had never thought that Qin Feiyang had already stepped into the War God realm. Because in their opinion, this was simply impossible. Mu Tianyang's eyes flashed and he transmitted his voice, "Zhuge Mingyang, it's too risky to fight with him now. Let's talk about it after we leave the divine ruins." "You were really scared by him?" Zhuge Mingyang snorted coldly. "If you weren't scared by him, why didn't you make a move? Before you talk about me, you should consider yourself carefully." Mu Tianyang sneered inwardly and decisively put away his blood blade and sent Mu Changfeng and Mu Tianyang into the spatial divine item. "Emperor of the previous dynasty? What a joke." Zhuge Mingyang smiled disdainfully and also recalled the Bone Dragon War Soul. After his innate ability disappeared, Qin Feiyang's cultivation returned to the false divinity realm. So, I've already taken the initiative to enter the domain, but you don't dare to make a move. How boring. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He turned and walked toward Zhao Tailai and the others. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Zhuge Mingyang was full of hostility. He stared at Qin Feiyang's back and muttered, "Continue to be arrogant. Sooner or later I'll take your dog life." Amazing. Tan Wu sighed. He scared Mu Tianyang and Zhuge Mingyang just by standing there. I don't know about the others, but they're definitely stronger than you. The Hell Divine Hound transmitted his voice, his eyes full of contempt. Tan Wu's face darkened and said angrily, "If he's so powerful, why didn't you follow him back then?" So, isn't it because my eyes were covered by eye feces back then? Otherwise, why would I choose a trash like you? The Hell Divine Hound lamented. Your sister, am I that bad? Tan Wu said angrily. I'm not afraid of hurting you. You're worse than what I said. The Hell Divine Hound shook his head. Tan Wu's veins jumped and his face twitched uncontrollably. As expected, you're still the same as before. Your courage and boldness make people feel ashamed of their inferiority. I really don't want to be enemies with you. But there are some things that I can't decide. Dong Xingyang looked at Qin Feiyang's back and couldn't help but admire him. But at the same time, there was a trace of helplessness and disappointment on his face. Chapter 1773. However, Qin Feiyang did not notice Dong Xingyang's abnormality. He walked to the side of Zhao Tailai and the others, turned his head to look at the stone door leading to the outside and gradually frowned. Since you don't plan to make a move, then open the passage. Mu Tianyang said. With a wave of his hand, 6 clusters of Dan fire appeared. Heat waves surged and the vacuum area immediately became like a large furnace. Zhuge Mingyang also took out a Dan fire. This was the sky-profound flame that Qin Feiyang had given to Emperor Hong back then. Now, Emperor Hong was hiding in the spatial divine object to cultivate in seclusion, so he naturally handed it over to Zhuge Mingyang. The mysterious lady also took out a cluster of Dan fire. It was the heavenly dipper flame that Mu Tianyang had given to the chief pagoda master. As a result, there were 8 clusters of Dan fire, and only Qin Feiyang's heavenly thunder flame and frost flame were left. But Qin Feiyang did not take it out for a long time. Feiyang, what's wrong? The mysterious lady looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang shook his head. We can't leave yet because there's still one more person who hasn't arrived. Oh. Everyone was suspicious. Fire Unicorn. Qin Feiyang said. When he first met the Fire Unicorn on the first floor, he originally wanted the Fire Unicorn to go with him. Moreover, it was a very sincere invitation. But in the end, the Fire Unicorn still rejected him on the grounds that something was summoning it. And even now, he still didn't know where the Fire Unicorn was? Possible. This was not an excuse. Indeed, something was summoning the Fire Unicorn. But even so, Qin Feiyang was still very disappointed. Because every time he saw the Fire Unicorn, an indescribable emotion would rise in his heart. Fire Unicorn. The mysterious lady Yishu and Elder Qin looked at each other. If not for Qin Feiyang's reminder, they would have forgotten about the Fire Unicorn. Fire Unicorn. At the same time, Tan Wu and the Hell God Hound looked at each other with a trace of hesitation in their eyes. The Hell God Hound sent a sound transmission. Trash, should we tell him? This. Tan Wu hesitated and did not speak. Back then, the Fire Qilin told us not to tell Qin Feiyang about its whereabouts, lest Qin Feiyang worry about it. But looking at Qin Feiyang's current state, he probably won't open the passage until the Fire Qilin appears. The Infernal Divine Hound said. Maybe in Qin Feiyang's heart, the Fire Qilin is really important. Tan Wu sighed deeply and walked to the front of the stone door in large strides. Standing beside Qin Feiyang, he pretended to look at the stone door and secretly transmitted his voice to Qin Feiyang. No need to wait for the Fire Qilin. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He shot a glance at Tan Wu and thought to himself, could it be that you've seen it before? Yes. Tan Wu said. When did this happen? Qin Feiyang hurriedly asked. Counting carefully, it seems to have been 3 months ago. At that time, the dead dog and I were chased by the beasts on the first floor and fled into a desolate valley. We happened to meet it. It was also it who saved us. At that time it was cultivating in seclusion. It was also because of its help that the Infernal Divine Hound and I could step into the pseudo-god realm so quickly. Tan Wu transmitted his voice. 3 months ago? Qin Feiyang frowned. This happened when he was refining the soul stone and trying to break through to the war god realm. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, How did it help you? Inherited memories. Tan Wu said secretly. Inherited memories? Qin Feiyang was surprised. That's right. It obtained 3 inherited memories on the first floor. It asked for one for itself and gave the other 2 to me and the infernal divine hound. These 3 inherited memories all contain the complete mysteries of becoming a god. Tan Wu said secretly. His words were full of gratitude to the fire Qilin. I see. Qin Feiyang was suddenly enlightened. In this world, there shouldn't be any pills that could speed up one's comprehension of the mysteries of becoming a god. Qin Feiyang, what do you mean? Could it be that you want us to accompany you here just to wait for the fire Qilin? You have the mood but we don't. Zhuge Mingyang said impatiently. Qin Feiyang ignored him and said secretly, then where is it now? After stepping into the pseudo-god realm, it was sent to the 2nd floor by the rule force. But before it left, it told me not to tell you its whereabouts. It didn't want you to worry. Tan Wu said. The 2nd floor, Qin Feiyang muttered. Tan Wu added, and it also said that it won't leave the miracle. If it doesn't leave the miracle, where does it want to go? Qin Feiyang frowned. Tan Wu smiled bitterly and said, I also asked it but it didn't say. It only said that we'll meet again if fate allows. Qin Feiyang frowned. Could it be that the fire Qilin had also entered the 3rd floor like the divine beast in the endless sea? Speaking of which, there's something I've been wondering about. Tan Wu suddenly transmitted his voice again. What is it? Qin Feiyang said. At that time, the fire Qilin had just broken through to the pseudo-god realm and was sent to the 2nd floor by the rule force. But after the hell god hound and I broke through, the rule force didn't appear? Moreover, the griffin beast guarding the passage not only didn't stop us, it was even polite to me and the hell god hound. Tan Wu said. It's because of me. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. You. Tan Wu was stunned. Yes. Actually, I've seen you and the hell god hound a long time ago. Qin Feiyang said. When? Tan Wu asked. Qin Feiyang said, it was when you took the divine pill and broke through to the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. Tan Wu was puzzled. Then why didn't you show up? Qin Feiyang said, I know your personality. Even if I showed up, you wouldn't follow me, so I didn't disturb you. So that's how it is. You really know me well. Tan Wu secretly smiled and said, then what's with the rule force? Could it be that you can already control the rule force of the miracle? How could I have this ability? It's the guardian of the miracle. I'm on good terms with it. When I entered the 2nd floor, I begged it to secretly take care of you and the hell god hound. And Dong Xingyang. As for the fire Qilin, I didn't think of it at that time, so the guardian didn't take special care of it. Thus, it was sent to the 2nd floor. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. So that's how it is. No wonder as soon as the dead dog and I appeared here, Mu Tianyang and Zhuge Mingyang asked me what my relationship with you was. Tan Wu secretly laughed then said, but this Dong Xingyang, I can't see through him. I can't see through him either. Qin Feiyang said. You don't even know whether he's a friend or a foe and you're still helping him? Tan Wu was a little speechless. Originally, he thought that Qin Feiyang knew Dong Xingyang's background. Whether he's a friend or a foe in the future, I won't regret helping him. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Then are we still waiting for the fire Qilin? Tan Wu asked. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and sighed. It has its own path to walk. I can't control it, nor do I have the qualifications to control it. Let's leave it to fate. After saying that, he took out the heavenly thunder flame and the ice flame. Seeing this, the mysterious lady asked suspiciously, aren't we waiting? No. Qin Feiyang smiled. Although he did not know where the fire Qilin was going, and although the 2nd level was very dangerous, he believed that with the fire Qilin's ability, it would definitely survive. In the future they would definitely meet again. Mu Tianyang and Zhuge Mingyang had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Seeing Qin Feiyang take out the heavenly thunder flame and the ice flame, they immediately brought their respective elixir fires to the stone door. The stone door exuded an ancient aura. Although it was not as grand as the stone door that appeared when they entered the divine site, there were also 10 palm-sized grooves on it. These grooves were used to inlay elixir fires. Qin Feiyang, the mysterious lady, Zhuge Mingyang, and Mu Tianyang looked at each other and raised their arms at the same time. 10 clusters of elixir fires rose into the air and merged into a groove. Buzz. The simple and unadorned stone door suddenly bloomed with colorful lights. A pitch-black passage gradually appeared. From a distance, it looked like a bottomless abyss, exuding a heart-palpitating aura. The mysterious lady said secretly, Feiyang, going out is the same as going in. There are space-time storms and all kinds of illusions. Remember not to retreat when you see illusions. Understood. Qin Feiyang nodded. The mysterious lady had said that if they ran away when they saw illusions, even with the protection of elixir fires, they would be obliterated by the space-time storms. Whoosh. As soon as the mysterious lady finished speaking, Mu Tianyang and Zhuge Mingyang withdrew their elixir fires and rushed into the stone door one after another, disappearing from the sight of Qin Feiyang and the others. The Cerberus was stunned. Are they in a hurry to be reincarnated? It's not an exaggeration to say that they are in a hurry to be reincarnated. Zhao Tailai sneered. The reason why they couldn't wait to leave was that they were afraid that Qin Feiyang would fight with them as soon as he went out. So, they had to leave the divine sight before Qin Feiyang so that they could have time to escape. Tang Hai suddenly said, "Old Zhao, are you excited?" Zhao Tailai was stunned and turned to look at Tang Hai. He saw Tang Hai staring at the stone door with joy in his eyes. We can finally leave the divine sight. How can we not be excited? Zhao Tailai murmured. This emperor would like to see what kind of world it is outside. The golden leopard's eyes were also full of anticipation. Then let's go. The mysterious lady laughed. Qin Feiyang, wait. Suddenly, Dong Xingyang's voice sounded behind Qin Feiyang. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and turned to look at Dong Xingyang suspiciously. Dong Xingyang said, "If you don't say something here, you won't have the chance to say it when you go out. Do you still remember what I said to you on the first floor?" "I remember. You told me to be careful of you." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Yes. And now I will remind you again. In the future don't turn your back to me. Because I can stab you in the back at any time," Dong Xingyang said. Hearing these words, the mysterious lady, Zhao Tailai and the others raised their eyebrows. What did this person want to do? It didn't seem like he was hostile to Qin Feiyang. But if there was no hostility, then why did he suddenly say such words? However, Dong Xingyang did not explain and fell silent. Qin Feiyang looked deeply at Dong Xingyang and nodded, "I will remember." Then, he looked up at the stone door leading to the second floor and murmured, "Big cousin Chang Shui, wait for me, I will definitely come back to save you." With that, the group of people stepped into the stone door one after another with the pill fire. Chapter 1774. On the third floor of the divine sight. Inside a large hall. The golden small beast stood in the middle of the hall, looking at the image in front of it. The image was showing the scene of Qin Feiyang and the others leaving the divine sight. They finally left. After being busy for so long, I can finally go and rest. However, I'm really looking forward to the scene of this kid coming back to settle accounts with me. After Qin Feiyang and the others entered the passage and the stone door closed, the golden small beast smiled and waved its little paw. The image in the air disappeared. Following that, it took a step forward and left the palace, appearing in the sky above a vast mountain range. However, the mountain range within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was broken and ravines were everywhere. The air was filled with a tragic atmosphere as well as a monstrous rage. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you." A young man covered in blood roared out from a crack that was hundreds of feet wide and crazily charged into the sky. There was a divine dragon there. It was about 2 meters long and stood in the air with an arrogant look on its face. That's right. It was the ice dragon. And that young man was Qin Feiyang's cousin, Lu Jiejin. Boom. Lu Jiejin pounced forward. "Kid, with your strength it's far from enough to kill me." The ice dragon god's face was full of contempt. With a light wave of its dragon claw, Lu Jiejin was sent flying and smashed into the ground again. All the bones in his body were about to fall apart. Blood dyed the sky red. "I want to go back, I want to go back. You bastard, why did you leave me here?" Lu Jiejin was furious. "Didn't I say it before? I left you here because I took a fancy to you. You should feel honored that I took a fancy to you. If it were me, I would have knelt on the ground and respectfully called you master." The ice dragon said. "Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I won't acknowledge you as my master. However, if you're willing to be my mount, I can consider it." Lu Jiejin laughed. "Mount?" Ice Dragon was stunned. The golden small beast was also astonished. Did this brat even understand the situation? With that little bit of strength of his, he dared to spout such arrogant words? However, he had quite the character. The small beast smiled and looked at the ice dragon. "Grandpa Frog is going back. What about you? You can go back. This emperor will stay here for the time being and teach this impudent brat a lesson." Ice Dragon grinned. "Then don't kill him," the golden small beast said. "Don't worry. He won't have the chance to die even if he wants to. Ice Dragon smirked. The small beast looked at Lu Jijin and shook its head. What a pitiful child. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace. The Ice Dragon withdrew its gaze and lowered its head to look at Lu Jijin. Brat, you've got guts. How dare you make me your mount? It's your honor to be my mount. Lu Jijin said. Honor? Ha! Ice Dragon laughed and said, Boy, have you tasted hellish torture? This emperor will let you have a taste now. Boom. In an instant, Ice Dragon landed in front of Lu Jijin and whipped Lu Jijin's body with its tail. Lu Jijin's skin was instantly lacerated and blood flowed out. However, he didn't even let out a groan. His expression was filled with an unruly smile. Forgotten Continent, Central Divine Kingdom. Pill Pagoda Square above the sky. A stone door that was 999 feet tall, completely black, emitting a mysterious and ancient aura. It was like a towering mountain that stood in the void, shaking the world. That's right. This was the door to the Divine Ruins. All these years, although the door to the Divine Ruins had been closed, it had not disappeared and had always existed. At first, whether it was the people of the Central Divine Kingdom or the people of the Imperial Capital, they would all come and take a few curious glances. But as time passed, everyone slowly got used to it. Even if they passed by the door, they wouldn't care. In the sky was clear, the wind was gentle, and the sun was bright. People were still doing what they were supposed to do as usual. The square of the Pill Pagoda was also the same as usual. The disciples of the Pill Pagoda came and went in a hurry. It looked very peaceful. Clang. Suddenly, another loud explosion sounded like thunder. Not only did it resound in the sky above the Central Divine Kingdom, but it also spread through the space-time door into the sky above the Imperial Capital. Countless people's ears were ringing and their blood was boiling. In an instant, the people in the two places were in an uproar. And the people in the square of the Pill Pagoda had their eardrums torn and blood spurted out. What's going on? Everyone was shocked and looked in the direction of the sound. They found that the loud sound came from the door of the Divine Ruins. Why did the door of the Divine Ruins suddenly make a sound? Could it be, the people who entered the Divine Ruins are coming out? Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, figures continued to soar into the sky and looked at the door of the Divine Ruins. A large number of people also came from the Imperial Capital. There were Marquis and their children. There were people from the Treasure Pavilion. There were elders from the Divine Palace. There were law enforcers from the Outer Hall and the Inner Hall. There were also a large number of disciples from the Divine Palace. There were naturally many people from the main pagoda. For example, the Pagoda Masters and Peak Masters, including Wang Yuer's parents, and the Mu family. Everyone surrounded the square of the Pill Pagoda and stared at the door of the Divine Ruins. It was rumored. Throughout history, there were only a handful of people who could come out of the Divine Ruins alive. They all wanted to know who came back alive. Get out of the way. Suddenly, a shout sounded. A purple-clothed young man rushed out of the crowd and stood not far from the door of the Divine Ruins. This person was young Master Hao. A few years had passed and his cultivation was still at the War Saint level. Could be said that, compared with the growth of Qin Feiyang and the others over the years, it was not worth mentioning at all. But there was no other way. Without opening the door of potential, no matter how good one's talent was, it would take a few years or even decades or centuries to break through a small realm. Father, you will definitely come back alive? Young Master Hao stared at the door of the Divine Ruins and muttered to himself. But gradually, a figure appeared in his mind. Immediately, his hands could not help but clench tightly and his eyes were full of hatred. The person that appeared in his mind was none other than Qin Feiyang. Clang. A loud noise sounded again. The door of the Divine Ruins finally opened slowly. A mighty aura roared out from the door. No one could withstand this aura. It was like the power of heaven. Everyone retreated in horror. But their eyes never left the door of the Divine Ruins, as if they were afraid of missing something. Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden figure rushed out from the door of the Divine Ruins like lightning. He was wearing a golden dragon robe and his aura was terrifying to the extreme. However, their faces were blurry. That's right. He was Mu Tianyang. Who is he? But the people present had never seen this emperor of the previous dynasty. Moreover, Mu Tianyang had no face now. So when they saw Mu Tianyang appear, their faces were full of surprise. It seems that in their memory, among the people who entered the Divine Ruins, there was no such person. As soon as Mu Tianyang appeared, he glanced at the crowd around him. Without saying a word, he shouted, "Where is the lord of the Mu clan?" Whoosh! A middle-aged man rushed out of the crowd and landed in front of Mu Tianyang. He asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" "This person is Mu Qing's father. Although I haven't condensed my facial features yet, but looking at my dress, you should know who I am, right?" Mu Tianyang said angrily. The lord of the Mu clan was stunned and looked at Mu Tianyang. His face suddenly changed and he said in surprise, "Greetings?" Mu Tianyang waved his hand to stop him and said, "Before I left, have you done what I told you? All the clansmen are ready. Treasures and so on have been packed." The lord of the Mu clan said respectfully, "Very good. Everyone in the Mu clan listen to my order, return to the clan immediately." Mu Tianyang roared and immediately opened the portal and rushed in without looking back. The lord of the Mu clan also hurriedly followed. The other Mu clan members hidden in the crowd also opened the portal and left. It's too late to say. Zhuge Mingyang also rushed out of the divine ruins after Mu Tianyang. He is Zhuge Mingyang. How did his appearance change? Gray hair, gray pupils. Yi Fuqian muttered to himself. If it weren't for his face, I wouldn't have recognized him. Zhuge Mingyang, the people present basically know him. Seeing him come out, everyone was talking about him. This Zhuge Mingyang is really lucky he can come out of the divine ruins alive. And looking at his aura, it's much stronger than before. The people in the imperial capital were particularly excited, because they still don't know Zhuge Mingyang's ambition. In their eyes, Zhuge Mingyang is a rare talent of the Great Qin and the next successor to the position of Zhuge Wuho. After Zhuge Mingyang came out, he glanced at Mu Tianyang's back. Without any delay, he immediately rushed towards the space-time gate. Over the years, the portal has been connecting the imperial capital and the central divine kingdom. "Zhuge Mingyang, where is the state preceptor and Emperor Hong?" A group of marquis surrounded and asked. "They are all in my space divine object," Zhuge Mingyang said. "Great." Hearing this, not only the marquis but all the people of the Great Qin couldn't help but cheer. However, Zhuge Mingyang's expression was extremely hazy, and he entered the portal without looking back. What's the situation? The person before, as soon as he appeared, he took the Mu clan away. Now this Zhuge Mingyang is the same. Why do I feel that the atmosphere is a bit strange? Someone muttered. "Father, come out quickly." Young Master Hao stared at the door of the divine ruins, his brows full of worry. Where are the others? Could it be that only that person from the Mu clan, Zhuge Mingyang, state preceptor, and Emperor Hong are alive? Everyone looked at the door of the temple, and seeing that no one appeared for a long time, they couldn't help but start to mutter in their hearts. The people of the main tower were especially nervous, because until now they hadn't seen anyone from the main tower come out. "Haven't you forgotten about someone?" Suddenly someone said. Oh. Everyone was suspicious. "Qin Feiyang." That person said word by word. As soon as these three words came out, the entire Pill Pagoda square instantly fell into a dead silence. Genius remembered the address of this site in a second. Top Point Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1775. The name Qin Feiyang was like a taboo existence, causing people to tremble in fear. It's best if he doesn't come back. That's right. Once this fiend returns, the Forgotten Continent and the Great Qin Empire will definitely be in chaos again. I really hope that he can die in the miracle and never appear again. People discussed in low voices. "Grandfather, they haven't come out yet. Are they really dead?" In the crowd, a tall woman in white with black hair like a waterfall looked at a white-haired old man next to her and asked. "Don't worry, everyone will die, but Qin Feiyang won't die." The white-haired old man smiled. These two people were Li He and Li Yan. Li He was already the deputy pavilion master of the trading pavilion, and could be considered a big shot in the Forgotten Continent. As for Li Yan, as Li He's granddaughter and a disciple of the main tower, her status was naturally not comparable to ordinary people. Li Yan heard Li He's words and said unhappily, "Who cares about Qin Feiyang? I'm asking him." Li He was slightly stunned and said helplessly, "Yan, there are so many young talents in the world. Of all the young talents in the world, why do you have to like that damn fatso? How can you say that about him? Although he's a little fat, he has a good heart. Back then, when you were plotted against by Fu Anshan and the leader of the Divine Python tribe, I was heartbroken and almost wanted to die. He was always with me and comforted me." Li Yan said unhappily. Yes. Grandfather was wrong, grandfather was wrong. As long as my granddaughter likes him, as long as he treats my granddaughter well, I don't care if he's fat or ugly, I can put up with it." Li He hurriedly smiled apologetically. Put up with it? Li Yan was speechless. "Father, come out quickly, come out quickly." Young Master Hao stared at the door of the miracle, his eyes full of anxiety. No one has come out after so long. It seems that only Zhuge Mingyang and the others are still alive. How terrifying. The main tower master, the mysterious Madam Wang Su, Gongsun Bei, Qin Feiyang, which one of them isn't a terrifying figure? In the end they were all buried in the miracle. What kind of place is this miracle? People sighed. The death of the chief tower master and the others is indeed regrettable. But Qin Feiyang, that unlucky star, his death is not to be regretted. Someone snorted. Really? Suddenly, a calm voice came from the door of the divine ruins. This voice? Everyone's eyes trembled. The killing intent in young Master Hao's eyes burst out. On the other hand, Li He and Li Yan's faces lit up with joy. That was because they were all too familiar with this voice. It was none other than the fiend everyone was talking about, Qin Feiyang. Before he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang's group flew out of the divine sight's gate and appeared in front of everyone. Not dead. Good people don't live long, but disasters live for 1,000 years. This saying is indeed true. Young Master Hao roared in his mind. It's them. When the pagoda masters and peak masters of the main pagoda saw the hook-nosed old man and the monkey-faced old man, they were ecstatic. A group of people immediately flew over. But in the next moment, they abruptly braked and stopped in the void. They stared at the mysterious lady, their faces full of disbelief. Wang Yuer's parents were the same. That face. Young Master Hao also noticed the mysterious lady and his eyes suddenly widened. Young Master Hao, Wang Yuer's parents, as well as the peak masters and pagoda masters, had all been to the land of inheritance of the main pagoda. Therefore they all knew about the statues in the land of inheritance. And the woman in front of them looked exactly the same as the previous pagoda master. What was going on? Didn't she die 10,000 years ago? Was it purely a coincidence that the two of them looked the same? Yishu. The giants of the main pagoda also noticed Yishu next to the mysterious lady, and their eyes immediately filled with killing intent. Because in their eyes Yishu was still a traitor. Is this the outside world? The golden leopard was not in the mood to pay attention to these people. He looked around curiously. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai were also extremely excited. Elder Qin, that traitor, really followed Qin Feiyang. At the same time, the people in the capital also looked coldly at Elder Qin, who was standing next to Qin Feiyang. Boom. But suddenly, a pseudo-god's power, like a volcanic eruption, shrouded all directions. Everyone present suddenly felt as if they had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cellar, and their whole body was cold. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang and they were all silent. Qin Feiyang said, "I've really disappointed you. Not only did I not die, but I also broke through to the pseudo-god realm." Pseudo-god. Everyone's body and mind trembled. Especially young Master Hao. In the divine ruins, pseudo-gods were nothing. But in the Forgotten Continent and the Great Qin Empire, pseudo-gods were comparable to gods. "Brother Qin, congratulations, congratulations." Suddenly, a laugh sounded. A young man in purple walked out of the crowd. He was about 1.8 meters tall and his figure was tall. His black hair was like a waterfall, and his temperament was extraordinary. Those two deep eyes were like two stars. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "So it's Brother Pei. It's been many years since we last met. How have you been?" That's right. This person was Pei. He was also the current leader of the Divine Python tribe. He was a man that Qin Feiyang admired very much. Pei shook his head and said with a smile, "I'm still the same. You, on the other hand, are so powerful that others can only look up to you. Brother Pei, you are very talented. Sooner or later you will also take this step." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Pei Yi's talent was very terrifying. He was even better than young Master Hao. And back then he also gave Pei Yi potential pills, and small creation pills which could open the door of potential. It could be said that this person's future achievements were limitless. "I'm very talented?" Pei Yi smiled bitterly. Compared with ordinary people he was indeed a genius. But compared with a monster like Qin Feiyang, he was no different from a fool. Shaking his head, Pei Yi said with a smile, "We haven't seen each other for a long time. Brother Qin, why don't we go out for a gathering?" "I'm afraid not now." Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked, "Have you seen Zhuge Mingyang and Mu Tianyang?" "I've seen Zhuge Mingyang but Mu Tianyang." Pei Yi frowned. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and condensed Mu Tianyang's shadow. "So it's him." Pei Yi was suddenly enlightened. "Mu Tianyang? Qin Feiyang? Don't tell me he's the former emperor Mu Tianyang?" No, no, the former emperor has already died in the hands of the former emperor. How could it be him? The people in Beijing immediately got into an uproar. Qin Feiyang was not in the mood to explain, nor did he have the time to do so. He looked at Pei Yi and asked, "Where did they go?" As soon as Mu Tianyang came out, he brought the Mu family back to the Mu family home. Zhuge Mingyang also went back to the Great Qin Empire. Pei Yi said. Qin Feiyang asked, "Did they say anything before they left?" Pei Yi said, "Zhuge Mingyang didn't say anything, but Mu Tianyang did ask Master Mu a question." "What question?" Qin Feiyang asked. He asked Master Mu if he had done what he asked him to do before he left. Master Mu's answer was that everyone in the Mu family was ready, and the Mu family's treasures were also packed. Pei Yi said, "Feiyang, the situation is not good. This Mu Tianyang must have been planning this even before he entered the divine sight." Mysterious Madam said in a deep voice. "Packing the treasures? Feiyang, it seems that as you expected, Mu Tianyang is going to escape," Old Qin said. "Then let him escape slowly. Great-grandmother, take Yi Shu and the others and go to the Mu family immediately to find out what happened. Remember, don't do anything if you're not sure. Old Qin, Old Zhao, Old Tang, Junior Leopard, follow me back to the Great Qin Empire." Qin Feiyang shouted, his body full of murderous intent. "Okay." The three people and one beast nodded. Seeing Qin Feiyang was about to leave, Li Yin ran out of the crowd and asked, "Qin Feiyang, where's Fatso?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and turned to look at Li Yin. The first person this little girl asked was actually Fatso? Fatso is really something. He actually took Li He's granddaughter away without anyone noticing. Li He also ran out and looked at Qin Feiyang, smiling. "Brother Qin, how have you been?" Qin Feiyang looked at the grandfather and grandson and said, "Let's talk when we have time." After that, he took the three people and the golden leopard to the space-time gate. "What's with this guy's attitude?" Li Yin was dissatisfied. "The situation is really not good," Li He murmured. Whether it was experience, Li He was much better than Li Yin. Before, Zhuge Mingyang and Mu Tianyang left without saying a word, and now Qin Feiyang and the others were also full of a murderous aura. It seemed that something big would happen soon. The space-time gate will be closed soon. All the people of Great Qin go back quickly. But just as Qin Feiyang and the others were about to enter the space-time gate, accompanied by a cold shout, a figure suddenly blocked in front of them. "It's the snow python. Let's go." Seeing this, the people of Great Qin immediately swarmed toward the space-time gate. Powerhouse, Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, and the golden leopard. As soon as they saw the snow python, they immediately became vigilant. Qin Feiyang and Old Qin's pupils suddenly shrank. They had long known about the existence of the snow python. They also knew how powerful the snow python was. And now they had also broken through to the war god realm. But at this moment, they were shocked to find that they couldn't see through the snow python's cultivation. This was hard for them to accept. Could it be that this snow python was a lesser war god or even a greater war god? "Greetings, senior." Qin Feiyang bowed. "Not bad, you have already stepped into the false god realm. Coincidentally, I have something to talk to you about. Accompany me to the glacier forest." The snow python laughed. "Go to the glacier forest?" Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Senior, I have something urgent to deal with now. Can we talk about it another day?" "No." The snow python shook its head. Qin Feiyang immediately became angry. Zhao Tailai asked, "Young master, where is the glacier forest?" Qin Feiyang thought, the glacier forest is the nest of the snow python. It is in the first region of the Forgotten Continent, very far from here. What does she mean? I already told her that we have something urgent. Why is she still stopping us? Zhao Tailai didn't understand. Genius remembered this site's address in a second. Pinnacle Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1776. At the same time, the mysterious lady Yi Shu, the hook-nosed old man, and the monkey-faced old man were also suspicious of the snow python. "Ancestors, where's my father? Also, why are you with them?" Young Master Hao suddenly ran in front of the hook-nosed old man and the monkey-faced old man and asked. "Shut up." The hook-nosed old man and the monkey-faced old man glared at him. "Can't you see that the current situation is not right? Why are you still asking questions?" Young Master Hao's body stiffened. "What's going on? Why are the two ancestors' attitudes towards me different from before?" Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and suppressed the irritation in his heart. "Senior, I really have an urgent matter. No matter how urgent it is, you have to come with me first," the snow python said. Its tone was as if it was ordering Qin Feiyang, and it couldn't be disobeyed. Old Qin said, "Feiyang, what should we do?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he looked at the snow python and smiled. "How about this, I'll go with you and let old Qin and the others return to the Great Qin Empire first." The snow python shook its head. "No, they also want to go to the glacier forest with me." "What?" Qin Feiyang was instantly enraged. "What is this beast trying to do?" The mysterious lady raised her eyebrows. Yi Shu, the hook-nosed old man, and the monkey-faced old man also frowned. Just as Qin Feiyang and the snow python were in a stalemate, the people of the Great Qin Empire had mostly returned. Only a dozen people were left. And among these people, there was an old man that Qin Feiyang was familiar with. This person was the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion, Sun Dahai. "Qin Feiyang, the situation of the Great Qin Empire has changed. The commander of the Kirin army has betrayed us. Marquis Xiao has been killed. Zhuge Shunfeng has broken out of the seal. Your disciples Wang Xiaojie, Ren Wushuang, Yan Nanshan, and Old Man Ren have also been captured by Zhuge Shunfeng. Hurry back." When Sun Dahai passed by Qin Feiyang, he secretly transmitted his voice to him. "What?" Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled as he hurriedly raised his head to look at Sun Dahai. However, Sun Dahai had already followed the crowd into the gate of spacetime. "Is this true? How could the commander of the Kirin army betray them?" "Old Man Qin, Zhao Tailai, Tanghai, Golden Panther, even if you have to die, you must hold back the snow python for me." Qin Feiyang suddenly let out a roar as he unleashed the attainment formula. He leaped over the snow python and rushed toward the spacetime gate. "What's the situation?" Old Qin, Old Man Qin, and the Golden Divine Leopard were stunned. The mysterious Madame Yi Shu, the hook-nosed old man, and the monkey-faced old man also looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. "How dare you?" The snow python did not expect that Qin Feiyang would disobey her order. What was even more unexpected was that Qin Feiyang's speed was so fast. Following her low shout, the spacetime door closed with a loud bang. The spacetime door had already recognized her as its master. She could close it with just a thought. No matter how fast Qin Feiyang was, he would not be able to catch up with her. Looking at the spacetime door that closed, Qin Feiyang's anger suddenly became uncontrollable. Whoosh! He turned his head and stared at the snow python. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he said, "What do you mean by this? I just asked you to come with me. Why are you so stubborn? Do you know? The price of angering me is very heavy." The snow python said. Qin Feiyang said coldly, "The price of angering me is not small either." "Is that so?" The snow python smiled coldly. Boom. Old Man Qin, Tang Hai, Zhao Tailai, and the Golden Panther looked at each other. Their auras suddenly exploded as they charged toward the snow python. "A bunch of ants, how dare you be so presumptuous?" The snow python's expression was full of contempt as her divine power surged out. Old Man Qin, Tang Hai, and the Golden Panther were instantly crippled. They crashed into the square below like meteorites. So strong? Qin Feiyang's heart was in turmoil. The mysterious lady and Yi Shu were also dumbfounded. 3 gods of war and a divine beast were instantly crippled? "You forced me to make a move." The snow python snorted and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Actually, you don't have to do this. I mean you no harm. What I want to tell you is about Qin Yuan. Uncle Yuan." Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. The snow python's divine power surged and the spacetime door opened again. And it easily revived the spacetime door. After the spacetime door opened, the snow python retreated to the side and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Don't force me to make a move. Let's go." Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and swooped down, sending Old Man Qin, Tang Hai, and the Golden Panther to the Black Tortoise world. Then, he soared into the sky, looked at the snow python deeply and entered the spacetime door. The snow python looked at the mysterious lady and Yi Shu. "The 4 of you come with me." "We're going too." The 4 of them raised their eyebrows. "Yes." The snow python nodded. The 4 of them looked at each other and had no choice but to enter the spacetime door. The snow python also rushed into the spacetime door. Boom. So, the spacetime door disappeared in the void. What's going on? Everyone looked at each other. The clouds are rising and the sun is sinking. A storm is coming. This is the omen of a great calamity. Pei Yi walked to Li He's side and sighed. Li He turned to look at Pei Yi and said, "Do you know something?" "I don't know. But I have a hunch that a great calamity is coming. When the time comes, people will be plunged into misery and suffering." Pei Yi said. "Great calamity," Li He murmured. Above the glacier forest, Qin Feiyang and the others appeared one after another. The snow python put away the spacetime door and glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others. Finally, its gaze fell on Qin Feiyang and said with a faint smile, "Kid, do you think you can fool everyone by hiding your cultivation?" Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. "I remember when you entered the divine sight, you were just a small combat emperor. I didn't expect you to be a combat immortal now. Seems like you've gained a lot in the divine sight," the snow python said. Qin Feiyang was shocked. It could see through his hidden cultivation at a glance. How strong was this snow python? "You must be thinking about my cultivation right now. I might as well tell you the truth. My cultivation is a half-step divine lord. For combat immortals like you who have just become combat immortals, I only need to move my fingers to get rid of you," the snow python said in disdain. "Half-step divine lord?" Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other with suspicion. "After going to the divine sight, I believe you already know that combat immortals are not the end," the snow python said. Qin Feiyang and the others nodded. Divine Lord is above combat immortals. Combat immortals are divided into 5 stages: initial, phenomenal, perfected, and perfected. Above combat immortals is Divine Lord. But between perfected combat immortals and Divine Lords, there is another stage, which is the half-step Divine Lord. In short, those who have surpassed perfected combat immortals but have yet to become Divine Lords are half-step Divine Lords, the snow python said. "In other words, you're only half a step away from becoming a real Divine Lord?" Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Yes." "Now tell me, facing a half-step Divine Lord, is there any use in resisting?" the snow python joked. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. They didn't expect the snow python to be so strong. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "You said you wanted to tell me about Uncle Yuan. What is it?" "Qin Yuan is not as simple as you think," the snow python sighed. "Don't talk nonsense. I already know this," Qin Feiyang said. The snow python said, "How rude. Then do you know who Qin Yuan's master is?" "What? Uncle Yuan has a master?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. "Yes. His master is the demon ancestor," the snow python said. "The demon ancestor." The eyes of the mysterious lady and Yishu trembled. How was this possible? How could Qin Yuan be the demon ancestor's man? Qin Feiyang also trembled when he heard this. He said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense and slander Uncle Yuan. You're not surprised at all when you hear the name demon ancestor. It seems that you know the demon ancestor very well." "Well, I don't have to explain." The snow python smiled. It looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Your ancestor Qin Badian sealed the demon ancestor's divine body in the god's relic. Only those who possess the purple gold dragon blood, the purple gold dragon soul, and the dragon's energy can undo the seal. You know all this." Yishu was shocked. "It's not a big deal. Is it strange that I know?" the snow python asked. Yishu was silent. Qin Feiyang looked at the snow python and said, "Go on." Although the demon ancestor's divine body was sealed, his remnant soul escaped. In order to unlock the seal and take back the divine body, the demon ancestor arranged for Qin Yuan to get close to you and train you. He wanted you to grow up quickly so that you could enter the divine relic and help unlock the seal. The snow python said. "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang murmured and shook his head. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Uncle Yuan is not such a person." "Actually, I can understand how you feel now. After all, Qin Yuan has been taking care of you since you were young. You see him as family. But this is the truth. You have to accept it even if you don't want to," the snow python shouted. "No, it's not like that. You must be lying to me. You're trying to sow discord between me and Uncle Yuan. Tell me, what are your intentions?" Qin Feiyang roared. "Sigh," the snow python sighed deeply and said, "I have no enmity with you. Do I need to sow discord between you?" "Impossible," Qin Feiyang shook his head frantically. "Feiyang, calm down." The mysterious lady quickly comforted and looked at the snow python. "Since you even know Qin Yuan's identity, then you should also know why his father crippled his cultivation and expelled him from the imperial capital." "I know. But there are some things that he needs to find the answer for himself," the snow python said lightly. The mysterious lady said angrily, "Let him find the answer for himself. Don't you think this is ridiculous?" "That's right. You told him about Qin Yuan, but you didn't tell him why his father crippled him. How do you expect us to believe you?" Yishu snorted coldly. "Believe it or not, in short. Speaking of which," the snow python suddenly raised its eyebrows. The next moment, it disappeared without a trace. The mysterious lady Yi Shu and the other two scanned their surroundings in bewilderment. What's going on? Why would he suddenly disappear without any reason? After coming back to their senses, the four of them released their divine sense and spread it in all directions. But after searching the entire glacier forest, they didn't find any trace of the snow python, nor did they find anything like a spatial divine object. Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Apex Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1777. In the sky above a vast mountain. The snow python glanced around, its eyes rather hazy. The grudge between you and me should be settled by you and me. Why do you have to involve the younger generation? Suddenly, a faintly discernible voice reverberated through the void. A white-haired old man appeared in front of the snow python out of thin air. His white clothes fluttered, his white hair fluttered, and his whole body exuded an otherworldly temperament. He did not reveal the slightest bit of aura, just like an ordinary old man. But as he stood there, the surrounding void was constantly twisting, as if it could not bear his existence. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would definitely recognize him at a glance. It was Uncle Yuan. The snow python looked at Qin Yuan and snorted coldly. I knew it was you, old bastard. When did you come? Qin Yuan said lightly, when the miracle started, this old man came. The snow python said, so you're saying that you heard everything I said to Qin Feiyang? Yes. Qin Yuan nodded. The snow python said angrily, then why didn't you stop me? There's no need. Because I know Feiyang will believe me. Qin Yuan shook his head. Is that so? I advise you not to have too much hope. The snow python sneered. Then let's wait and see. Qin Yuan waved his hand, and an image immediately appeared in the void in front of him. The image showed Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang lowered his head, his eyes full of pain. He seemed to be struggling mentally. Should he believe the snow python's words? The mysterious Madame Yi Shu and the other two stood at the side looking at him worriedly. After a long time, the mysterious lady sighed, walked to Qin Feiyang's side and said, Feiyang, although I don't know what kind of person Qin Yuan is, you have to trust your own judgment and follow your heart. Qin Feiyang was still silent. Yi Shu glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at the mysterious lady and said, it seems that this matter has a big impact on him. This kind of thing, if it was anyone else, they would find it hard to accept. The mysterious lady said faintly. Above the mountains and rivers. The snow python sneered, old man, did you see that? If he really believed you, why would he hesitate for so long? Let's wait and see. Qin Yuan chuckled. As soon as Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he suddenly lifted his head and scanned the surrounding void. The pain and struggle in his eyes were completely gone. Feiyang, you, the mysterious Madame Yi Shu, and the other two stared at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. Qin Feiyang said, it hasn't appeared yet. This snow python must have encountered some difficulties. The mysterious madam said, let's not talk about this first. Just now I was just pretending. Actually, I didn't believe her at all. Qin Feiyang sneered. Faking it? The four of them looked at each other. That's right. Even if Uncle Yuan is one of the demon ancestors' people, she didn't have to bring us to the glacier forest. She could have just said it in the central divine kingdom. If I'm not wrong, she should be buying time for Mu Tianyang and Zhuge Mingyang. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Buying time? You mean that she's in cahoots with Mu Tianyang and the others? The mysterious madam was surprised. I'm not sure about that. Maybe she has nothing to do with Mu Tianyang and the others. She just wants to achieve her own goal, so she helped them. But what I'm sure of is that there must be some kind of grudge between her and Uncle Yuan. She wants to use me to make me and Uncle Yuan kill each other. Qin Feiyang pondered. Above the mountains and rivers. Damn it. When the snow python heard Qin Feiyang's words, it was furious. Its eyes were full of anger. Qin Yuan retracted his gaze and looked at the snow python. Now you understand. Feiyang isn't that easy to be used by you. Then I'll kill him. The snow python said angrily. With me here you won't have a chance. I believe you also know that if the two of us fight, it will only end in a lose-lose situation. How about this? You stay here with me and watch them quietly. Besides, you've already bought enough time for Mu Tianyang and the demon ancestor to escape. It's time to stop. Qin Yuan smiled. The snow python said disdainfully, they're just two pieces of trash. If it wasn't for their value, why would I help them? I don't care if you help them, but you can't do it. Qin Yuan said. The snow python stared at Qin Yuan and asked, what about you? If Qin Feiyang is defeated by Mu Tianyang and the demon ancestor, won't you interfere? Of course. This has been the rule since ancient times. As guardians, we're not allowed to intervene in worldly affairs. Qin Yuan nodded. Guardians. Humph. Although we're called guardians, we're actually dogs guarding this continent. I'm not convinced. Look at the guardians of the miracle. They can control rule force, but what about us? We have nothing. If it's possible, I don't want to be a bullshit guardian. The snow python said angrily. It's already destined. What's the use of complaining? Besides, no one forced you. You're the one who wanted to do it. Qin Yuan said. That's why I regret it. Forget it. Let's not talk about these things. All right. I'll do as you wish and not interfere. I'd like to see exactly how capable Qin Feiyang, whom you've personally nurtured, is. The snow python snorted. That's good. Qin Yuan's face immediately revealed a smile. Glacier Forest. Qin Feiyang asked, Great-grandmother, do you know the snow python's background? I don't know. I only know that she already existed when I was born. Furthermore, even my father and the first head pagoda master were extremely afraid of her. The mysterious lady shook her head. Qin Feiyang said, No wonder her cultivation is so terrifying. She's an old monster. Yi Shu said, Feiyang, let's not worry about the snow python for now. Hurry and find Mu Tianyang. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, No, I have to return to the imperial capital now. Return to the imperial capital now? Yi Shu was doubtful. Feiyang, isn't our plan to take them down one by one? Now that we're in the Forgotten Continent, we should first take care of Mu Tianyang, then go to the imperial capital together and take care of Zhuge Mingyang and the others. The hook-nosed old man and the monkey-faced old man said. The situation in the imperial capital is on the right. Sun Dahai told me that the commander of the Kirin army betrayed them. Zhuge Xinfeng escaped and many people were captured. I have to go back and investigate. Qin Feiyang said. The commander of the Kirin army betrayed them? How is this possible? I've also heard of this person. Isn't his relationship with you very good? The mysterious lady was surprised. I don't want to believe it, but Sun Dahai is the steward of the general pavilion. There's no need to lie to me. Anyway, I'll go back now. You guys go to the Mu family and see the situation. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. The four nodded. Wait. Did you see Tan Wu Dong Xingyang and the Cerberus just now? Qin Feiyang suddenly said. The mysterious lady was stunned and shook her head. Just now in the Central Divine Kingdom, I've been paying attention to you and the snow python. I didn't pay attention to them. I noticed them. When the snow python appeared, they split up and left. The monkey-faced old man said. Left? Qin Feiyang frowned. Little cousin, don't worry about them. Go back. Lu Zheng's anxious voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Zhuge Xinfeng was frozen in the ancient tower. And the ancient tower, Qin Feiyang handed it over to Old Man Ren before leaving. Old Man Ren was settled in the Lu family. Now, Zhuge Xinfeng was free and the Lu family must have changed. Got it. Qin Feiyang secretly agreed. He looked at the mysterious madam and the other three and cupped his hands. Take care. You be careful too. The four reminded him. Qin Feiyang took a step and landed over a frozen lake, then went directly into the secret room at the bottom of the lake, opened the bloody altar and left. The monkey-faced old man suddenly patted his head and said, I forgot one thing. What? The mysterious lady Yi Shu and the aquiline-nosed old man looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang took my divine bow. I wanted to wait until I came out and discuss with him whether he could return it to me. But after the snow python I forgot about it. The monkey-faced old man said angrily. The mysterious lady shook her head and smiled. Now that we are family, is there a need to ask for it back? The monkey-faced old man frowned. But. Okay, after we get rid of Mu Tianyang and the others, I will get it back for you. Let's hurry back to the Central Divine Kingdom. If Mu Tianyang has escaped and we can't find him, we will immediately go to the Great Qin Empire to support Feiyang. The mysterious lady said. Okay. The three nodded. The mysterious madam opened a teleportation door. The four of them turned into streams of light and flew in like lightning. Butterfly Valley. Secret room. The bloody altar shone brightly. Soon Qin Feiyang appeared on the altar. Then, he immediately revived the altar and went to the imperial capital. However, he was shocked to find that the altar could not be revived. What was going on? Little cousin, have you returned to the imperial capital? Lu Zheng's voice sounded again. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Lu Jing appeared. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was still in the secret room, he immediately said angrily, "Why are you still here? The altar can't be revived." Qin Feiyang stared at the altar and said in a deep voice, "It can't be revived?" Lu Jing was surprised. The power of the false god emerged and poured into the altar. Sure enough, the altar did not react at all. How can this be? If it can be revived from the forgotten continent, it means that there is no problem with this altar. Lu Jing frowned. Suddenly, the two seemed to have thought of something and looked at each other at the same time. This should be the only possibility. The altar of the pagoda was destroyed by Zhuge Mingyang. Lu Jing said, burning with anger. Qin Feiyang nodded. Lu Jing urged, "Quickly go to the other 8 provinces." Qin Feiyang said, "If it were you, would you only destroy one altar?" There was no doubt. The bloody altars in the imperial capital's pagoda must have been destroyed. Zhuge Mingyang did this to make it impossible for them to enter the imperial capital. As long as they could not enter the imperial capital, Zhuge Mingyang could do whatever he wanted. Quickly think of a way. Lu Jing roared. Chapter 1778. What's the hurry? Qin Feiyang glared at him angrily. The worse the situation was, the calmer he had to be. He pondered for a while. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up as he took out a stone door. This is... Lu Jing was overjoyed when he saw the stone door. Yes. This is the fake space-time gate. Qin Feiyang nodded and sneered. You think you can stop us in the 9 prefectures by destroying the altar? How naive. Lu Jing was overjoyed and said, "Let's go directly to the Lu family." Go directly to the Lu family? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. Zhuge Shinfeng is free, and the Lu family will have a big change. And now, in the entire imperial capital, only the Lu family can pose a threat to Zhuge Mingyang. If you were Zhuge Mingyang, what would you do after destroying the altar? Lu Jing said. Get rid of the Lu family immediately. Qin Feiyang said without hesitation. Yes. Maybe they are already in the Lu family now. Lu Jing said in a low voice. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. A wisp of divine power surged and the space-time gate quickly opened. Let's go. Lu Jing ran toward the space-time gate impatiently. Wait. Qin Feiyang reached out and grabbed him. What's wrong? Lu Jing was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, if Zhuge Mingyang and the others are really in the Lu family, then I need you to do something with me later. What is it? Lu Jing asked. Qin Feiyang leaned over to Lu Jing's ear and whispered a few words. Lu Jing heard and was puzzled. What? Just do as I say. Maybe this time the truth will be revealed to the world. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he stepped out of the space-time gate. Lu Jing followed closely behind. The Lu family. A small village in the middle of nowhere. Even if someone passed by, they wouldn't take a second look. The Lu family was just that low-key and simple. But today, countless experts had arrived. In the sky above the Lu clan to the left, the soldiers of the Kirin army wore fiery red armor and stood in the wind. The long spears in their hands emitted a shocking sharpness. At a glance, it was estimated that there were more than 2,000 Kirin army. Their cultivation levels were basically all above the War Emperor level. Their bodies were filled with an austere aura. Simultaneously, on the right side of the sky above the Lu family, there was a group of black-clothed men. They stood side by side, exuding an aura that was even scarier than that of the Kirin army. The weakest among them was a 5-star combat emperor. Yes, they were the enforcers of the law enforcement hall. There were those from the outer hall and those from the inner hall. Their numbers also reached 2,000 to 3,000. As they looked down at the Lu clan below, their eyes emitted intense cold light. Other than that, there were also dozens of people. These people stood in front of the Kirin army and the law enforcers. Kirin army in front. A middle-aged man in golden armor stood in front of them. His face was rough and his eyes flashed with a fierce light. That's right. He was the commander of the Kirin army. Beside the commander of the Kirin army, there was another middle-aged man. This man was wearing a dragon robe and a dragon crown. His hands were behind his back, and his entire body exuded a vast aura of an emperor. That's right. He was Qin Feiyang's father. But now he was wearing a dragon robe again. It was obvious that he had regained the throne and the power of the emperor. Moreover, his aura had also reached the level of a false god. It was obvious. After a few years, he had already broken through to the false god level. On both sides of the emperor and the commander of the Kirin army, there was a group of marquises standing respectfully. Beside the emperor, other than the commander of the Kirin army and a group of marquises, there were also 3 old men. The three of them looked extremely old, but they were extremely eye-catching when they stood in the crowd. Because they were all false gods. One of them had once fought with Qin Feiyang, and it was Qin Sheng. These three people were all existences who had sealed themselves in the back mountain of the imperial palace. Now they had all come out. It was conceivable that the emperor had led his people to the Liu family with no good intentions. And on the opposite side, in front of the law enforcers, there were three people standing side by side. They were Zhuge Mingyang, the state preceptor, and Emperor Hong, these three war gods. Could be said that the experts of the imperial palace had come out in full force this time. You really think highly of my Liu family? In the village below, second grandpa, third grandpa, and fourth grandpa stood together, looking gloomily at the emperor and the others. The one who spoke was second grandpa. Behind the three of them, there were no less than 2,000 people gathered. Their cultivation was even more terrifying. They were all 9-star combat emperors or the peak of 9-star combat emperors. As for the others, for example, women, children, and children stood in their own homes, looking at the state preceptor's group. Their eyes were filled with cold light. The Liu family has been recuperating for so many years. How dare we look down on them? The state preceptor looked down at second grandpa and sneered. Second grandpa said, "Then there's no need to trouble you three war gods, right?" The state preceptor revealed a look of surprise and said, "You can actually see through our cultivation. It seems that you old man are not simple either. Ancestor, there's no need to talk nonsense with them. Just do it." Zhuge Mingyang smiled sinisterly, took a step forward, and his aura exploded. "Kid, it's not your turn to be arrogant." Third grandpa snorted coldly, took a step into the sky, and slapped towards Zhuge Mingyang. "To deal with a mere fake god like you, I only need one finger." Zhuge Mingyang's face was full of disdain. He really only stretched out a finger, and a grayish-white divine power roared out. Boom. His fingertips and third grandpa's palm collided with each other. Third grandpa was sent flying. His arm was shattered, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. With a bang, he smashed into the ground. Old 3, second grandpa's face changed drastically. Zhuge Mingyang smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I didn't use my full strength. He won't die yet." As expected. Before he finished his words, third grandpa climbed up from the ground, his body covered in blood. He looked up at Zhuge Mingyang, his eyes full of wariness. The strength of a god of war was indeed extraordinary. A fake god was as insignificant as an ant in front of a god of war. No, they were even less than an ant. "What should I do? I really don't want to kill you, but you have to die. I'm so conflicted." Zhuge Mingyang joked. Third grandpa took a step forward and landed beside second grandpa and fourth grandpa. He said in a low voice, "Let's not talk about the others first. Just Zhuge Mingyang, the state preceptor, and Emperor Hong are three gods of war. We are no match for them." Fourth grandpa's eyes flashed. Second grandpa also frowned. Zhuge Mingyang laughed and said, "If Qin Feiyang can come, the Liu family will have a chance to survive." Second grandpa was taken aback, and then he said happily, "Has Feiyang become a god of war?" "He hasn't. But he has a few subordinates who are gods of war. But unfortunately, the altar of the pagoda has been destroyed by me. The space-time gate has also been closed. In other words, the imperial capital is now a prison. No one can enter or leave." Zhuge Mingyang smiled. "What? The altar of the pagoda has been destroyed?" Second grandpa's eyes trembled. The other members of the Liu family were also in an uproar. Very desperate, right? That's true. If it were anyone else, they would feel helpless when faced with such a situation. What a pity. The Liu family can be considered a hidden overlord, but now it's going to be destroyed, exterminated, and become a speck of dust in history. How about this? You submit to me and treat me as your master. I'll plead for mercy for you and ask His Majesty and the state preceptor to let you live." Zhuge Mingyang said playfully. "Submit to you? Treat you as my master? I'm afraid you don't have the right." Fourth grandpa took a step forward and looked at Zhuge Mingyang. "Is that so?" Zhuge Mingyang smiled. Although the Liu family didn't enter the miracle site this time, the strength of the Liu family is not as weak as you think. Fourth grandpa's expression was calm. He leaped and swept toward Zhuge Mingyang. "Is that so? Then I'll have to take a good look." Zhuge Mingyang's face was full of contempt. He still stretched out a finger and attacked fourth grandpa. Whoosh. But also at this moment, two figures silently appeared in the land of inheritance of the Liu family. They were Qin Feiyang and Liu Zheng. As soon as the two of them appeared, they saw this scene. Immediately, Lu Zheng's face changed color. Zhuge Mingyang was a god of war, and his means were extremely terrifying. How could fourth grandpa be his opponent? Wait. Just as Lu Zheng was about to rush over to help, Qin Feiyang grabbed Lu Zheng and shook his head. Don't do it first. What? Are you going to leave him in the lurch? Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows. Everyone here is my family. How can I leave him in the lurch? Qin Feiyang said angrily. Then why are you doing this? Lu Zheng was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, don't you want to know how strong the Lu family's foundation is? You mean? Lu Zheng was surprised. Although he was born in the Lu family, he really didn't know about the Lu family's foundation. Look at fourth grandpa. His expression is unimaginably calm. He must have something to rely on. Let's take a look first. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Lu Zheng nodded. If Qin Feiyang didn't do anything, it would be meaningless for him to go alone to help. Because he was just a pseudo-god. In the face of the powerful Zhuge Mingyang, he was no match at all. Whoosh. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he entered the Black Tortoise realm. Old Man Qin, Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai the Golden Leopard, and Shui Li were all in the herb field in the Devil's Land. Qin Feiyang glanced at the three of them and the Golden Leopard and asked, how are you guys? We have already taken the Spirit Sea pill. We will be able to fight again soon. Old Man Qin said. Very good. Qin Feiyang nodded. Young master, when will you send me out? I really want to find someone to fight now. Shui Li grinned. No hurry. There will be a time for you to show your strength. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Shui Li nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand again, and the tens of thousands of cedars appeared in his body. Seeing this, Old Man Qin hurriedly said, Feiyang, we have already taken the Spirit Sea pill. We don't need their help. Don't waste your vitality. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, I didn't ask them to help you repair your Sea of Qi. Then why? Old Man Qin was suspicious. Once this battle breaks out, I'm afraid it will be difficult to stop it. We don't know what will happen in the future. And these cedars are the key. Because they can save our lives at a critical moment. So now, I ask them to come out and absorb the vitality of the Devil's Land to recover to their peak state. Qin Feiyang said. Chapter 1779. So that's how it is. Old Man Qin suddenly realized. Indeed. The existence of these cedars could play a crucial role. Qin Feiyang looked at the tens of thousands of cedars and bowed. Everyone, thank you for your companionship and help along the way. This junior earnestly asks you to help this junior one more time. When this battle is over, whether to leave or stay, this junior will not force you. Tens of thousands of cedars shook at the same time, making rustling sounds as if responding to Qin Feiyang. Immediately after, they turned into a stream of light, breaking through the air, taking root in various places of the Devil's Land, and began to absorb vitality. Thank you. Qin Feiyang said gratefully in his heart, then left the Black Tortoise realm and appeared beside Lu Zheng. Boom. As soon as he came out, he sensed a terrifying fluctuation of divine power. Looking at Lu Zheng again. At this moment he stared at fourth grandpa, his eyes full of disbelief. Above the village, fourth grandpa supported himself with a walking stick, standing against the wind, his whole body was surrounded by dazzling flames, his expression extremely calm. And Zhuge Mingyang's fingers had been shattered, blood flowing out. At the scene, there was also a dead silence. Whether it was the state preceptor or Emperor Hong, they all looked at fourth grandpa dumbfounded. Divine power. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. The flames on fourth grandpa's body were actually transformed from divine power. In other words, fourth grandpa was a god of war. Lu Zheng took a cold breath and exclaimed, Unbelievable, really unbelievable. I thought that fourth grandpa would be seriously injured by Zhuge Mingyang, but I didn't expect that fourth grandpa was actually a god of war. Qin Feiyang was also shocked. He had met fourth grandpa once and the impression he gave people was a bit cold. But second grandpa and third grandpa were the exact opposite, they were very enthusiastic people. So among the three grandpas he liked second grandpa and third grandpa the most. As for fourth grandpa, although he was also a close relative, he was not very attached. However, he did not expect that this somewhat cold old man was actually so strong. At this moment, Zhuge Mingyang also looked at fourth grandpa with a face of surprise. This old man has already said that the Lu family's strength is not as simple as you think. And the Lu family is not a place where you can behave atrociously just because you want to. Fourth grandpa looked at Zhuge Mingyang and said calmly. Whoosh. Zhuge Mingyang didn't say a word. He teleported and arrived in front of fourth grandpa with a murderous look. With the previous lesson in mind, he did not use a single finger this time. He clenched his fists and threw a punch at Fourth Grandpa, causing the void to collapse. Fourth Grandpa's expression didn't change as he sent a palm strike through the air. Divine power surged out. Fist and palm met in an instant. Accompanied by a loud bang, the two of them retreated a few steps at the same time, the skin on their arms lacerated. Lu Zheng was dumbfounded by what he saw. One had to know. Even though Fourth Grandpa was a god of war, Zhuge Mingyang's divine power was naturally stronger. However, at that moment the two of them were evenly matched. It's divine power, Qin Feiyang said. Divine power? Lu Zheng was surprised and doubtful. Yes. Fourth Grandpa's divine power contains a very pure divine power of the divine phoenix. Look at Fourth Grandpa's blood, Qin Feiyang said. Blood? Lu Zheng was stunned. After careful observation, his gaze suddenly trembled. The blood that flowed out of Fourth Grandpa's body contained the power of the divine phoenix. The power of the divine phoenix? I remember Second Grandpa once said that the ancestors of the Lu family originally possessed the bloodline power of the divine phoenix. But none of the later generations could achieve ancestral awakening. I thought this was just a legend, but I didn't expect it to be true. In other words, Fourth Grandpa's bloodline has achieved ancestral awakening. Lu Zheng said. That should be the case. Qin Feiyang muttered. That's not right. Since the power of the divine phoenix can be compared to Zhuge Mingyang's divine power, why can't your purple gold divine dragon power compare to Zhuge Mingyang's divine power? Lu Zheng was suspicious. I'm also a little confused, Qin Feiyang said. There's a god of war hidden in the Lu family. In the sky above the village. The enforcers, the Kirin army, and the group of marquises all looked at Fourth Grandpa in shock. The emperor and the commander of the Kirin army also frowned. God of war? After Zhuge Mingyang stabilized his body, he looked at Fourth Grandpa and laughed. Not bad, not bad. Finally, I have a decent opponent. This is more interesting. Fourth Grandpa was silent. Zhuge Mingyang smiled and said, However, old man, do you really understand my strength? Boom. The Bone Dragon Battle Soul was activated. The innate divine ability enveloped the entire area. Fourth Grandpa's cultivation immediately dropped. What's going on? Second Grandpa and Third Grandpa's expressions changed. The people of the Lu family were also very surprised. This innate divine ability had the ability to deprive people of their cultivation? Fourth Grandpa's pupils shrank slightly. Under my innate divine ability, anyone can only despair. Zhuge Mingyang smiled ferociously and charged toward Fourth Grandpa. Fourth Grandpa quickly retreated. However, how could he, whose cultivation had dropped, be faster than Zhuge Mingyang? Zhuge Mingyang approached Fourth Grandpa with lightning speed and hit him in the chest. Fourth Grandpa spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into the ground outside the village like a meteorite. Boom. The mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. Dust and smoke billowed. Fourth Grandpa. Second Grandpa and Third Grandpa shouted. Fourth Grandpa rushed out of the dust and landed beside Second Grandpa and Third Grandpa. He said in a low voice, His strength is beyond our imagination. We can only activate the defensive barrier now. Activate the defensive barrier. Second Grandpa and Third Grandpa's eyes trembled. What's a defensive barrier? Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously. I don't know either. Lu Zheng shook his head. Zhuge Mingyang and the others were also suspicious when they heard the words defensive barrier. Second Grandpa frowned and said, Fourth Grandpa, the defensive barrier can only be activated once. Are you sure? Didn't Big Brother leave this defensive barrier to protect the descendants of the Lu family in times of crisis? But now the Imperial Palace's experts have come out in full force. Our Lu family is in trouble. If we don't activate the defensive barrier now, when will we activate it? Fourth Grandpa said. Hearing this, Second Grandpa raised his head and glanced at Zhuge Mingyang and the others. He then looked at the surrounding villagers and gritted his teeth. Okay, activate the defensive barrier. Immediately. Fourth Grandpa raised the crutch in his hand and poured his divine power into it. That's Grandpa's crutch. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Boom. The next moment, a peerlessly terrifying aura roared out from the crutch. This aura caused everyone present to tremble. What's that? Zhuge Mingyang and the others stared at the crutch in surprise. Open. Fourth Grandpa suddenly let out a roar. The crutch suddenly burst out with a dazzling divine light. As soon as these divine lights emerged, they flooded in all directions. In less than 3 breaths, a huge barrier appeared in front of everyone's eyes, covering an area of thousands of miles. In short, the entire Lu family, including the land of inheritance, was within the range of the barrier. You think you can escape this disaster with a broken barrier? Naive. Zhuge Mingyang smiled contemptuously. Divine power poured out like a torrent and blasted toward the barrier. However, the next moment he was dumbfounded. Divine power blasted on the barrier, but the barrier did not even shake. So strong? State Preceptor and Emperor Hong were also shocked. After regaining their senses, the two looked at each other and shouted, "Mingyang, we're here to help you." "No need. How can a mere barrier stump me?" Zhuge Mingyang sneered. A giant dragon appeared out of nowhere. The dragon roared. Followed closely. Another giant hand that blotted out the sky appeared. Demonic might overflowed. It was his divine art. Bone Dragon's secret art and demonic hand. The two divine arts carried monstrous divine power and blasted toward the barrier. Boom. With a loud noise, the two divine arts blasted on the barrier. But the result was that the barrier only shook for a moment and then immediately returned to normal. This? Zhuge Mingyang froze. A barrier created by a broken crutch was actually this sturdy? In the land of inheritance, Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng were also dumbstruck when they saw this scene. Lu Zheng naturally did not need to say anything. Living here, he often saw that crutch. And Qin Feiyang had also seen this crutch the last time he entered the Lu family. But at that time, fourth grandpa only told him that this was his grandfather's crutch. He did not say that it had such terrifying divine power. And at that time, on this crutch, except for a particularly strong sense of familiarity, he did not realize how powerful this crutch was. However, at this moment, even he was ashamed of his inferiority when it came to the power of the walking stick. He was not confident that he could break this barrier. Boom. The Imperial Advisor and Emperor Hong could no longer hold it in and attacked together. Zhuge Mingyang did not refuse their help this time. Divine power was like a waterfall. The three of them all evolved their strongest divine arts and blasted toward the barrier. Rumble. The deafening sound was like thunder. The barrier was constantly trembling, but there was no sign of it breaking. How could this be? Emperor Hong and the other two were in disbelief. It's useless. Although this old man doesn't know how strong this barrier is, the boss said before he left that even if 10 initial stage war gods join forces, they won't be able to break it. Fourth grandpa said expressionlessly. What? Even 10 initial stage war gods joining forces can't break it. The three of them were shocked. The commander of the Kirin army, the various marquis, and the law enforcers were also in disbelief. Don't be fooled by him. In this world, there is no barrier that can't be broken. Everyone attack together with me. But at this moment, the emperor shouted. As soon as the emperor's voice sounded, Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the emperor, a cold light surging in his eyes. At this time he was still helping Zhuge Mingyang. It was unforgivable. Then, he looked at the commander of the Kirin army again, and his killing intent was also aroused. In the past he trusted this person so much, but he didn't expect that he would betray him. Of course, he had already guessed that the reason why the commander of the Kirin army betrayed him must be because of the emperor. Because this person was only loyal to the emperor. But even so he couldn't stand it. Rumble. Clang. Above the village. As soon as the emperor's voice fell, everyone immediately used their strongest means and attacked the barrier together with Emperor Hong and the other two. For a time, this world was drowned by the aura of battle arts, battle souls, battle chi, divine arts and divine power. A series of loud sounds shook the heavens and the earth. However, that barrier was like a stubborn stone. No matter how fiercely it was bombarded, it was not damaged in the slightest. That terrifying defense made people unable to help but despair. Powerless,